Chapter 1 Let's Get Divorced. Mr. Jiang will land at noon tomorrow. I can't make it back. You should take the plan to the airport to meet with Mr. Jiang tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Su Xun, whether our company can survive depends entirely on you. You must get Mr. Jiang's investment. Don't worry, it's guaranteed. If he doesn't value our project, how could he want to read our proposal as soon as he got off the plane? After hanging up the phone, Su Xun rode his electric scooter and turned into the courtyard of a 3-story Western-style building. After parking the electric scooter and entering the password to open the door, Su Xun saw a pair of red high-heeled shoes on the shoe cabinet when he changed his shoes. Chu Yoyu is back? Why so early this time? Su Xun came to the living room wearing slippers. There was no sign of Chu Yoyu. However, there was a crack in the door of her room, which was not closed tightly, and melodious and pleasant sounds came out from inside. What? You're coming back tomorrow? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I understand. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Su Xun didn't listen anymore and turned into the kitchen. Almost 2 years ago, he failed in his business venture and his company was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was Chu Yoyu who gave him money and helped him get through the difficult times. The price was to agree to marry Chu Yoyu and become a fake couple. Over the past year, Su Xun had roughly learned something from Chu Yoyu's family. Chu Yoyu likes her childhood sweetheart, but her family disagrees and they often quarrel over this. Later, Chu Yoyu's white moonlight went abroad for further studies, and her family seized the opportunity to force Chu Yoyu to get married. Chu Yoyu had a grandfather who had a heart stent installed in his family, and was forced into a corner. Just then, she heard that her college classmate Su Xun was short of money, so she took the initiative to find Su Xun and told him about her intention to get married by agreement. In order to keep the company and not let his years of hard work go to waste, Su Xun had no choice but to agree to Chu Yoyu's request for a 2-year marriage in exchange for a reward of 5 million. So, what does Chu Yoyu do? Su Xun didn't care or mind at all. They are just a fake couple without any feelings. An hour later. Dinner is ready. 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish and 1 soup. 5 million in 2 years, this money was very hot in the hands of Su Xun. He didn't think he was so precious. This is the only way to gain peace of mind. He usually lives alone and has a simple dinner. Yoyu, it's time to eat. After serving the dishes to the table, Su Xun shouted towards Chu Yoyu's room. Maybe it's because he is a good cook, Chu Yoyu likes the food he cooks very much. Whenever she doesn't have food at home, she will eat with him. Soon. Chu Yoyu walked out of the room. She looked like she had just taken a bath, her skin was delicate and white with a hint of red, she was tall, with flesh where it should be, and she had an exquisite oval face. Her facial features were perfect without a single flaw. She was a very beautiful woman. Sitting down at the dining table, Chu Yoyu sat upright and chewed her food in small bites, looking very elegant. She is indeed a rich lady. Every move she makes is so ladylike. We finished our meal in silence. When Su Xun was preparing to clean up the dishes, Chu Yoyu said calmly, Su Xun, let's take some time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Isn't there still 2 months left? Su Xun looked at Chu Yoyu in confusion. The time they agreed on was 2 years. There are still 2 months left until it expires. There's no need to wait until then. Chu Yoyu added, I terminated the contract in advance, you don't have to take any responsibility. Okay then, when do you think you are free tomorrow? Morning or afternoon would be best. I have something to do at noon. Su Xun didn't think much about it and agreed readily. Their identities were a transaction, and now Chu Yoyu wanted to end it early, he had no reason to refuse. Over the past year, Su Xun only treated Chu Yoyu as a friend and never had the idea of crossing the line. What difference does it make whether you get divorced or not? Seeing that Su Xun didn't care at all, Chu Yoyu felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She didn't know what was going on. It felt like a stone was suddenly blocking her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Divorce was the plan she had made before agreeing to get married, but now that it was going on as planned, Su Xun's indifference made her feel uncomfortable. The thought of divorce disappeared in an instant. Maybe in 2 days. I'm not free tomorrow. Good. Su Xun carried the dishes and chopsticks and went into the kitchen. Chu Yoyu is the financial sponsor, and before the agreement expires, of course she can do whatever she wants. The contract has been signed and the money has been taken, so we can't breach the contract, right? 10 o'clock at night. Su Xun came out of the bathroom after taking a shower and happened to meet Chu Yoyu drinking water in the living room. Are you in a hurry? If so, I will move out tomorrow night. If not, I will move out after I find a house in the next 2 days. Su Xun looked at Chu Yoyu and reached out to stroke her wet black hair. Chu Yoyu was planning to divorce, and he was not a person without self-awareness, so he would not stay in Chu Yoyu's house. You really want to move out? Chu Yoyu suddenly stopped drinking water, as if she had lost her appetite, and looked back at Su Xun. I just don't want to disturb your life. Wait until you get divorced before moving. Chu Yoyu put down the cup of water, turned around and walked into the room. Close the door and sit on the soft bed. Chu Yoyu was in a bad mood. She was actually reluctant to let Su Xun move out. Are you used to living together? The next morning, Su Xun woke up from his sleep when his biological clock arrived. He made breakfast, ate one portion for himself, left one portion for Chu Yoyu, and then went out. He rode the small electric scooter that had been with him for 2.5 years to the company. Su Xun's company is very small, with only about 10 people. He opened it together with his childhood friend Yu-hee. It has been 3 years since I graduated from college. The company faced bankruptcy, experienced the failure of its first product, and faced employee resignations. I have come this far with many bumps and bruises. The sadness of this could not be expressed even if I talked for 2 days and 2 nights. But Su Xun never thought of giving up. Because he has always had a dream, which is to make a real game, a real national 3A masterpiece. No Krypton gold, no various tricks. Only fairness, justice, and experience. Now, the company's second project is about to go live. With the lessons learned from the failure of the first project, they put more effort into the second project and made more changes. Su Xun is very confident this time. As long as he can get investment today, the second project will definitely lay a stable foundation for the company. At least there will be no more economic crisis and risk of bankruptcy. 11 o'clock in the morning. Su Xun left the company with the plan and took a taxi to the airport. Arrived at the airport, as agreed. Su Xun was waiting for an investor named Zhang Zitao at the door of a restaurant in the terminal. As for Liuzi, those who understand will know that in a food desert abroad, you will be starving. Even if you are rich, it's not much better. After all, that's abroad, there are very few Chinese restaurants, and they have to cater to foreign habits and improve tastes, so it's impossible to have authentic Chinese food. I took out my cell phone and checked. There were still about 10 minutes before the agreed meeting time. Su Xun and the others were bored, and their eyes casually swept across the huge terminal to pass the time. As he looked, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Chu Yoyu? Why is she here at the airport? Su Xun recalled what he overheard last night and understood something. The one who made Chu Yoyu come to the airport to pick her up in person must be the white moonlight she's thinking about, right? Chapter 2. It's a small world. No wonder she was in such a hurry to divorce. It turns out that her white moonlight has returned to China. Su Xun was a little curious. What does the person who can make Chu Yoyu never forget look like? They must be the elite among the elite, right? But one thing is certain, that is, they are definitely rich, because only people of similar status can be in the same circle. Chu Yoyu walked further and further away, as if she didn't see Su Xun. Su Xun did not go up to say hello. He has something important to do now and cannot leave the door of the restaurant. Whether his company can get investment and survive depends entirely on this meeting. What if he leaves just as the investor arrives? The investor who didn't see him will have a bad impression and the investment will easily fail. So, let alone the person in front of him was Chu Yoyu, even if it was Su Xun's parents, he would not leave even a step now. Walking to the boarding gate, Chu Yoyu, wearing a floral dress and white shoes, exuding a youthful vibe, quickly became the most dazzling person in the crowd, attracting a lot of attention. A few minutes later, a tall, handsome man in a suit and sunglasses walked out of the corridor carrying a black suitcase. Yoyu. Zhang Zitao waved at Chu Yoyu from a distance, his excitement beyond words. If there weren't so many people around, he would have pounced on him immediately. Chu Yoyu nodded slightly with a polite smile, which was a very common smile in the workplace. Maybe it's because I've been in the business district for so long that it's become a habit. The reunion after 7 years did not stir much in Chu Yoyu's heart. It even felt strange. Has time changed her? I haven't seen Yoyu for a long time. I missed you so much. Walking in front of Chu Yoyu, Zhang Zitao put down his suitcase, opened his arms excitedly, and wanted to hug Chu Yoyu tightly in his arms. Chu Yoyu took 2 steps back. It's an instinctive reaction. She used to be like this. As for Jiang Zitao, Chu Yoyu didn't know why, but she always disliked having physical contact with him. Dislike having your body touched. Chu Yoyu was a little confused. What's wrong with her? A month ago, she accidentally slipped, and when Su Xun quickly caught her, he not only touched her body, but also her waist. Apart from the fear of almost falling, she did not feel any such disgust. Now, why does Jiang Zitao have this question? Jiang Zitao's open hands froze in mid-air. He felt a little embarrassed and withdrew his hands with a stiff smile. I'm sorry, Yoyu, I've been abroad for 7 years and I'm used to the way people greet each other abroad. I didn't react for a while. Fine. Yoyu, I haven't seen you for 7 years. You have become more beautiful again. Thanks. Chu Yoyu treated him as if he was facing an ordinary person, calmly without any sign of meeting an old friend again. Yoyu, what's wrong with you? Jiang Zitao saw something. She used to be as enthusiastic as a little fangirl, but now she is like a stranger we met by chance. Such a huge contrast made him very uncomfortable. Chu Yoyu asked back, What's wrong with me? No. Nothing. Jiang Zitao thought Chu Yoyu was angry. Well, he's been gone for 7 years, who wouldn't be angry? As long as she hasn't changed, she is still the same person she used to be. Everything can be solved. Let's go. Chu Yoyu turned around and walked in front. I booked a private room at Zhaozhou. Jiang Zitao quickly followed, very touched. Yoyu, I didn't expect you still remember that Zhaozhou is my favorite restaurant. But Yoyu, cancel the box. I have an appointment with someone at the airport. Their project is very attractive to me. I want to sign the investment contract today to avoid any unnecessary delays and let someone else snatch it away. Besides, after so many years abroad, I really miss the food in China. I can't wait to have breakfast, so I'll eat at the restaurant in the airport. Good. A moment later, Chu Yoyu saw Su Xun at the door of a restaurant. She was surprised and walked over with confusion. Su Xun, why are you here? I'm here to meet a client. Su Xun's gaze fell on Jiang Zitao, who was beside Chu Yoyu. He was disappointed, nothing special. He thought that the person Chu Yoyu liked would be able to impress him at first sight. Now it seems that, maybe even worse than me. If we talk about appearance. Yoyu, do you know each other? Jiang Zitao looked at Su Xun and asked. Chu Yoyu replied calmly, he is the one who agreed to marry me. Really? Jiang Zitao smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to Su Xun. Hello, my name is Jiang Zitao. Nice to meet you. You and I are very good friends. We have played together since we were young. Hello, my name is Su Xun, and I'm Yu's college classmate. Su Xun shook hands with Jiang Zitao politely. For some reason, he always had the feeling that Jiang Zitao was smiling with a knife hidden inside. Was it an illusion? Or, do you regard him as a love rival? You shouldn't be so petty, right? After all, he is a highly talented person who has studied abroad. He and Chu Yoyu had only agreed to get married, nothing had happened, and their relationship was just that of ordinary friends. If he could be jealous of this, then Chu Yoyu had made a mistake. Chu Yoyu glanced at the briefcase in Su Xun's hand and said, Zitao, you said you had an appointment before, and Su Xun is waiting for a client here. Could it be that you two are the people you want to meet? I did arrange to meet someone at the entrance of this restaurant. Are you Mr. Jiang from Shenghong Group? Are you Mr. Su from Lingyun Technology? Yes, that's me. Su Xun never expected this. The financial sponsor he is waiting for will be Chu Yoyu's White Moonlight. An ominous premonition immediately swept over him, making Su Xun feel a chill on his back. If Jiang Zitao is really narrow-minded, then this investment can be declared a failure. I didn't realize the world was so small. Su Xun smiled bitterly. Compared to Jiang Zitao, he would rather the financial sponsor be someone else. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's really small. Jiang Zitao politely invited, since we are all friends and have the intention to cooperate, why don't we have lunch together? No, Mr. Jiang, I'm not hungry yet. You guys eat. After you finish eating, we can talk about work. Chapter 3 Lunch. Su Xun declined politely. It's not that he judges others by his own standards. I really can't afford to lose. He only has one chance, and success or failure depends on this one move. So, no matter whether Jiang Zitao was really narrow-minded or not, he didn't dare to gamble. He can still clearly distinguish between a meal and investment, which is more important. Moreover, Su Xun was just a fake husband that Chu Youyu bought with money. They are a real couple. Isn't it only natural for a light bulb like him to take the initiative to give up his space? No way, there really is no one who likes to be a light bulb, shining and bright, right? It's almost 12 o'clock. How can you not be hungry? Let's eat together. You can talk about work while eating. This way you won't waste each other's time. The ball that Su Xun had kicked out with great difficulty was kicked back by Chu Youyu. Jiang Zitao glanced at Chu Youyu, smiled and agreed. Boss Su, we are all friends, let's eat together, don't be polite. Now that things have come to this, what else could Su Xun do? I could only follow him into the restaurant. Jiang Zitao picked a dining table with only front and back seats, then extended his hand towards Chu Youyu like a gentleman, motioning Chu Youyu to sit down first. Chu Youyu took a look at the seats and did not sit down. Instead, he sat down at the larger dining table next to him, which had seats on all four sides. I don't like eating in small places. Chu Youyu is very good at taking care of people. She was afraid that Su Xun would feel uncomfortable sitting with Jiang Zitao. Although Su Xun was only her husband in name, she did not want to hurt him. Over the past year, Su Xun had at least been very nice to her and was a good man. In fact, Su Xun didn't care at all. I even want Chu Youyu to be more inclined to Jiang Zitao. The more he leans towards himself, the greater his sense of crisis will be. Look at my memory. How could I have forgotten this? Youyu, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. Jiang Zitao touched his head awkwardly. It was not appropriate to sit with Chu Youyu anymore, so he can only sit next to Chu Youyu. It's okay. You've been abroad for so many years. It's normal to forget. Chu Youyu didn't care. She found that things that seemed important before now seemed unimportant. As for why, Chu Youyu himself didn't know. Maybe it's growth. Not as childish as before. Jiang Zitao ordered a table full of delicious dishes. While waiting for the food, Su Xun took out a plan from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Zitao. Boss Jiang, this is the next plan for our project. Take a look. Well, that's good. The direction of development is in line with current market demand and has great potential. Jiang Zitao casually opened it and took a look. Very perfunctory, not serious at all. It was nothing like the excitement he showed on the phone. Su Xun's heart sank. He had already guessed the answer, but he still asked unwillingly, Boss Jiang, what about the investment? Jiang Zitao closed the file and returned it to Su Xun. I am very satisfied with the plan. As for the investment, I need to go back and discuss it with the company's senior management. After all, as you know, the company's affairs cannot be decided by one person, especially when it comes to risky things like investment. Then let's wait for good news from President Zheng. Su Xun smiled, but his heart was not smiling. He felt chilled to the bone. Yesterday on the phone, Jiang Zitao said the plan was good and signed the contract on the spot. He even brought the contract with him today. It still needs to be discussed now, and the investment is obviously a failure. Su Xun really wanted to know. Is it the plan that is not okay? Or his and Chu Youyu's identities? The man's intuition told him that the latter was more likely. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. Jiang Zitao wolfed down the food like a starving ghost, praising the food's taste and disparaging foreign food at the same time. Su Xun had no appetite at all. Chu Youyu saw this scene and asked in confusion, Su Xun, why don't you eat? Su Xun forced a smile, I'm not very hungry. This steamed pork ribs with flour is not tasty, not as good as yours. This fish is the same, it's not as delicious as the one you made. And this beef. Chu Youyu had a very low opinion of the dishes on the table and hardly touched their food. Su Xun politely tried to smooth things over for the chef. Jiang Zitao, eating with gusto, looked like an outsider. Being left out, feeling awkward and having no sense of existence. Youyu, do you know what kind of life I have led in the past 7 years abroad? Jiang Zitao found a topic and forcibly interrupted Chu Youyu and Su Xun. Su Xun curled his lips, and Jiang Zitao felt even more petty. What life? Eating the same old Western food every day, and being exposed to the body odor of foreigners every day. Then why don't you return home? You know that my parents won't let me. If it weren't for me taking over the business, I wouldn't be able to come back now. It's also pretty good abroad. People say the moon is rounder and the air is sweeter abroad. No, that's all made up by people who worship foreigners. Zhang Zitao and Chu Youyu were chatting idly. So embarrassing. It was not as natural as when Chu Youyu and Su Xun were chatting. Su Xun ate his meal quietly, too lazy to say anything more. He had already sensed Zhang Zitao's hostility and didn't want to make the situation worse. It's not that he's cowardly. I'm really not so naive, and I don't have so much free time to provoke an enemy who will never give up. Besides, the investment issue has not been sentenced to death. The meal was finished quickly. When checking out at the front desk, Chu Youyu suddenly started laser dancing on the spot. A tiny cockroach crawled up her leg. Ah! Under the control of fear, Chu Youyu's brain became hot and his body instinctively jumped onto Su Xun. Su Xun, there are cockroaches, there are cockroaches. You've stepped on me to death. Su Xun felt sorry for the little cockroach lying on the ground for 2 seconds. Really? Chu Youyu was half believing and half doubting, still on Su Xun, not daring to get off. She held him tightly with both hands. His body was very fragrant and soft. Real. Su Xun was no longer surprised. Over the past year, Chu Youyu has jumped on him several times. Especially that time in the villa, a big black rat suddenly jumped out. Chu Youyu stayed on it for 2 full minutes before he dared to get down. His legs were shaking when he got down. Chu Youyu was very afraid of these little bugs and animals. The moment you see it, you lose all your usual composure. This is the delicate side of her beneath her cool exterior. After looking down and making sure that Su Xun was not lying to her, Chu Youyu came down carefully and immediately moved away from the squashed little cockroach on the ground. At this moment, Su Xun inadvertently saw Zhang Zitao standing beside him out of the corner of his eye. His face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit, and the look in his eyes when he stole a glance at Su Xun was very unfriendly. Well. Su Xun sighed in his heart. It is almost certain that Zhang Zitao has a narrow mind. It seems that the investment is definitely gone. Who did he offend? Not only did he lose his financial sponsor, but he also gained an enemy. Su Xun felt very aggrieved. He did nothing. But then again, why didn't Chu Youyu jump onto her white moonlight just now? But, jumped onto yourself? Is it a habit? Su Xun thought it was very likely. Boss Jiang, Youyu, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Coming out of the airport, Su Xun, feeling bored, wanted to be alone. Chu Youyu kindly asked, "Where are you going?" "Go back to the company." "Let me take you there." "It's rush hour now and it's hard to get a taxi." "Not on the way." "Where is your company?" "Changhua Avenue." "On the way." Chapter 4 Bankruptcy Crisis. All right. Su Xun couldn't refuse anymore. It is indeed difficult to get a taxi during the lunch rush hour in Xincheng. Anyway, Chu Youyu himself doesn't mind it. What's wrong with him shining like a light bulb for a while? Arriving at the underground parking lot, Chu Youyu took out the car key and pressed a button, and a pink Maserati in front of him immediately flashed its lights. Su Xun looked at Maserati and was a little confused. This Maserati is an old model and is usually left in the parking lot. Chu Youyu drives a Porsche, so why did he drive this Maserati out today? "Youyu, isn't this the coming-of-age gift I gave you before? I didn't expect you would drive it to pick me up." "That's really thoughtful of you." Zhang Zitao smiled excitedly and ran to Maserati, touching here and there, nostalgically. Su Xun finally understood what was going on. His electric scooter broke down before, and the company had something important to do that day, so he wanted to borrow the car that Chu Youyu left in the parking lot to drive for a day. However, Chu Youyu not only refused, but also reacted very strongly. At that time, he was wondering, since it was already thrown in the parking lot, why didn't they lend it to him to drive? It turned out to be a coming-of-age gift from Zhang Zitao. This is similar to a token of love. How could he, an outsider, be allowed to open the business? No wonder this car is always parked in the parking lot. I guess Chu Youyu herself is reluctant to open it? TSK, is this the legendary love brain? When getting in the car, Zhang Zitao deliberately walked to the passenger seat before Su Xun. Su Xun saw through it but didn't say it out loud. It made him seem like he really wanted to sit in the passenger seat. Wouldn't it be more comfortable with such a spacious back seat? Half an hour later. Su Xun returned to the company in a daze. In order to make the second project, he gambled all the company's money. Now that it can't attract investment, the project listing has been suspended, and there is no source of income. The company is facing bankruptcy once again. Boss Yu said that Shenghong Group's investment is basically certain. Our company finally has money. Yes, now we finally have money to pay salaries. We haven't seen a penny for 3 months. You guys are fine, but I'm the worst off. If I don't get paid, I won't be able to make it. I can't afford this month's mortgage and car loan. As soon as I walked to the company's door, the discussions of the employees inside came into my ears. Su Xun became even more upset. He didn't dare to face these people and could only return to the office quietly. He slumped down in a chair. Su Xun reached out and scratched his hair hard. The employees in the company are all his juniors. The reason they gave up high-paying offers from big companies and came here was because they were deceived by his promises. He once vowed to them that he would lead them to the pinnacle of life. However, the reality is cruel. For several years, the company has not made any progress. Now it is facing a second bankruptcy. Su Xun knew that if he failed to get investment this time, these younger students would leave the company. No matter how much you paint the pie, it will be of no use. Because the daily necessities of life all require money. Without a source of income, no matter how big or delicious the pie is, you will still be awakened by the cruelty of reality. Although Jiang Zitao has not explicitly refused, Su Xun no longer holds out any hope. Now I feel like I have been sentenced to death, but the execution date has not yet arrived. Knock, knock, knock. A slight knock on the door broke the solemn atmosphere in the office. Su Xun took a few deep breaths, adjusted his emotions, and said, "Come in." A pretty girl in tight jeans and a high ponytail pushed the door open and walked in. Her 10-centimeter heels landed on the ground, making a continuous ding-dong sound. Yuhi, Su Xun's partner, is also his childhood friend. The two grew up together naked and have a close relationship like brothers. Su Xun, what's going on? Has President Jiang signed the contract? Yuhi walked up to Su Xun expectantly. Su Xun clasped his hands together, placed them on his forehead, and shook his head. No, I guess the cooperation is over. Why? This Mr. Jiang is Chu Youyu's white moonlight. What? Yuhi's expression froze. Isn't this too coincidental? Who says it's not? Is he jealous? So he doesn't plan to invest anymore? Yuhi sat down on the desk as usual. She was very tall, about 1.65 meters, and had very long legs, so she could sit on the desk easily. Although she was a girl, she was very casual and unrestrained in front of Su Xun. Su Xun used to joke about this many times. No way? You and Chu Youyu have an agreement to get married, and he knows about it. After all, he has studied abroad for so many years, so why is he so petty? This is my guess, but it's pretty close. Jiang Zitao gives me the impression of being a hypocrite. I should have let you negotiate the advertisement, and I would have gone to meet him. Su Xun closed his eyes, leaned back, and lay on the chair in annoyance. How could I have known so much earlier? If we had known that we would not make the first game, the company would not have faced bankruptcy, would not have owed so much foreign debt, and I would not have to sell myself and agree to marry Chu Youyu. In fact, all of this was already destined and there is no way to avoid it. Don't be so pessimistic yet. Things haven't been settled yet. It's possible that you're wrong. Yuhi comforted Su Xun. Su Xun prayed, hope. Not long after, Yuhi's cell phone rang. It's Mr. Jiang. After answering the phone, Yuhi's expression became more and more ugly. Am I right? When Yuhi put down his phone, Su Xun smiled disheartenedly after hearing the content of the call. Yesterday he said that our project is very good and has great potential, and he would invest in us even if the future planning is not good. Now he is using the poor future planning as an excuse to refuse investment. I didn't expect that he, who has seen the world, would be so narrow-minded. Yuhi was indignant. Yesterday she was worried that the plan was not good enough and wanted to revise it. But the other party told her that the plan was not important and that they would help to revise it if it was not good enough. Only then did she agree to meet today. Result. Su Xun, what should we do now? What else can we do? Let's go back to our own homes and find our own mothers. Yuhi, I know that I have been a burden to you in the past 2 years. With your ability, if you had not been confined to a small place like mine, you would have been very successful in a big company in 2 years. I am sorry. Su Xun really felt sorry for Yuhi. Before he graduated, Yuhi received several high-paying offers from big companies. He declined those offers in order to help him. He has not made any money in the past few years and has even lost a lot of money. If he could do it again, he would not choose to start a business again. It is really difficult to start a business without funds and background. Yui put his hands on the desk, glared at Su Xun, and said, Su Xun, I came here for you to help me make money, not to listen to your discouraging words. Cheer up. If you can't stand this little blow, then I really misjudged you. Who said I couldn't hold on? I just felt that I owed you something, and I was just expressing my feelings. I managed to hold on a year ago, and now this little scene is going to crush me? How is that possible? If you really feel that you owe me, just pay me back later. Yui took back his hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and continued, We didn't get the investment from Shenghong Group, what should we do next? Chapter 5, White Moonlight Visits. Look for new investment. But we don't have much time. You have to try it though. Maybe there will be no results if you try, but if you don't try, there will definitely be no results. Su Xun clenched his fists with a determined look. Yuhi was somewhat touched by Su Xun's ironclad perseverance. He stared at Su Xun intently, like a hungry wolf seeing its prey. Su Xun pretended to be afraid and put his hands over his chest, asking, What? Yuhi smiled, very beautifully, with a sense of bringing disaster to the country and the people. She is worthy of being the beauty of the computer science department of Qingdao University. This is the Su Xun I know. Just focus on finding investment and don't feel any psychological pressure. The reason I came to you is purely because I don't want to work for others. I don't want to be controlled by others. I want to be my own boss. So even if I don't become a boss in the end, it's not your fault. Who made the current market like this? It's not easy to start a business. Don't worry, the worst that can happen is that I sell myself again. Su Xun was joking. With Yui's comfort, he felt much better and his fighting spirit was rekindled. Yui sneered contemptuously, Who wants you? Do you really think you are so handsome? You are just lucky to meet the anxious Chu Yoyu. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I'm obviously very handsome, okay? Su Xun even shook his jet black hair on purpose. Yui smiled widely, and habitually insulted Su Xun a few times before saying seriously. By the way, since Chu Yoyu's white moonlight is back, shouldn't you move out of Chu Yoyu's house? Otherwise, wouldn't it disturb the young couple? Su Xun nodded in agreement, it is indeed time to move out. Although Chu Yoyu asked me to move out after the divorce, I know she is acting according to the agreement. I am not a fool and I will not really refuse to leave. Did you find a house? No, I'm looking for it. Do you have time to look for it now? Don't mention it, it's really gone. Leave the house to me, and you can just focus on finding your investment. Yuhi, it's my blessing to have a friend like you. Su Xun looked sincere. This is what he really thinks. From childhood to adulthood, Yuhi has helped him a lot. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a blessing. Yui rolled his eyes at Su Xun and said, if you really think so, then please make my dream come true and let me become a boss. I want brand name bags, a big house, a sports car, and lots of small change. Almost. Very soon. I've been eating this cake of yours for several years. A boss who can't paint a big picture is not a good boss. Night. After a busy day, Su Xun returned to the villa. When he opened the door, he immediately saw the pair of beautiful red high heels on the shoe rack. Su Xun was very surprised. In the past, Chu Yoyu only came back once every few days. It was not known whether it was because the company was busy or if she was intentionally keeping a distance from him. I didn't expect to come back today. Logically speaking, Chu Yoyu's white moonlight is back. Shouldn't she be reminiscing about the past with her white moonlight in the hotel and telling her about the longing and grievances she has felt over the years? After closing the door and changing into slippers, Su Xun came to the living room. Just as he expected, Chu Yoyu was not in the living room, but in the room. Su Xun walked lightly and carefully to the door of Chu Yoyu's room, and put his ear quietly to the door. He wanted to know if Zhang Zitao came back with Chu Yoyu. If he comes back, he will sleep outside tonight. He doesn't want to disturb others, and he doesn't want to eat dog food. As luck would have it, the door opened at this moment, and Chu Yoyu, wearing a black dress, appeared in front of him. Su Xun froze. I was so embarrassed that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. His mind was racing. I was thinking about how to explain this obscene scene. Fortunately, Xu Yoyu was considerate and took the initiative to help Su Xun out of the predicament. I'm the only one at home. Ah. Oops. Su Xun smiled awkwardly but politely. Xu Yoyu didn't care about eavesdropping. I'm a little hungry. What do you want to eat? All right. I'm going to do it now. Su Xun disappeared from Xu Yoyu's sight at the fastest speed. He originally wanted to remind Xu Yoyu Zhang Zitao's personality. But after thinking about it, I gave up. Xu Yoyu is a love-brained person. If someone says something bad about her white moonlight, not only will she not believe it, she might even make herself look bad, working hard but getting no thanks. It's better not to meddle in other people's business. Ding-ling ding-ling. The doorbell suddenly rang. Su Xun put down the vegetable leaves in his hand and walked out of the kitchen. I opened the door and it was Zhang Zitao outside. What a coincidence, Mr. Su, we meet again. Zhang Zitao was the first to say hello with a polite smile, giving people a very approachable feeling. It was as if everything that happened during the day was an illusion. Su Xun also forced a smile, as if nothing had happened. Hello, Mr. Jiang. There is nothing much to say about things in the workplace, even if someone is deliberately targeting you. After all, business is a matter of mutual consent. Su Xun felt that there was no need to bring emotions into reality. At most, after knowing what kind of person Zhang Zitao is, you should stay away from him. Yoyu is in the room, and I still have to cook, so I won't accompany Mr. Jiang. Su Xun didn't talk much with Zhang Zitao and returned to the kitchen. Although life is like a play, it is still disgusting to keep pretending to be hypocritical with Zhang Zitao. The smile on Zhang Zitao's face disappeared immediately. He performed a Sichuan opera face-changing, turned his head to look at the interior decoration, and smiled happily and contentedly. He walked to the door of Xu Yoyu's room and knocked on it. Yoyu. Why are you here? Xu Yoyu asked as he opened the door. She was the same as she was during the day, with not much emotion on her face, and she looked cold and a bit like a wooden figure. He looked towards the kitchen with some concern. Xu Yoyu was afraid that Su Xun would feel uncomfortable. They are legally married, and this is their wedding house. Now an outsider has come. Even if it's just an act, he should have some objections, right? This is what Xu Yoyu thought in his heart. Nothing, I just missed you, Yoyu, so I came to see you. I don't know if it was intentional, but Zhang Zitao's voice suddenly became much louder. Yoyu, I didn't expect you to decorate the house into what we once dreamed of. We even painted the painting on the wall together back then. The shape of this house and the arrangement of the furniture are exactly the same as the home we once imagined. It's a pity that I broke my promise and couldn't stay with you forever. But don't worry, Yoyu, from now on, I will never leave you again, and I will spend my whole life making up for what I owe you. Su Xun pursed his lips in the kitchen. The house is not big and there is no noise, so it's not like we can't hear anything. Is there any need to speak so loudly? Faced with such a sensational scene, Xu Yoyu did not speak, and did not seem to be moved. She looked at the kitchen with a more worried look. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart. It was obvious that she and Su Xun were just a couple by agreement. Now, why does she still care so much about Su Xun's feelings? Su Xun in the kitchen put away the dishes, took out his cell phone, and walked out of the kitchen pretending that someone was calling. What? What happened to you? You can't even handle such a small matter. You are such a useless bunch of rubbish. All right, your company will be ruined sooner or later. Wait, I'll go over and take care of it now. Chapter 6 We are just ordinary friends. Yoyu, Mr. Jiang, something happened at the company. I may not be back tonight. You guys can order takeout. Putting down his phone, Su Xun gave his acting skills a perfect score, confident that he would definitely not be noticed. He doesn't like people showing off their love to him. Maybe it's very romantic and touching for Xu Yoyu. He would only feel disgusting and nauseous, with goosebumps all over his body. It would be better for him to leave this place of trouble. I can't handle takeout. Xu Yoyu saw through Su Xun's thoughts at a glance. Then just cook something for yourselves. Besides, isn't Mr. Jiang here? Mr. Jiang will definitely be able to handle this little thing. Zhang Zitao nodded and agreed. Yoyu, since President Su has something to do, let President Su do it. I often cook for myself when I'm abroad these years. My cooking skills may not be as good as the chefs in the hotel, but it will definitely not be bad. Chu Youyu ignored Jiang Zito beside him. Looking at Su Xun, who was about to walk to the door, he said with a rare hint of anger in his tone, Su Xun, we are just ordinary friends. Can you please not be like this? You are only embarrassing us. Su Xun stopped in embarrassment. He didn't expect Chu Youyu to directly break this window paper. Could it be that he really made a mistake? Isn't Jiang Zitao Chu Youyu's white moonlight? Or, after not seeing each other for so many years, Chu Youyu no longer likes Jiang Zitao? Jiang Zitao, who likes flattery, had a particularly ugly expression on his face, especially when he saw the 4 words ordinary friends, which made him clench his fists silently. Su Xun smiled awkwardly at Chu Youyu. He walked quickly back to the kitchen. Now that things have come to this, he feels embarrassed to leave. Zitao, it's getting late, you should go back. Chu Youyu coldly ordered them to leave. Jiang Zitao couldn't believe it. Youyu, are you chasing me away? Chu Youyu didn't mean that, but her inexplicably irritated mood made her too lazy to explain and she just acquiesced. Now, she really doesn't want Jiang Zitao to stay here. Maybe she has become accustomed to the fact that there are only her and Su Xun at home. Her daily routine was suddenly disrupted and she was not used to it for a while. Jiang Zitao's face turned pale. He thought that when he came here, even if Chu Youyu would still be as conservative as before and nothing would happen, he would be very welcoming and clean up the room for him to stay. Unexpectedly, reality ordered him to leave. Is it all because of that person? Jiang Zitao looked towards the kitchen with an unfriendly gaze. It was clearly just a marriage agreement. Why did Chu Youyu care about him so much? Could it be that Chu Youyu fell in love with him? Jiang Zitao didn't know that subconsciously he trusted Chu Youyu very much and directly killed this possibility. But he was very unhappy, and all this unhappiness came from the guy in the kitchen. Youyu, are you mad at me because I've been away for so many years? I said, I didn't. So, do you still like me now? Chu Youyu lowered her eyes and remained silent. The man in front of her was her childhood sweetheart who grew up with her. Well, she must have liked him before. Over the years, she felt that she had not changed and she was still the same person. But I don't know why. Now, she is confused. I don't know how to answer Jiang Zitao's question. Taking a deep breath, Chu Youyu looked up at Jiang Zitao and said, Zitao, I don't want to lie to you. It's been too long, and I don't know anymore, so we can still be good friends like before, okay? So do you like him? He and I are just friends. Youyu, I believe you. As long as you say we are friends, then we are definitely just friends. Jiang Zitao first breathed a sigh of relief, then blamed himself and said, Youyu, I know that I have been away for so many years. It is normal even if you don't like me anymore. After all, time is the most ruthless knife in the world. If I let you continue to like me, I would be too selfish. But it doesn't matter. Now that I'm back, everything is still in time. I will slowly make you like me again, and we will definitely be able to go back to the way we were before. Chu Youyu didn't look Jiang Zitao in the eye. It's more like not wanting to, instinctively not wanting to. If you have any problems in the future, you can call me. He and I are legally married. If you show up here, it's easy for people to misunderstand you. He's a good man, and I can't ignore his reputation. Youyu, you are still as kind as before. I understand. I'll leave first. Bye. Jiang Zitao waved and left the villa. Not long after. The food is ready. Seeing that only Chu Youyu walked out of the room, Su Xun asked casually, where is Mr. Jiang? Leave. At this time, why don't you stay for dinner? Chu Youyu didn't respond. After sitting down at the dining table and taking a few bites of food, he looked at Su Xun and said, Su Xun, Zitao and I are just friends. Don't misunderstand us again in the future. Isn't he your white moonlight? Su Xun, who was sitting opposite, was gossipy. Chu Youyu raised her eyebrows. I said we are friends. Didn't you like him before? The past was the past, the present is the present, and now, we are just friends. Su Xun said oh. Whether they are friends or lovers, what does it have to do with him? Are you free tomorrow? Su Xun suddenly remembered something. What's wrong? If you have time, go and get the divorce formalities done tomorrow. I've been very busy these past few days. The longer you put it off, the less time you'll have. Do you really want to divorce me? Chu Yoyu put down his bowl and chopsticks, and his appetite was gone in an instant. Su Xun narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yoyu. Didn't you want a divorce? Let's talk about it when we have time. Oh well. The next morning, Su Xun arrived at the company, and just as he walked into the office, several people followed him in. What do you want? Su Xun looked at the several veteran employees in front of him, and a bad premonition swept over him. Several people looked at each other, hesitating and seeming to want to say something. Finally, a girl wearing glasses mustered up the courage to say, "Senior, I'm sorry, I can't hold on any longer. I know this is the most difficult time for the company and we should work together in advance and retreat together with the company, but I really have no other choice. My younger brother is getting married at the end of the year and asked me to take out 200,000 yuan. If I don't have a source of income, then I won't be able to make up the difference." With someone taking the lead, the others also gained the courage and spoke up reluctantly. "I can't hold on any longer. My credit card has been maxed out. My girlfriend said she will break up with me if I don't get paid anymore. Senior, I feel the same way. Now every day when I open my eyes, I have to deal with all kinds of expenses. Without a source of income, I really can't survive in a big city like Star City. Senior, you know me well. I have to pay off my mortgage and car loan. I am really under a lot of pressure." Chapter 7, Emergency. Su Xun saw something. "You want to resign? We already know that Shenghong Group's investment failed. Senior, we don't want to leave either, but we need to eat. Senior, if there is still a chance, I am willing to follow you. Everyone has made up their mind to leave." Su Xun turned his head away, feeling guilty and no longer daring to look at the people in front of him. If the investment is gone, you can always find another one. But no one knows when we'll find it. Senior, please let us go. That's right, Senior. Our salary is already low, and now it's been 3 months in arrears. We really can't hold on any longer. Su Xun walked to the French window, looked at the bustling scene outside, and was speechless for a long time. He has been painting big rosy pictures for them for several years. They get low wages, do extremely demanding work, and have no complaints at all. It's not for anything else, I just really want to develop the company. They are a really good group of employees. Once you leave, you may never meet again. Su Xun didn't want to let them leave. But they are not wrong, they need to eat and have their own lives. And all of this is inseparable from money. If he continued to try to keep her, Su Xun felt that he would be too selfish. But if they don't retain him, all their efforts over the years will be in vain. Su Xun was unwilling to accept this. For the sake of the company, he was willing to go into debt and sell himself just to keep the company alive. He has put all his effort into this and doesn't want to give up. Several people in the office looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Their senior, who is also their boss, is actually a very nice person. He doesn't have any bossy airs at all and is very polite. Last year, a colleague's family member fell ill and was in urgent need of money. When the senior found out, even though the company was already short of funds, he resolutely took out a large sum of money to give to that colleague. Therefore, if the seniors absolutely disagree with them leaving, they will not lose face and insist on leaving. If you just don't leave. Everyone sighed. Su Xun, who was standing in front of the French window, suddenly raised his head, forced a smile, and turned to look at the few people. How about this, isn't there still 5 days before salary is paid? Can you give me the last 5 days? If the company still hasn't received investment after 5 days, I will sell everything that can be sold in the company and give you some compensation if I can, so that we can part ways in peace. If God wills it. Then Su Xun had no choice. We should not be too selfish. If we blindly prevent others from going to the deep sea, we will harm them. He was prepared for the worst. Maybe everything he did was a joke in itself. Dreams, are they so easy to realize? The dream is shattered, and it's time to wake up. Senior, we all listen to you. Several people nodded and walked out of the office with some sadness. This is where they have struggled and they have long regarded it as their home. But now, this family is about to break up. Finding investment in 5 days is as funny as a poor student getting admitted to Tsinghua University. You really think so? He walked in dressed in a professional suit. Her slim and plump figure is so seductive against the tight professional suit. Su Xun slumped down in his chair, sighed in annoyance, and replied, "What else? I have been dragging everyone down for long enough. Since it is destined to have no results, why should I continue to struggle? You should have realized this a long time ago. Yui sat down on the desk with his back to Su Xun, looking at the tall buildings outside the French window. Do you know? Today, Shanghong Group sent employment invitation letters to all technical personnel, including me, and the salary is twice as high as that in the industry. Really? Su Xun sneered. Not only did he not invest, he also poached people. Jiang Zitao is really a mean person. Isn't it? Xu Youyu has such a bad taste that she actually fell in love with such a person and loved him to death. What do you think? What can I think of him? He is such a narrow-minded person. I might as well like you instead of him. Hey, from what you said, it sounds like I'm useless too. Su Xun glared at Yuhi in pretended displeasure. What I'm asking is, what do you think of the employment invitation letter from Shanghong Group? I have no idea. I'd rather work for a despicable person like that than suffer the consequences of my actions. Yuhi raised his head proudly. Besides, I don't like being a company slave. I want to be the boss. I am the only one who manages others, and no one else should manage me. Su Xun smiled without saying anything, stood up, picked up his bag, and walked out of the office. Yuhi asked, "Where are you going?" "Go find investment, otherwise how can you be a boss?" "Xiao Su, work hard and try to buy this boss a Mercedes-Benz this year." "Come on." The next 3 days. Su Xun has been racking his brains to find investment. He used all his connections and tried every possible way, but unfortunately he still failed to get investment. Either they dislike the lack of experience, or they dislike the high risk and low return. Maybe this is God's will. The scorching summer is like a furnace. Su Xun was sweating profusely on the street. He has somewhat accepted his fate. I have been hitting a wall and failing again and again in the past few days. His fighting spirit was gradually worn away. Walking into a coffee shop, Su Xun ordered a cup of iced coffee, trying to calm himself down. Sudden. The phone in my pocket rang. It's Yuhi's call. What's wrong? Su Xun collapsed. Yui's frightened voice came from the phone. Su Xun was confused. What collapsed? The clothes fell apart. Su Xun immediately received a picture sent by Yuhi on his Weibo. In the picture, the adhesive strip of a piece of underwear is broken. Su Xun, help me, please buy me a new one, Model C. I'll wait for you in the office. The corner of Su Xun's mouth twitched fiercely, and he habitually said sarcastically, "Who told you to eat so well every day? You are overnourished now, right? Okay, I got it. I'll go buy it for you right away." Su Xun walked out of the cafe helplessly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it. His friendship with Yuhi is so deep that it ignores gender. If Yuhi were not a woman, they could be said to be true buddies. When he was in college, Yuhi gave him underwear as a birthday gift. Although it was a prank, the quality was really good and he wore it for 4 years without any holes. Walking into a shopping mall, Su Xun found a relatively high-end clothing store. Su Xun? I don't know if it was a coincidence or an accident, but Xu Youyu was also in this shopping mall and happened to see Su Xun walk into a clothing store. It is a clothing store that specializes in women's clothes. Why is he going to a women's clothing store? Xu Youyu walked towards the clothing store in confusion. Su Xun was in the clothing store, choosing clothes from the shelves filled with various styles. Soon, he locked onto a youthful style green dress with a large white rabbit pattern. Although Yuhi is usually carefree and not ladylike at all, in fact only Su Xun knows that she has the heart of a little girl. She likes pink and girly things, but does not like things that are too sexy. Chapter 8, Social Death Scene. After taking the clothes off the shelf, Su Xun just turned around and saw a familiar figure at the door, walking in slowly. At that moment, his mind went blank. Then, my body instinctively wanted to hide and head for the shelter in the clothing store. However, every time Su Xun hid behind a shelter, Xu Youyu would walk towards that direction. Finally, he was forced into the fitting room helplessly. Shouldn't he have been discovered? Su Xun's heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out. If Xu Youyu saw him coming to a women's clothing store and buying women's private items, he would definitely think he was a pervert. Others would just think he was buying it for his wife. But Xu Youyu is his nominal wife. Waited for several minutes. Su Xun took a deep breath to build up his courage and walked out of the fitting room. As a result, I just opened the door. Then he saw Xu Youyu standing at the door. For a while, the air seemed to freeze. The two of them stared at each other. Su Xun just felt like the sky was falling. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Picking my toes in embarrassment. Could it be that Chu Yoyu had already seen him? The more he hides, doesn't it mean he is more guilty? Now there is no way to wash yourself clean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Well, if I say that things are not what you think, would you believe it? Su Xun forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. This pervert is doomed to be punished today. Chu Yoyu looked at the small piece of clothing that was balled up in Su Xun's hand, and then looked at Su Xun. What is that? I bought this for a friend of mine. She's been overnourished lately and has started growing, so she accidentally broke it. She asked me to buy her a new one, and I couldn't refuse. Su Xun pretended to be calm and quickly explained the whole story in one breath. The only way he could prove his innocence was to stay calm. Chu Yoyu didn't seem to care whether it was true or not. She asked curiously, which friend? Someone who lets you buy something like this must not be an ordinary friend, right? Is it your girlfriend? No, childhood friend. You and Jiang Zitao are like that. Childhood sweethearts? There's a high chance that childhood sweethearts like each other. Haven't you heard that childhood sweethearts are worse than those born from heaven? She and I are just friends, we have no other identities. There was actually no need for Su Xun to explain. He and Chu Yoyu had an arranged marriage and were a fake couple, so it didn't matter that he had a girlfriend. It's just that it concerns his reputation. As a good friend, he must care about it, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. She's really not your girlfriend? Do I have to lie to you? Chu Yoyu thought it made sense. For some reason, she felt a very strange feeling in her heart, which made her feel extremely comfortable. The tightness in her chest caused by the hot weather outside also disappeared. Your company is far away from here, why do you come here to buy clothes? Chu Yoyu asked in confusion. I haven't been in the company these days. Not in the company? Then what are you doing every day, leaving early and returning late? Looking for investment, what else can I do? Investment? Chu Yoyu narrowed her eyes. Didn't Zitao invest in your company? Didn't the deal go through last time? Su Xun nodded. Boss Jiang said the company's plan is not good. Even if that's the case, it can be changed. He asked you to meet him at the airport, which means he values your company's project. How could he refuse to invest just because he was not satisfied with the plan? Su Xun smiled faintly and said nothing. Chu Yoyu saw something. Is it related to me? Investment is not a joke, and it's normal to be cautious. Su Xun doesn't like to say bad things about people behind their backs. However, it can be seen from here that Chu Yoyu is capable in the workplace. No wonder he can take the helm of such a large company at such a young age. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. Su Xun left the clothing store. When Chu Yoyu followed out, Su Xun's figure had already gone into the distance, then gradually became blurred, and finally disappeared at the end of the distance. Yoyu, are you here to buy clothes? I thought you had something urgent to do and left first. Jiang Zitao appeared beside Chu Yoyu holding 2 cups of lemon tea. Chu Yoyu retracted her gaze and looked at Jiang Zitao. You didn't invest in Su Xun's project? Who told you that? It doesn't matter. Jiang Zitao did not deny it. He looked helpless and said, yes, Mr. Su's plan did not satisfy the company's top management. Investment is such a big thing, it is not up to me alone to decide. I have no other choice. Are you sure it's not because of me? Chu Yoyu looked doubtful. Jiang Zitao felt very aggrieved. Yoyu, I've only been abroad for a few years. Have I become such a dark person in your heart? Or, did President Su say something bad about me? Su Xun didn't say anything. I was the one who suspected it. You can hate me for abandoning you for so many years, but you can't doubt my character. I have always done things in an upright manner. I am very optimistic about President Su's project, but many things in the company need to be decided in meetings. You are already the president, and you should be very clear about this. Jiang Zitao said seriously. It doesn't look fake. Only then did Chu Yoyu retract his questioning gaze. I don't doubt your character, I just want to hear your answer in person, Zitao. Su Xun is a very good person, I sincerely hope that you can become good friends. I know that Mr. Su is not only a good person, but also capable. I am trying hard to be friends with him. 7 o'clock in the evening. Chu Yoyu opened the window and the sky outside had become completely dark. Looking at the prosperity, bright lights, and nightlife of Star City, her eyes were a little dazed. Yo-Yu, why hasn't your husband come back yet? A very beautiful woman suddenly appeared behind Chu Yo-Yu, stretched out her hands, and hugged Chu Yo-Yu coquettishly. Chu Yo-Yu's face flushed a little. She gently pinched her best friend Han Jiajiao's face and pretended to be angry and said, Jiajiao, if you say anything nonsense again, I will ignore you. It's Su Xun, okay? Han Jiajiao pouted pitifully, Yo-Yu, why hasn't Su Xun come back yet? I'm hungry. I don't know. Usually when I get home from get off work, he's at home. Maybe he's busy today. What should we do then? Continue to wait for him? Let's not wait any longer, let's cook for ourselves. Ah. Han Jiajiao fell on the soft bed like a ball of mud. Yo-Yu, I need to eat delicious food to not be sad. Now you let me cook for you, even if there is delicious food, I won't be happy. Chu Yo-Yu forcibly pulled Han Jiajiao up from the bed. Who told you to eat the food cooked by Su Xun? You can only blame yourself, okay? Come on, I'll cook, and you can just help me. Isn't it because you always say that your husband's cooking is delicious that I'm curious? Han Jiajiao. What? Didn't you get the marriage certificate? If you got the marriage certificate, wouldn't he be your husband? Han Jiajiao, I'm going to fight you. Miss, be careful, I'm the monkey picking peaches. Ah. Chapter 9 You fall in love with Su Xun. Yo-Yu, Zhang Zitao is back. Have you asked for a divorce from Su Xun? In the kitchen. Han Jiajiao was picking vegetable leaves and Chu Yo-Yu was peeling garlic. Yes, I did. How did he react? No response. What? You are such a rich, beautiful, and wealthy girl, and Su Xun just let you go like that? Han Jiajiao felt incredible. Rich woman. Men's favorite. Even if it was a fake marriage, it was registered at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wouldn't that cost them a huge sum of money? Jiajiao, Su Xun is not that kind of person. He agreed to marry me because he was short of money at that time. It seems that Su Xun doesn't like you. It's really rare. You are the beauty of our finance department. Han Jiajiao nudged Chu Yo-Yu with her arm and said with an evil smile, Yo-Yu, do you think Su Xun doesn't like women? Or is your charm not great enough? Maybe I'm not charming enough. Tisk, you've been chosen as the most beautiful girl in the department, how could you not be charming enough? Han Jiajiao pouted with envy, then did you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau? No. What's going on? I'm busy. I don't have time. Is it you? Or him? I. Han Jiajiao covered her mouth with her hands in shock, as if she had discovered some incredible secret, with a face full of gossip. Yo-Yu, you have time to accompany me today, how could you not be free? Chu Yo-Yu didn't say anything. Subconsciously lowered his eyes. Han Jiajiao's pupils widened. Yo-Yu, are you in love with Su Xun? I don't. No means no, why at me? And why can't you look me in the eye and say no? I? Chu Yo-Yu was speechless for a while. Yes, why wouldn't she dare? Han Jiajiao excitedly put down the vegetable leaves and took Chu Yo-Yu's hand. Yo-Yu, are you really in love with Su Xun? I said no. Then why are you blushing? Why am I blushing? I'm not blushing. Chu Yo-Yu turned her back and didn't let Han Jiajiao see her face. Because her face is a little hot now. My heart was beating faster, it was a panic feeling. Why is this happening? Chu Yo-Yu herself didn't know. TSK. Han Jiajiao shook her head. Yo-Yu, guess what I smelled? What? The sour smell of love. I'm ignoring you. Chu Yo-Yu pretended to be angry and kept a meter distance from Han Jiajiao. She could feel her face getting hotter and her heart beating faster. What a strange feeling. Han Jiajiao stuck to him like a dogskin plaster. Yo-Yu, let me ask you, do you still like Zhang Zitao? Chu Yo-Yu hesitated for a while, and replied confusedly, I don't know. Then it can be confirmed. Han Jiajiao clapped her hands excitedly. Chu Yo-Yu asked doubtfully, what are you sure about? Are you sure you've fallen in love with Su Xun? Han Jiajiao said with certainty, Yo-Yu, don't rush to deny it. Although you have never been with Zhang Zitao, he was the first person you liked. He can be considered your first love. Now that you are not sure that you like him, it means that your heart has changed, and Su Xun is the one who made you change your heart. Zhao Jiao, even if I don't like Zhang Zitao, what does this have to do with Su Xun? It's a big deal. You obviously have time, so why are you dragging your feet and not going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the divorce procedures? Chu Youyu thought for a moment and said, maybe she's used to being together and she's reluctant to let him leave. But this is a normal emotional factor and can't be considered love. After all, over time, even animals can develop feelings, let alone humans? Okay, let me ask you again. You are not sure whether you still like Zhang Zitao. If Zhang Zitao and Su Xun quarrel, who will you help? Help whoever is right. My dear lady, don't think like that. If you treat them as a quarrel without right or wrong, who will you help? Who is more important in your heart? Chu Youyu thought for a long time but did not answer Han Jiaojiao's question. Han Jiaojiao rolled her eyes helplessly, then let me ask it another way. When you are with Zhang Zitao and Su Xun, whose emotions do you care more about? Chu Youyu still didn't speak. But in her mind, she recalled the disgust she felt when Zhang Zitao came to her house last night, as well as her worry and fear about Su Xun. The result is obvious. But Chu Youyu didn't tell Han Jiaojiao. She was just asking herself. Did she really fall in love with Su Xun? Han Jiaojiao gently pointed at Chu Youyu's forehead. You are still a novice when it comes to love, so you don't quite understand what love is. But believe me, you really like Su Xun, but you don't even know it yet. I'm an experienced person, I have experience. Chu Youyu sighed softly and said, Jiajiao, don't tell anyone what we just said. After all, these are just guesses. Miss, send me the money. 5 million for keeping quiet. I think you're looking for a fight. Ah. Woo, no love anymore, Youyu, you actually stole my trick of learning how to pick peaches from a monkey. Who made you deserve to be punished? Look at me trying to catch the moon from the bottom of the sea. Ah. After some fighting. Han Jiaojiao put away her unruly look, looked at Chu Youyu very seriously, and said, Youyu, I think Su Xun is better than Zhang Zitao. You will never regret choosing Su Xun in the future. Oh? Really? What's wrong with him? Curiosity flashed in Chu Youyu's eyes. Han Jiaojiao smiled like a bit of a fangirl and said, have you forgotten? When I was in college, you and Su Xun were in the same class. At that time, he would often take the initiative to help me with hard labor that required strength, which was enough to show that he was a kind-hearted person. Moreover, 7 years ago, Zhang Zitao abandoned you and went abroad in order to inherit the family property, no matter how much you begged him. If such a person abandons you once, he will abandon you a second time in the future. How can he compare with Su Xun? You don't like Su Xun, do you? You know what, I actually liked him before, but it's a pity that he didn't have any interest in me. Han Jiaojiao, I will keep this secret for the rest of my life. If you don't obey me in the future, I will tell Chen Dong. Han Jiaojiao didn't care at all and was not scared. Sumi, what's the big deal? Who hasn't been there? Didn't Chen Dong like other girls before he met me? Besides, nothing happened between Su Xun and me. Isn't it normal to have a crush on someone during adolescence? Tell me, how many people have you had a crush on? Anyway, there are more guys than you, handsome, tall, with good figures. I have had a crush on them all. Han Jiaojiao suddenly remembered something, and the smile on her face froze, but Youyu, Su Xun seems to have a childhood sweetheart, who is very beautiful and maybe as beautiful as you. I have seen them get along, and it can be seen that they have a good relationship. If you really like Su Xun, it may not be easy to deal with it. Childhood sweetheart? Chu Youyu thought of the small dress Su Xun was holding in the clothing store during the day, and muttered, did you buy it for her? What did you buy her? Nothing. Chu Youyu immediately changed the subject. Jiaojiao, how did Chen Dong offend you this time? Can't you sit down and talk it out? Why are you running away from home again? Chapter 10. Why didn't you tell me that you were short of money? 10:30 at night. Su Xun dragged his tired body back to the villa. He ran around outside all day today and his legs were almost broken, but he still couldn't find any investment. I opened the door and saw bright lights on in the living room. On the shoe rack, the pair of red high heels are very eye-catching. Home again? Su Xun was very surprised. Chu Youyu has been home for 3 consecutive days. This didn't exist before. Moreover, during these 3 days, her childhood sweetheart was in the country. It seems that Chu Yoyu is really not interested in Zhang Zitao anymore. Su Xun was somewhat happy for Chu Yoyu. Zhang Zitao is not a good person. Such a pile of manure does not deserve flowers. Walking into the living room in slippers, Su Xun was even more surprised. Chu Yoyu was actually sitting on the sofa in the living room. In the past, when Chu Yoyu returned home, he would usually stay in his room if he had nothing to do. I have never been so bored sitting on the sofa like today. You're back? Chu Yoyu spoke first, breaking the silence in the living room. Su Xun nodded. Why haven't you slept yet? I can't sleep. Chu Yoyu asked, why did you come back so late today? Busy. Looking for investment? Did you find it? No. Su Xun took some clean clothes and went into the bathroom. He closed the door and turned on the water heater. Streams of cold water sprayed out from the shower head, wetting his body. His moisturized skin gradually relieved his fatigue. Su Xun closed his eyes and let the water column fall on his head, then flow down and spread all over his body. Today, his last hope was shattered. He has made his choice. Split up and disband. Sell everything that can be sold, and let everyone part ways amicably. Su Xun sighed. I forced myself to put away my messy thoughts and began to clean my body. A few minutes later, Su Xun came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Chu Yoyu's graceful figure was still on the sofa in the living room. Su Xun walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out 2 cans of Coke, then sat down opposite Chu Yoyu and gave Chu Yoyu 1 can. What's wrong? Do you have something to say to me? I asked Zitao today, and he said that the refusal to invest has nothing to do with our identities. I didn't say it had anything to do with this. I'm just afraid you'll misunderstand. Don't worry, I'm not that narrow-minded. Actually, Zitao is a very nice person. You are not familiar with him yet. Once you have a better relationship, you will know. Su Xun nodded and smiled without saying anything. Doesn't he know who it is? It can only deceive a love-brained person like Chu Yoyu. But Su Xun didn't say anything to Chu Yoyu. He had no evidence, and Chu Yoyu wouldn't believe it even if he told her. He doesn't want to be seen as a villain who talks bad about others behind their backs. Why didn't you tell me that you were short of money? It's not a small amount of money. You think I won't lend it to you? I just don't think I'm worth that much money. How can you know if you don't try? Chu Yoyu stretched out her hand to Su Xun, her fair and delicate hands. Give me your company's plan, I'll bring it to the company tomorrow. What? You want to invest in me? Su Xun looked at Chu Yoyu in surprise. Business investment is not a small amount, can you just invest it? When did he become so close to Chu Yoyu? Soon, Su Xun felt relieved. For a rich girl like Chu Yoyu, this amount of money is nothing. After all, they have been living together for 2 years. Perhaps for Chu Yoyu, this friendship is worth the money. Chu Yoyu replied calmly, we are friends, and it is only natural for us to help each other. Besides, I need to see your plan first. I can't afford to pay back so much money. Su Xun stood up and walked towards his room. It's getting late, go to bed early, good night. Chu Yoyu is the president of a listed company. She could finalize such a small investment by herself. It seemed like a business investment between companies, but in fact it was a selfish help from her. This favor was too great for Su Xun to repay. Although this amount of money is nothing to Chu Yoyu. But for him, it was an astronomical figure. Su Xun believed that their friendship had not yet reached this level. Chu Yoyu, who was sitting on the sofa, stared at the closed door of Su Xun's room for a moment before retracting his gaze. He took a sip of Coke with a strange expression on his face. The next day, Su Xun prepared breakfast. Chu Yoyu, who usually gets up at this time, was nowhere to be seen this morning. Su Xun came to the door of Chu Yoyu's room and shouted, Yoyu, get up and have breakfast. There was no response from inside the room. Su Xun knocked on the door again. There was still no movement inside. Out of instinctive fear, Su Xun opened the door. The room is more than a dozen square meters, clean and tidy. There is a faint fragrance in the air, which is particularly pleasant. Just standing at the door gives people an inexplicable feeling of happiness. Why did she go out so early today? Su Xun closed the door and had to eat both breakfasts by himself. Star City gradually became lively as the sun rose over the eastern mountains. In another villa area, A white Porsche drove into the yard of an ancient-style villa. After parking the car, Chu Yoyu, dressed in a professional suit, got out of the Porsche. Her slender and straight figure was so dazzling under the first ray of sunlight in the morning. "Hey! Yoyu, why are you back?" Entering the villa, Chu Xun and Tang Xiuli, who were having breakfast in the living room, were surprised to see Chu Yoyu suddenly come in. Besides being surprised, parents were also delighted to see their children. Chu Yoyu looked at the two and asked, "Mom, Dad, where's my sister?" Chu Xun replied, "Your sister is still sleeping." "Why are you still sleeping at this hour?" Chu Yoyu went upstairs. He stopped at the door of Chu Yuyu's room and knocked on the door. "Sister, wake up." After knocking for more than a minute, there was movement in the room and Chu Yuyu's sleepy voice was heard. "Yoyu, you are such a heartless girl. You come here to disturb your sister's sweet dreams as soon as you come back." "Oh. Sister, I have something important to discuss with you. No matter how important it is, it's not as important as your sister. I didn't go to bed until 2 o'clock. Did you know that lack of sleep can easily cause wrinkles?" Chu Yuyu's resentful voice came out again. Soon, there was a crack in the door with a click. Chu Yoyu pushed the door open and walked in, just in time to see Chu Yuyu listlessly lying on the big soft bed. She is a beautiful woman who was somewhat similar to Chu Yoyu, about the same height, but with a better figure. Chu Yoyu then sat down on the bed and stretched out her hand to shake Chu Yuyu. "Sister, don't sleep yet, I have something important to tell you." Chu Yuyu raised his hand depressedly, and said half dead, "Don't shake it, I'm listening, if you have something to say, just say it quickly." "Sister, I want to ask you for a favor." Chu Yoyu told Chu Yuyu that Su Xun needed investment. Chu Yuyu sat up on the bed, leaning against the headboard, looking at Chu Yoyu with an amused smile. "You mean, your husband's company is facing an economic crisis, and you want me to come forward in the name of not knowing and invest in your husband's company? Sister, can you be serious?" A blush immediately appeared on Chu Yoyu's oval face, and she lowered her eyes shyly. Chapter 11. I will support you. "Oh my, you used to get angry every time I teased you, but now not only are you not angry anymore, you even blush. It seems like there has been a substantial breakthrough in your relationship with Su Xun." Chu Yuyu was really happy for Chu Yoyu. Su Xun is a good person and she likes her brother-in-law very much. Now that her silly sister has finally stopped making mistakes, as an elder sister, how could she not be happy? Chu Yoyu lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Chu Yuyu. "Sister, I'm talking to you seriously, okay?" Okay. Chu Yuyu put away his teasing smile and showed curiosity. "Yoyu, since you want to help Su Xun, why don't you invest in him yourself? This way he will know who is helping him, and he won't have to go through so much trouble." "I wanted to, but Su Xun didn't agree." "Why?" "Maybe it's because of your dignity that you don't want to accept my charity." This was Chu Yoyu's guess. She also didn't know the real reason why Su Xun refused. In fact, Su Xun simply felt that their friendship was not worth that much money. Chu Yoyu's investment is different from others. It is an investment similar to alms. If he makes money, it's fine, but if he loses money, it's fine. He didn't know how to face Chu Yoyu in the future. Chu Yuyu supported her pretty face with one hand, blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Chu Yoyu. "Then you let me invest in him. What's the difference between this and your investment? We are sisters. We are different. Your company is an internet company, which is of the same type as Su Xun's. Your investment in him will make it appear to be a real business investment. Besides, I won't let you go to Su Xun directly. I will make some arrangements to turn this deliberate investment into a coincidence. Yuyu, it seems that you really have feelings for Su Xun. You actually think so much about him and spend so much manpower and resources on him." Chu Yuyu looked relieved. Chu Yoyu lowered her head again, her face flushed. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, it's my dear sister." Chu Yuyu hugged Chu Yoyu from behind and said with an evil smile, "But Yoyu, you and Su Xun have been married for so long, when will you let your sister hold your nephew?" Chu Yoyu's face became even redder. She didn't say anything, and it seemed as if she didn't dare to speak. 8 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Su Xun arrived at the company, he called Yu-hee to his office. "What's wrong? You're looking for me right after you arrived at the company?" Yu-hee, with her hair in big fluffy waves, followed Su Xun into the office. She was dressed like a queen today, beautiful and cool. "How much money is left in the company account?" "There are still tens of thousands of dollars left." Go and book a private room for tonight. Find a high-end hotel and tell all your colleagues that we are having dinner tonight. What's going on? He was confused by Su Xun's words. Did you find investment? But I heard you say you didn't find any last night. Su Xun replied calmly, tonight's dinner is not to celebrate anything, but a farewell party. He didn't sleep all night last night. After a night of careful consideration, he made his decision. We have decided to dissolve the company and let everyone part ways amicably. He didn't want to drag everyone down anymore, didn't want to waste everyone's youth, and paid for his unrealistic dreams. After all, the business lifespan of programmers is very short, and in a decade or so, they will lose their advantage. He had already thought of this result. But when that day really came, she still felt very uncomfortable. This time, he did not sit down on the desk as he did in the past, but sat down on the chair opposite Su Xun. Isn't there still one day left? It's useless. Even if we are given another month, we may not be able to find investment. I have been a burden to everyone for long enough. Let's just go our separate ways. So what are your plans next? What else can I do? Just find a class to attend. Su Xun forced a smile. He graduated from a higher education institution with a degree in finance, so it was not difficult for him to find a job. What about you? What are your plans? I have no plans, and I don't want to be a social animal. Just eat and wait to die? Yui said nothing, but glared at Su Xun fiercely. Su Xun said with a playful smile, how do you get money to eat if you don't work? You support me. Okay, I'll support you. Su Xun was joking, but he was also telling the truth. It's not just that they have a good relationship, but also that Yui's help to him over the years is enough to support him. Supporting a woman, with his ability, is not a problem. What if your wife gets jealous in the future? Then drive her away. Brothers are like limbs, and women are like clothes. I am a woman too. He ran out of topics to talk about. Su Xun shut his mouth. How could he still be in the mood to joke? Even Yuhi, who is usually cheerful and optimistic. There was also silence at this moment. The company's bankruptcy was a huge blow to them. This is where they once fought. They have already regarded this place as their home. They all want this family to thrive. I don't want it to end so abruptly. They founded this company since college. It is not just a company but also their youth. They don't want to have any regrets in their youth. In the oppressive silence. I don't know how much time has passed. Until Su Xun's cell phone rang. The silence in the office was broken. Who's calling? Lu Zhua. Su Xun didn't think much about it, turned on the speaker and answered the call. Lu Zhua, his college classmate and roommate. Hey, Lu Zhua, what's wrong? Brother Sun, have you found investment? A clear voice came from the phone. Su Xun sighed and said, no, we are preparing for bankruptcy liquidation. Don't worry, I found it for you. Real? Su Xun stood up excitedly. There was also a hint of color in Yuhi's clear eyes. Brother Sun, how could I lie to you about such a big thing? Ever since you came to me a few days ago, I have pushed your company's project to all the corporate executives I know. Just now, the president of Chime Technology Company, Limited called me and said that he is very optimistic about this project and wants to meet with you. He asked me if you have time? Chime Technology Company, Limited. Su Xun widened his eyes in surprise. This is a famous internet company in Star City. There are several national-level LP masterpieces. If he could get investment from such a large company, then his company, which is like a small workshop, could be said to have upgraded its muskets to cannons and transformed itself into a phoenix. Yes. I am free anytime. Okay, then I'll arrange it for you. After a few more polite words, Su Xun picked up his briefcase and almost ran out of the office. He almost slipped and bumped into the wall. Yuhi raised his hand and gently patted the steep mountain, then asked, panting, can we cancel the room tonight? If you don't retreat, you either celebrate the game or break up the game. Chapter 12 Pull. Come out of the office building. Walking towards the warm breeze, Su Xun felt so happy that he felt the air was sweet. Lu Zhui is the second generation of a business owner. After graduating from university, he has been working as an assistant to his father. He does not have much real power, but he has a lot of experience and a wide network of contacts. Su Xun asked him for help a few days ago. There were no results at that time. Who would have thought that when you have given up, a turning point would appear? Being noticed by a big company like Chi Mei and also getting the approval of Chi Mei's president, this investment is almost certain to happen. After a while, Su Xun received a WeChat message from Lu Zhua. The content of the message was, the president of Chi Mei Technology Company, Limited asked him to meet at Xingyu Hotel at 9 o'clock. Su Xun excitedly clenched his fist and shouted. He is the president of Chi Mei Technology Company, Limited, meeting him in person. This time the investment is 100% certain. Su Xun walked to the side of the road and stopped a taxi. Even though he had plenty of time, he kept urging the driver to drive faster. Now, he just wanted to get to Xingyu Hotel as soon as possible. At the same time, in a high-rise building in Star City, Chu Youyu, dressed in a formal business suit, answered a phone call. Youyu, come and save me, a dong hit me. Han Jiaojiao's cry for help was heard from the phone. Chu Youyu shrank her pupils and asked, Jiaojiao, calm down first, what happened? I don't know how Ah Dong found me just now. He asked me to go back with him. When I didn't want to, he beat me. I asked you to stay and sleep with me last night. I'm just afraid of disturbing you too, aren't I? Where is it? I'll be there right now. Xingyu Hotel. After getting out of the taxi, Su Xun looked at his cell phone. It was only 8:30. He walked into Xingyu Hotel, booked a private room, and then sent the room number to Lu Zhua, asking Lu Zhua to forward it to the president of Chi Mei Technology Company, Limited. In the midst of anxiety and tension, time came to 9 o'clock. Su Xun thought that the president of Chi Mei Technology Company, Limited would be late, but only half a minute later, there was a slight knock on the door. Su Xun immediately stood up and trotted to the door. With a bright smile, he opened the door and stretched out his hand. Hello, I'm Su Xun, from Lingyun Technology. Looking at the person in front of him, Su Xun became speechless before he could finish his words, and his half-extended hand froze in mid-air. Su Xun, what's with that expression on your face? What? Don't you welcome me? Chu Youyu teased Su Xun jokingly. They are two sisters. One is passionate and talkative. One is cold as ice and taciturn. They are two people with completely different personalities. No. No. Su Xun, who had come to his senses, said in shock, Sister, are you the president of Chi Mei Technology Company, Limited? Don't you think so? That's not what I meant. Su Xun felt mixed emotions. He was very happy to be noticed by a big company like Chi Mei. But when he found out that the president of Chi Mei was Chu Youyu's sister, he felt a strange feeling in his heart, an indescribable emotion. I didn't expect Lingyun Technology to be your company. Chu Youyu walked past Su Xun, walked into the box and found a seat to sit down. Let me see your company's plan. Your sister is not here now, only President Chu of Chi Mei and President Su of Lingyun Technology. Su Xun nodded, took out the document from his briefcase and handed it to Chu Youyu. Chu Youyu took the plan and read it carefully. This made Su Xun feel more at ease. They were reading the plan seriously instead of responding perfunctorily, so it didn't seem like a premeditated plan. Chu Youyu read it for about 10 minutes before closing the plan. He was very satisfied and said, Your plan is very good. It is so accurate that it describes what to do every hour in a day. Mr. Su, the project is fine now. Let's talk about investment. Boss Chu, please call me by my name. Su Xun was not used to it. Su Xun had been to Chu Youyu's home many times. It can be said that in that family, Chu Youyu was the person who treated him the worst. His nominal father-in-law and mother-in-law, including the sister in front of him, were all very kind to him and truly treated him like a family member. Su Xun is a grateful person. Although he and Chu Youyu got married by agreement, he really regarded Chu Youyu as his own sister. So, he didn't want Chu Youyu to be so polite to him. Okay, then there's no such thing as a boss here. I'll call you by your name and you can call me sister. Chu Youyu stretched out his hand to Su Xun. You can start now. Su Xun nodded and cleared his throat. We are going to take out 50% of the company's shares in exchange for 50 million investment, but these shares only have the right to dividends, not the right to manage the company. No more? Su Xun smiled awkwardly and said, We are just a small company and are not qualified to make so many demands. Su Xun, we are a family. I won't hide it from you. I am very optimistic about your company's project. If it is developed according to your company's plan, it will have great prospects. Chu Youyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of sharpness in the workplace, but, you are a new company after all. With 50 million, I don't know how many companies like yours can be bought. Therefore, 50 million can only be exchanged for 50% of your company's shares, and only dividend rights. Su Xun, should I say that you have a big appetite? Or should I say that you think too highly of your company? Sister, I know the conditions I proposed may be a bit high, but games are expensive. If I ask for less, then what difference does it make whether I have the investment or not? It was the first time that Su Xun saw his usually gentle sister being so sharp, and he was a little uncomfortable with it. However, the business world is like a battlefield. In order to gain the greatest benefits, he did not back down and continued, "But sister, as the president of Chime, you are very experienced in the internet field. You should already know the expectations and emotions of our project. If this project is launched, it will definitely bring in very considerable income. 50 million in exchange for 50% of the shares, this is not a losing deal. I know. I came here because of the anticipation and emotion of your project. I also know that this project can make money, but nothing is absolute. It's better to be safe than sorry. 50 million may not be a big deal for Chime, but it's also a big sum. As the president, I won't be so squandering that I don't treat money as money." The corners of Chu Yuyu's mouth curled up beautifully. That is an affirmation of Su Xun's ability in the workplace. Even though so many flaws were pointed out to her, she remained calm and even painted a rosy picture for herself. It seems that her brother-in-law is not an ordinary person. Chu Yuyu was a little envious of Chu Yoyu. She had always thought that Su Xun was a good person, and now he had demonstrated such strong abilities in the workplace. Unfortunately, he is already her brother-in-law. Chapter 13: Winning Investment. Sister, I have investigated the market. Although fighting games have been on the market for a long time, they are still popular and have many users. In addition, our project has added many novel gameplay methods. Each level is linked to another, which makes people want to play again. The most important thing is that the game mainly promotes the two-dimensional style. How many users are there in this circle? The national level video website Chime is enough to give the answer. As for the game currency, we have two ways to recharge, one is to spend money, and the other is to watch ads. It does not delay users with money and users without money. This way, the income can be maximized. 50 million may be earned back in one day. Do you have any advertisers? Can you tell me how many ads you have attracted? We don't have many advertisements, but Chime does. We can take over the advertisements, so Chime can make two profits. Su Xun, you are truly a business genius. Chu Yuyu gave Su Xun a thumbs up. But, fantasy is beautiful, reality is cruel. Su Xun, although we are a family, this is useless now. I will only consider the interests of Chime. So, even if you say it to the sky, I will still think that the amount of this investment is not proportional to what is exchanged. Sister, the business world is like a battlefield. You don't have to worry about anything. Just say whatever you want to say. If you want 50 million, that's fine. If you only want 50% of Chime's shares and only the right to dividends, that's fine too, but I have one request, which is to sign a gambling agreement. If Chime fails to recover the investment within 2 years, Lingyun Technology will belong to Chime, and all Lingyun Technology employees, including you, will have to sign a 10-year employment contract. Of course, if you lose in the end, Chime will pay Lingyun Technology employees according to the company's highest standards. Sister, no wonder Chime started to thrive after getting a new president. It was hard for Su Xun not to admire Chu Yuyu. Once this gambling agreement is signed, Chime can almost be said to be sure to make a profit. Lingyun Technology won the bet, and Chime received a huge dividend. If Lingyun Technology loses the bet, all the company's employees will become Chime employees. You know, in the workplace, capable employees are more valuable than gold. Gold costs several hundred yuan per gram, but capable employees can generate hundreds of millions or even more in revenue. Make a deal. Su Xun confidently extended his hand towards Chu Yuyu. He will never lose. And even if they lose, with a big company like Chime to back them up, both he and his younger classmates will be protected. This wave is not a loss at all. Chu Yuyu thought so too and shook hands with Su Xun to seal the deal. Did you bring the contract? Yes. Su Xun was looking for the contract slowly and unhurriedly, while asking, Sister, did Yoyu know that you came to see me? Why should she know? I'm not here to have an affair with you. I'm here to meet a client, okay? I just didn't expect that client to be you. Xu Yuyu rolled his eyes at Su Xun and said, "You don't think that Yoyu asked me to invest in you, do you? I tell you, in the business world, I don't recognize any relatives. Not to mention Yaoyu, even if it's my parents, I won't give them the slightest bit of face." Su Xun felt much more at ease. Xu Yuyu and he are in the same industry, the internet. As the president of Chime, Xu Yuyu is qualified to evaluate whether their company's projects are good or not. I choose to invest because I really think the project is good. Wasn't it Xu Yoyu who asked her to come? Thinking of this, Su Xun didn't hesitate any longer and took out the contract. After Xu Yuyu took a quick look, he signed his name beautifully on the contract. The stone that had been weighing on Su Xun's heart also disappeared at this moment. After closing the document and handing it to Su Xun, Xu Yuyu encouraged him, "Su Xun, work hard. This project of your company has great prospects. Come on." Thanks. Xu Yuyu can definitely be considered as Su Xun's senior. After receiving recognition from such a big shot, he finally felt that his efforts over the years were not in vain. "I was pulled out without even having breakfast. I'm hungry. Come eat something with me." "Good." Su Xun called the waiter and ordered several of the restaurant's signature breakfast dishes. "But then again, Su Xun, did you offend someone? How come no one wants to invest in such a good project? Even if you are a new company, you shouldn't be unable to get investment. At most, you just add conditions." Xu Yuyu really thinks that Su Xun's company's project is very good. Before, she thought that the project was not good and that was why she couldn't attract investment. It was not until she saw the project that she couldn't help but wonder if Su Xun was being targeted? Probably, no. Su Xun has never had any conflicts with anyone in the workplace. In real life, I do have some conflicts with Jiang Zitao. With the strength of Shenghong Group, it can indeed target small companies like his. But these are just his guesses, and he won't speak without solid evidence. Xu Yuyu took out his cell phone, found his assistant's WeChat, and sent a message asking her to check the matter. Su Xun is her brother-in-law and her family. How can we let outsiders bully us? I can tolerate it with my brother-in-law, but I can't tolerate it with my sister. But she only has one sister, Xu Yoyu. At this moment, outside the box, Xu Yoyu rushed to Xingyu Hotel and entered the elevator. She had just pressed the door closing button when a hand suddenly reached in and forced the half-closed elevator door open again. The one outside is Jiang Zitao. They were not surprised to see each other. Han Jiaojiu's husband Chendong is Jiang Zitao's good friend. It was Xu Yoyu who asked Jiang Zitao to act as a matchmaker, which led to Chendong and Han Jiaojiu meeting each other and eventually getting together. They are Chendong and Han Jiaojiu's friends, and also their matchmakers. It goes without saying that it would appear here. What a coincidence, Yoyu, I knew you would come too. Jiang Zitao spoke first with a gentlemanly smile. Xu Yoyu nodded slightly. Then, the two took the elevator together and went up to the 15th floor. Before reaching room 1508, I could hear noises coming from the front in the corridor. The female voices were making a lot of noise. The male voices coaxing and flattering in various ways. Xu Yoyu shook her head. This was not the first time she had seen such a situation. Why did Chendong ask you to come? Let me help him persuade Jiaojiu. Jiang Zitao asked, what about you? Yoyu? Jiaojiu said Chendong beat her. I think Jiaojiu said that on purpose? Chendong loves Jiaojiu so much, how could he bear to hit her? Xu Yoyu did not refute. Xu Yoyu and Jiang Zitao opened the door of room 1508 and walked in. The room was in a mess, with all kinds of things knocked over and broken on the floor, including kettles, quilts, stools, tables, cups, etc. Chapter 14 Misunderstanding. You are finally here. If you hadn't come, he would have beaten me to death. Han Jiaojiu had a sad face and threw herself into Xu Yoyu's arms, as if she had suffered a great injustice. It's unfair, Yoyu, Zitao, I really didn't hit Jiaojiu. The tall man with side bangs looks a bit like Chendong, the young man in the notebook. He is more wrong than Doi. Xu Yoyu patted Han Jiaojiu's back to comfort her and said, Jiaojiu, it's okay, don't be afraid. Tell me, how did he hit you? Zitao and I will take care of it for you. Jiaojiu, if Chendong really hits you, I will definitely beat him to a pulp. Jiang Zitao rolled up his sleeves in indignation. Han Jiaojiu left Xu Yoyu's arms, muttered, and stretched out her hand pitifully, look, this is what he did. There was a bloody scratch on Han Jiajiao's arm that was as long as a finger. Xu Youyu glared at Chen Dong angrily. Chen Dong, you are going too far. It's okay if you don't pamper Jiajiao, but how can you treat Jiajiao like this? You little brat, wait and see how I deal with you. Jiajiao is your wife, how can you hit Jiajiao? Zhang Zitao pretended to go up and beat Chen Dong. Chen Dong was speechless for a while, turned his head, patted the red and swollen face, and said, "Look carefully, who hit who? I just scratched Jiajiao accidentally, but I was hit hard on the face several times." The anger in Xu Youyu and Zhang Zitao's hearts was like being poured with a basin of cold water, and they immediately lost all their temper. His face is so swollen, who hit whom? Is there any need to ask? Xu Youyu looked helplessly at the guilty Han Jiajiao. Jiajiao, aren't you just crying thief? Look at Chen Dong's face, what has it become after you beat him up? Who told him to hit me first? Han Jiajiao pouted, very unconvinced. Chen Dong immediately corrected him, I said it was an accident. Then I was also surprised. Han Jiajiao started to act like a rogue. Chen Dong sighed helplessly. Having such a living ancestor is really a hassle. Xu Youyu and Zhang Zitao looked at each other and saw speechlessness in each other's eyes. Jiajiao, you are too ridiculous. Can you just say such things casually? Do you know that you are a sheep? If you are really in danger in the future, who will take care of you? Youyu, I don't love you anymore. It's fine if you don't help me, but you actually blame me? Han Jiajiao has not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, and looks even more aggrieved and pitiful. Xu Youyu had a serious expression, and had no intention of playing with Han Jiajiao. She said, Jiajiao, you are really too much. Fortunately, Chen Dong loves you enough. However, this kind of patience can only happen once or twice, but not countless times. If you don't know how to restrain yourself, sooner or later, Chen Dong will let you do whatever you want, and then you will cry. Han Jiajiao finally became afraid and dared not act willfully anymore. She lowered her head, bit her lip and said nothing. Xu Youyu looked at Chen Dong seriously again. Chen Dong, if Han Jiajiao dares to act unreasonably again in the future, you don't have to be polite to her. If she has any opinions, come to me. Han Jiajiao is her only best friend. Xu Youyu really didn't want Han Jiajiao to push him into the fire pit. Compared to those bad friends who say one thing in public and do another in private, she feels that as a true friend, when the other person goes astray, you should do everything you can to pull the other person back, even if the behavior crosses the line. Han Jiajiao didn't dare to raise any objection. I'm already honest, please let me go. Youyu, you're too kind. Jiajiao is actually a good person, but she just likes to pretend sometimes. That's nothing. I believe Jiajiao will correct herself in the future. Chen Dong waved his hands and smiled forcefully. Xu Youyu stared at Han Jiajiao for a while and asked, You are not a child anymore. You are about to get pregnant and become a mother. Can you stop being so childish? Tell me yourself. What should we do now? Should we continue to make trouble? Or should we go home with Chen Dong? Husbands and wives always quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Han Jiajiao pursed her lips and didn't even have the courage to look at Xu Youyu. Her best friend was usually gentle and approachable, but once she got angry, she was more frightening than the devil. In that case, then you should solve it yourselves and don't bring it to us again. Xu Youyu turned around and left the room angrily. For Han Jiajiao, it really gives her a headache when she gets upset. It was obviously just a small matter, but it was magnified 100 or 1,000 times, making her worry for nothing. Fortunately, I met Chen Dong, an honest man. This may be the saying that if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Zhang Zitao looked at Chen Dong and Han Jiajiao, made a threatening gesture to beat Chen Dong, and hurriedly followed Xu Youyu. Looking at Xu Youyu who was angry, Zhang Zitao comforted her softly, Youyu, don't be angry. After so many years, don't we know what kind of people they are? This kind of thing has become commonplace for them. We don't need to be so serious. Xu Youyu stopped and looked at Zhang Zitao. Do you think I'm being serious? I was angry when I saw that silly woman Jiajiao pushing Chen Dong away little by little without even realizing it. Chen Dong shouldn't be that kind of person. He would have accepted all of Jiajiao's bad habits a long time ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been together for so long. That's true, but everyone's tolerance is limited. Zitao, you have a good relationship with Chen Dong, so you must persuade Chen Dong more. I will take care of Jiajiao. Don't worry, Youyu. I will. Taking the elevator to the first floor, Chu Youyu and Zhang Zitao walked out of Xingyu Hotel together. Before they had walked far, Su Xun and Chu Youyu, who had eaten and drunk their fill, also walked out of Xingyu Hotel and saw the two people in front of them at a glance. Yo you! Chu Youyu screamed in fear. At this moment, she really wanted to reach out and cover Su Xun's eyes. Her sister walked out of the hotel with a man. It's clear what this means. The thing Chu Youyu feared most finally happened. Chu Youyu and Su Xun got married in a hurry. They all knew that this was Chu Youyu's way of coping with their forced marriage, and there was no love between the two at all. The thing Chu Youyu feared most was that Chu Youyu would cuckold her brother-in-law. In the morning she thought that this kind of thing would never happen. As a result, it was only the morning when the cuckold fell firmly on her brother-in-law's head, and he was caught in the act. Su Xun narrowed his eyes and looked at the man next to Chu Youyu. That figure is Zhang Zitao. He suddenly understood something. Su Xun shook his head regretfully. The fresh flour was stuck in a piece of cow dung, and the good cabbage was eaten by the pig. A love brain is a love brain after all. I thought Chu Youyu didn't like Zhang Zitao anymore. Result. Except regret. Su Xun no longer had any other emotions. He took out the melon seeds he brought from Xingyu Hotel and prepared to eat the melons and watch the show. He was clearly the protagonist, but he seemed to be standing out from it. Chapter 15. Are you worthy of Su Xun? Sister? Su Xun? Chu Youyu thought that the matter was settled and wanted to run over happily. But when she saw Chu Youyu's ugly expression, she was stunned for a moment, then reacted, and a trace of fear immediately engulfed her pretty face. Her sister and nominal husband saw her coming out of the hotel with another man. What does this mean? You can imagine. A deep feeling of powerlessness swept over Chu Youyu. It made her feel like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express her suffering. The current situation cannot be explained no matter how you explain it. Zhang Zitao? You're back? After seeing the appearance of the man next to Chu Youyu became even angrier and more scared. If Su Xun knew that this person was Zhang Zitao. Isn't this marriage of my silly sister? Sister Youyu, long time no see. Zhang Zitao smiled gentlemanly as always and greeted Chu Youyu. Chu Youyu ignored Zhang Zitao, and didn't give him any good look at all, and was very hostile. Don't call me sister, I'm not your sister. I only have one brother, Su Xun, and he's the only one who can call me sister. Coming up to him, Chu Youyu grabbed Su Xun's hand and declared his sovereignty to Zhang Zitao. Zhang Zitao smiled but said nothing. It seemed that this was not the first time he had seen such a scene. He was not surprised and did not react much. Sister, Su Xun, please listen to my explanation. Chu Youyu interrupted Chu Youyu, you have plenty of time to explain. After glaring at Chu Youyu ferociously, Chu Youyu changed his expression faster than turning the pages of a book, and pushed Su Xun away with a brilliant smile. Su Xun, there are still many things to be done later, you should go back and prepare. Su Xun smacked his lips, speechless and somewhat disappointed. He hasn't even seen the show yet. Why did you chase him away? However, Su Xun didn't think much about it, waved his hand and left. The most important thing for him now is to handle the follow-up matters of the investment. As for the rest, they are optional. Looking at Su Xun's lonely back as he walked away, Chu Youyu felt even more distressed. Even though he was cuckolded, he still remained calm. He is such a good man. It's a pity that someone doesn't know how to cherish. Chu Youyu angrily took Chu Youyu's hand, glared at Zhang Zitao fiercely, and pulled Chu Youyu towards the parking lot. Chu Youyu was like a child who had done something wrong, following behind Chu Youyu, not daring to resist at all. When Chu Youyu was a child, her parents were busy, so Chu Youyu took care of her. So for Chu Youyu, even though this sister is only 1 year older than her, she would be very scared when her sister was angry. It was an instinctive fear suppressed by her blood. When they arrived at the parking lot, Chu Youyu stuffed Chu Youyu into the passenger seat of a red Audi and slammed the door shut. Chu Youyu in the car trembled with fear, and looked at Chu Youyu, who was sitting in the main driver's seat with a livid face, and said, Sister, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Nothing happened between Zhang Zitao and me. We're already at the hotel, are you still going to deny it? Chu Youyu, do you think I'm a fool? Sister, I really didn't lie to you, Chu Youyu stretched out his hand to interrupt. Stop, don't explain to me. You should explain to Su Xun now. Su Xun is your husband and the biggest victim in this matter. Chu Yoyu lowered his head. She knew that they were getting married by agreement and Su Xun wouldn't mind. But, I'm sure I'll misunderstand her. Chu Yoyu felt inexplicably annoyed and uncomfortable, even aching. Chu Yoyu sighed and softened his tone a little. Yoyu, you should be conscientious. Even if you and Su Xun have no feelings for each other, even if you were forced to marry Su Xun, you are married after all, so Su Xun is your husband. Now that this has happened, are you worthy of Su Xun? Sister, it's really just a misunderstanding. Why don't you want to believe me? Chu Yoyu hurriedly took out her cell phone, opened Weixin, and opened the chat history with Han Jiaojia. When she came to Xingyu Hotel, Han Jiaojia even sent her a few pitiful voice messages, asking her to come quickly, which can be used as evidence. Sister, if you listen to these voice messages, you will know what is going on. Chu Yoyu turned up the volume to the maximum and played the voice message that Han Jiaojia had sent earlier. I only believe my own eyes. Chu Yoyu didn't believe it. Chu Yoyu, you don't think that you can fool everyone by forging evidence in advance, right? Sister, is it that difficult for you to believe me? It doesn't matter whether I believe you or not. What's important is to make Su Xun believe that it's him, not me, who will live with you. Drive. Being misunderstood all the time, Chu Yoyu crossed her arms angrily and turned to look out the window. The thing she could not accept the most was being wronged. Hey! Chu Yoyu was so angry that he asked, you still think you're right, right? To the hospital. Why are you going to the hospital? You're not wearing it? Chu Yoyu felt even more distressed for Su Xun. Because there is a saying that if you don't wear it, it's not considered a gift. Chu Yoyu lowered her head in shame. You, what are you talking about? I'm going to get checked. I'm a girl. If it's what you think, won't I know after a checkup? You, really nothing happened between you and Jiang Zitao? Chu Yoyu was a little shaken. It was hard for her not to be shaken when he could say such words with such confidence. Chu Yoyu was angry and didn't explain. She said angrily, go to the hospital. Seeing this, Chu Yoyu let out a long sigh of relief. If it was a misunderstanding, then Su Xun was not cheated on, and their relationship could continue. To be honest, she really didn't want to lose her brother-in-law Su Xun. She liked him very much anyway. Wait, what did you say? Chu Yoyu reacted, you are still a girl? In other words, in the past year or so, nothing has happened between you and Su Xun? Chu Yoyu nodded gently, and was too scared to look at Chu Yoyu because everyone in the family thought they were already a real couple. If she hadn't really run out of options, she wouldn't have said this. But who can blame me for this being the only way to prove my innocence? No wonder I said it's been more than a year. Why didn't your stomach react at all? It turns out, nothing happened between you and Su Xun at all. Sister, please don't tell our parents, okay? Chu Yoyu grabbed Chu Yoyu's hand and begged for mercy with a sad face. She didn't dare to imagine the consequences if her parents knew about this. Chu Yoyu didn't say anything. She is a good daughter and doesn't want to deceive her parents. But, I have to hide it from them. Because she was very clear about how serious the consequences would be if this matter was exposed. My sister will get divorced, and my parents will push her again. The last time Chu Yoyu was almost depressed, Chu Yoyu still remembers it vividly. As a sister, how could she not feel distressed? Moreover, Su Xun is a good man. If you let him go, you may never meet him again. Chapter 16 Surprise. Tell me, what's going on? Don't lie to me, or I won't help you. Chu Yoyu could only tell Chu Yoyu the truth about the marriage agreement. So, Su Xun is the husband you bought? I guess so. Chu Yoyu lay with his back against the seat, seemingly unable to accept these things for a moment. After a while, Chu Yoyu said, Yoyu, you are wasting Su Xun's youth. If you really don't have any feelings for each other, you and Su Xun should just part ways amicably. Sister, there is a time limit in the agreement, 2 years, and it will expire in 2 months. So after 2 months, are you going to divorce Su Xun? Chu Yoyu nodded with a hmm. Do you want a divorce? I have no idea. Don't know? So you still have feelings for Su Xun? It's normal to have feelings after a long time. You know that's not the kind of feeling I'm talking about. Chu Yoyu lowered her eyes, not having the courage to look Chu Yoyu in the eye. Chu Yoyu asked, do you still like Jiang Zitao? Have no idea. Do you want to live with him? In no mood. Does Su Xun like it? Probably, don't like it. Then do you want Su Xun to disappear from your world? This time Chu Yoyu did not hesitate and replied, no. Chu Yoyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you no longer like Zhang Zitao. The person you like now is Su Xun. This was the second time Chu Yoyu heard this sentence. She was confused and she really wanted to know. Did she really fall in love with Su Xun? Since you like Su Xun, you should not get divorced after 2 months. Just think of this agreement as a stepping stone on your road to love. But, Su Xun doesn't like me. You should have seen his reaction before. He doesn't care about this matter at all. Who should I blame? It's all your fault. Who made you look so cold all day long? It's good enough that Su Xun doesn't hate you. Chu Yoyu suggested, 2 months later, if Su Xun doesn't mention the marriage agreement, you should just pretend that nothing happened. Then, what if Su Xun mentioned it? Are you stupid? Chu Yoyu pinched Chu Yoyu's face helplessly. Don't you know how to play dumb? As long as you don't divorce, legally, you are husband and wife. Sister, this matter is not as simple as you think. Given Su Xun's personality, he will definitely tell me when the time comes. I can delay it once or twice, but not forever. Don't you know how to turn fake play into real play? If you let Su Xun fall in love with you, won't the problem be solved? Sister, can you explain it more clearly? Chu Yoyu rolled his eyes at Chu Yoyu and said, it's just to let you sleep with Su Xun. Don't you know that sex is the best way to enhance the relationship between husband and wife? Ah! Chu Yoyu immediately covered her eyes with her hands in shame. Chu Yoyu shook his head and sighed, forget it. You liked Jiang Zitao so much back then that you didn't even let him touch you. Now you are asked to make it a done deal with Su Xun. This is indeed a bit difficult for you. Chu Yoyu held his chin with one hand and realized it, and then said, Yoyu, you can be nicer to Su Xun. You are so beautiful. As long as you are gentler and more feminine, Su Xun will definitely fall for you. Sister, you are still a single yourself, is what you are teaching me useful now? Chu Yoyu looked doubtful. Chu Yoyu became anxious. Chu Yoyu, I was kind enough to help you with your plan. How could you repay kindness with hatred and expose my scars? Sister, I'm just telling the truth. Lies hurt no one, but the truth is the sharpest knife. Ah! Sister, it's itchy there, don't. The two sisters had a fight in the car. Anyway, I only recognize Su Xun as my brother-in-law, and my parents also only recognize Su Xun. You can decide for yourself. Chu Yoyu fastened his seatbelt and started the car. Chu Yoyu didn't respond. She is very confused now, not knowing what to do or what to do. Sister, is it done? Chu Yoyu suddenly remembered something. Chu Yoyu nodded and said, it's done, but Yoyu, didn't you realize that Su Xun is such a business talent before? Sister, I don't quite understand what you mean. Chu Yoyu looked at Chu Yoyu with confusion. Chu Yoyu explained, today I looked at the project of Su Xun's company, including the plan. Just one glance made my eyes light up. Even if he sets higher conditions, I can't help but want to invest in him. As the president, you should know that feeling very well. Su Xun is my college classmate. How could he get into Xingda if he's not smart? Chu Yoyu thought it was normal. She had never doubted Su Xun's ability. Su Xun gives me the impression that he is not just smart. He is like the protagonist of a novel, with a dazzling aura. He will accomplish great things sooner or later. Even if you hadn't asked me to do so, I would have invested in him. You can also say that this investment today has nothing to do with you. Really? Chu Yoyu finally showed some expression on her face. To be able to receive such great praise from you, sister, it seems that Su Xun is really capable. Just wait, sooner or later, Su Xun will subvert your cognition. Fasten your seatbelt, I'll take you to the company. Chu Yoyu was worried about letting Chu Yoyu get off the car here. Jiang Zitao might still be nearby. Even if Chu Yoyu proved her innocence, Chu Yoyu would only feel at ease if she was sent to the company. Sister, don't go to the company first, go to the hospital. I already believe you, why should I go to the hospital? I want Su Xun to believe it too. Yoyu, that's great. You've made progress so quickly. Keep it up and try to give me a nephew next year. Sister, drive carefully. Back to the company. Su Xun was not in a hurry to tell everyone about the investment. Because he wanted Yuhi to know it first. Yuhi is the only girl in Xingda's Xingha class. He is a genius among geniuses. It's a pity to follow him. Now, in the fog ahead, a way forward finally appears. Su Xun was the first person to stand on this road, and He had worked hard and made great contributions, so there was no reason for him not to be the second. Push open the glass door of the office. He, who was sitting on the office chair, immediately looked over nervously. Su Xun, how is it? Have you signed it? No. Su Xun pretended to be disappointed and shook his head. The smile on Yui's face froze. After a pause, she forced a smile and said, "It's normal that we don't have it. After all, we are a small company. We have no experience and no strength. It's understandable that Chi Mei doesn't like it. Don't be too sad." Su Xun took out a document from his briefcase and threw it on the desk in front of Yuhi. Yuhi raised his eyebrows. "What is this?" "See for yourself." Yui picked up the document, opened it and looked at it, his eyes widened. Then, she stood up with excited shouts, jumped and danced, and finally hugged Su Xun tightly. "Su Xun, that's great, we finally got the investment. The company finally doesn't have to go bankrupt. You know what? I didn't dare to sleep these past few days, because when I did, I would dream about the company going bankrupt and everyone parting ways. Now I can finally sleep peacefully." 2 crystal clear tears slid down from the corners of Yuhi's eyes. Those were tears of joy, tears of happiness. Su Xun shook his head, looking helpless. "Just be excited, why hug him? You are such a grown-up, why are you still acting like a child?" Su Xun pursed his lips and did nothing. "They are good friends, what's wrong with hugging each other? What's more, other people's best friends, both male and female, all rolled into the same bed. Their hug is nothing compared to the big one. Su Xun, you bastard, just sign it, why did you lie to me? You made me secretly sad for nothing." As she was laughing, Yui suddenly burst into tears. She vented out all the grievances that she had been hiding in her heart for days. She raised her little fists and gently hit Su Xun's chest. "I'm just imitating the TV show and want to give you a big surprise, right? You are frightened. If I had a heart disease, I would have passed away because of you. How can it be so exaggerated? You won't die even if I die. Pa, if you don't know how to comfort others, then don't comfort them." Chapter 17. Maybe you are fantasizing about me every day. For a while. Yui's crying finally stopped. She left Su Xun and looked at him. She was so angry that she grabbed Su Xun's hand when he was not paying attention and wiped the tears and snot from his face as a revenge. Then he raised his head and glanced at Su Xun, very proudly, as if saying, "I let you lie to me." Looking at the sticky, wet liquid on his hands, Su Xun curled the corners of his mouth and picked up the tissue on the desk to deal with it. Yui put away his amusement, looked at the investment amount on the contract, looked at Su Xun in confusion, and asked, "Why is it 50 million? Isn't Chi Mei too rich? They don't even bargain?" "I did, but I didn't agree. Then I made some promises to her and fooled her into signing it. It still has to be you." Yui gave Su Xun a thumbs up of praise. She had experienced this guy's ability to make big promises. Su Xun sat down on the chair and confessed, "I'm lying to you. Actually, the president of Chi Mei is my sister, Chu Yoyu's sister." Although she said that the business world is like a battlefield, she would at least give me, her brother-in-law, some face, so she added a gambling agreement. "You can read the details yourself." Yui sat down at the desk, opened the contract and took a look, and said in shock, "You have even found a way out for us?" "I guess so. Chi Mei is a big company. If our company goes bankrupt, going to Chi Mei would be a good choice for everyone. Others are others, I am me, you are selling me out as well." Yui looked back and smiled coquettishly, "But then again, are you considered a gigolo?" "Why am I a gigolo?" Su Xun was completely confused. Yui explained, "Chi Mei's president is Chu Yoyu's sister. The fact that she was able to sign this contract is somewhat related to your and Chu Yoyu's status. Isn't this equivalent to eating gigolo food? If you want to be a gigolo, then be a gigolo. Being a gigolo is a skill. You should envy me." Su Xun didn't care. There may be such a thing as affection in business, but it is more about interests. He firmly believed that Chu Yoyu signed the contract for the sake of benefits, and the most he did was to relax the conditions a little. So he doesn't think this is a behavior of living off others. Unless this is a conspiracy in itself and not a real investment. Yui leaned down, getting closer to Su Xun, and asked uncertainly, "Su Xun, this investment, could it be intentional?" "You mean Chu Yoyu? Or her sister? Are you on good terms with them?" Don't you know whether it's good or not? Chu Yoyu and I have a normal cooperative relationship, at most we are friends. As for Chu Yoyu's sister, she is a nice person, but she is just an ordinary sister. So, the possibility of it being intentional is very small? Nonsense, we were able to get this investment because of our hard power. Other factors are not important. Su Xun had had this doubt before. But, he couldn't think of any reason why Chu Yoyu would do this. Chu Yoyu is a nice person, but they don't have much interaction with each other. How did he know that he was looking for investment? Even if you know it, it is impossible for you not to treat money as money. Or, is Chu Yoyu helping me? Su Xun found it even more impossible. They are just friends. Even if this little money is nothing to Chu Yoyu, they would not go to such great lengths to help him. Moreover, the matchmaker was Lu Zua. It's impossible that they asked Lu Zua for help, right? Su Xun is not narcissistic, and he does not think he is that important among the Chu Yoyu sisters. Yui moved to the chair, leaned back lazily, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply. The company has finally survived, and I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Xun in front of him glanced at Yui and smiled without saying anything. He knew that although Yui had been optimistic and almost unsmiling these days, the pressure she was carrying was not necessarily less than his. After all, this is not just Su Xun's company, Yui is also the boss of this company. By the way, you said before that you would help me find a house. Have you found it? Not yet. How can I find a place with a good environment and cheap price? I never said that. I'd better look for it myself. I don't know how long it will take me to find it. What's wrong? You look like you're in a hurry to move out from Chu Yoyu's place. Did she chase you away? Yui opened his eyes curiously and looked at Su Xun. Su Xun replied, that's not the case. Chu Yoyu is not that kind of person. But guess what I saw today? Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. I signed the contract in the hotel before. When I came out, I happened to see Chu Yoyu and Jiang Zitao coming down from the hotel, so I thought that since everyone else was together, I should move out quickly to avoid disturbing them. So you're being cuckolded? Yui said with a wicked smile. Su Xun glared at Yui angrily. What do you mean I'm being cuckolded? Chu Yoyu and I are not a real couple. She can be with whoever she wants. It's none of my business. But you are nominally husband and wife, so isn't this like being cuckolded? Su Xun wanted to sew Yui's mouth shut. There is really no control at all. Yui asked curiously again, Su Xun, how do you feel now? What do you feel? That's how Chu Yoyu feels when she's with Jiang Zitao. How can I feel? It's none of my business. Su Xun just felt confused. Yui smiled evilly and said, Chu Yoyu is so beautiful, you have been married to her for more than a year, and you still live in her house. Don't tell me that you have no feelings for her at all? You are also very beautiful. We grew up together. According to what you said, should I have some feelings for you as well? It's hard to say. People's minds are hidden. Maybe you are fantasizing about me every day. Ah yes, maybe you fantasize about me every day. You're right, I really did fantasize about you. Yui walked out of the office with a playful smile. Su Xun habitually joked, I'm a tough guy, don't think of me as a little puppy. After leaving the office, Yui told all his junior and senior schoolmates outside about the investment and the signing of the contract. The small studio was in an uproar. There was a smile and hope on everyone's face. The studio, which was originally lifeless and depressing, was now filled with laughter and the sound of keyboards, and it was as lively as the new year. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yui pushed open the office door and walked in. Su Xun, have you found a house? No. Su Xun stared at the computer, dealing with Chine investment matters. Yui rarely sat at the table, but sat on a chair and looked at Su Xun. Aren't you in a hurry to move out? Why don't you find a house? Chapter 18, Love over Friendship. Time is too tight, and I still have investment matters to deal with, so I decided to stay in a hotel for a few days. Hey, you haven't even started making any real money yet? And you're already enjoying yourself? Su Xun spread his hands, looking like he was helpless. My roommate just moved out 2 days ago, so there's a room available now. How about you stay with me first? What a coincidence. It's just such a coincidence. Isn't this a bit bad? Although they are good friends, but, after all, men and women should not be intimate with each other, and Su Xun felt it was inappropriate. You can go or not, do you think I care about you going? He said indifferently, but we have even rolled in the sheets, so what's wrong with living together? Su Xun's fingers froze in mid-air as he typed on the keyboard. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and he said speechlessly, that was when we were kids, rolling around on the bed together. Isn't this just sex? Am I wrong? He argued convincingly. Su Xun narrowed his eyes and looked at He. It's obviously wrong, okay? Sister, that's not a nice word. So what? The facts are the facts. Besides, there are only two of us here, no outsiders. He didn't care at all. Su Xun retorted, I am a man after all, can't you be more ladylike? Even if you pretend for a while. I don't think of you as a man. Su Xun didn't want to bother with He anymore. She's a pretty girl, but she's not reserved at all. It is true that you cannot judge a book by its cover, and you cannot judge the depth of the sea by its depth. Go or not, I'll give you one last chance. Do you want me to go? Su Xun asked with a faint smile. He and He are not only from the same village, but also neighbors. When we were young and ignorant, we often slept in the same bed and lived together, it seemed like nothing happened. It also allows for better communication about company matters. It doesn't matter to me. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, forget it. Then I'll bother you for a few days. It just so happens that the company has a lot of follow-up matters that need to be discussed with you, but it's not convenient to do it over the phone. Are you sure? Sure. Okay, I'll go back and pack it up now, and you can move in tonight. Do you still need to clean up? Don't you know that girls have a lot of secrets? Secret? Su Xun's gaze subconsciously fell on He's fair and delicate hands. This was the first secret that came to his mind. He didn't know when he became so dirty? Could it be, I've watched too many teaching films? He looked down in the direction Su Xun was looking, and a blush immediately appeared on her delicate oval face. She angrily picked up the tissue on the desk and threw it at Su Xun. Then he turned and walked out of the office. The clicking sound of his heels hitting the ground was very rapid, more like he was escaping. Su Xun in front of the computer was grinning from ear to ear. Come out of the office building. He, who usually takes the bus, stood on the side of the road and stopped a passing taxi. Master, go to Xinjiang 2nd Road, hurry up. Half an hour later. He returned to the rental house. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The living room is 30 square meters, with good lighting and a clean and tidy floor. Xiao He, it's not even dark yet, why are you back so early today? A girl came out of the bathroom. She was wearing a facial mask and pajamas. She was surprised to see He in the living room. She is He's roommate and also He's best friend, Lu Kei. Kei, I have something to tell you. He anxiously pulled Lu Kei to sit on the sofa. Lu Kei asked in confusion, what's wrong, Xiao He? Why are you so irritable? Kei, can you please do me a favor? He held Lu Kei's hand tightly, with pleading look in his bright eyes. Lu Kei patted her chest and assured, just tell me, Xiao He, even if it means going through fire and water, I will do it without hesitation. Would you please move out right now? Ah. Lu Kei was stunned. Xiao He, what happened? Why do you want me to move out suddenly? He hesitated for a moment and said, Kei, won't you be angry if I tell you this? All right, go ahead. I promised to let Su Xun move in. What? Lu Kei opened her mouth in shock. Xiao He, why didn't you tell me about such a big thing in advance? If you ask me to move out temporarily now, where can I move to? Kei, this happened suddenly, and he suddenly had no place to live. You know, he and I are very good friends, and I can't just watch him live on the streets. Come on, what era is this? Are you still living on the streets? Why are there so many hotels out there? I think you value women over friendship. In order to better develop your relationship, you want to sacrifice me. I feel like I'm being shot even when I'm lying down. I don't like him. Still being stubborn? You're almost 30 years old anyway. Do you want to die alone? Why are you still standing there? Come over and help me pack my things. I can't do it that fast by myself. Lu Kei feels helpless towards this silly best friend. I clearly have someone I like, but I just never tell them. I had a crush on her since childhood until college, and from college to now. I'm already 25 this year, and if I continue to have a crush on someone, I'll be 30 soon. She kept saying that she didn't like him, and she didn't even look at the many people pursuing her. He is obviously a genius among geniuses, with a bright future, but he would rather delay himself to be with that person. Lu Kai is very confused. What's the good of having a secret crush? If you like someone, just say it. The worst that can happen is that you'll be rejected. What's so shameful about that? Shout he, if you don't take him down this time, I tell you, you will be unworthy of my sacrifice. Yui blushed and said nothing. Lu Kai shook her head, feeling that this silly best friend was hopeless. However, even if there is only a slight chance, she will help this silly best friend to give it a try. So, even if she had to sacrifice herself, she was happy to do it. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After get off work, Su Xun and all his junior and senior classmates went to Sun Yuan Hotel for dinner. All the wages owed to everyone were paid off in one lump sum, and Su Xun also gave each person a bonus of 10,000 yuan. This made the atmosphere in the box very lively. At this moment, everyone is happy from the bottom of their hearts. It's not just that their wages have arrived, but also that after so many years of hard work, they finally see the light in the endless darkness. Yui arrived late. She arrived in a hurry when the party was halfway through. Coming? Su Xun had been waiting for Yui at the door of the box for a long time. Yui, wearing a floral dress, looked more like a sweet girl than the mature lady in her workwear. The dim light in the corridor shone on her, and she looked so beautiful that she seemed to be glowing. Su Xun didn't know if he was drunk, he just felt that Yui in front of him was so dazzling that he couldn't help but look at her twice more. Aren't you all having a dinner party? What are you doing standing here as a boss? Chapter 19 Panic. Of course I'm waiting for you, the other big boss. After seeing Yui's face clearly, Su Xun asked in surprise, why are you wearing such heavy makeup tonight? Don't you usually wear light makeup? Sometimes I don't even wear makeup. I don't know if it's confidence or laziness. Yui reached out and stroked the wavy hair, and asked, how is it? Does it look good? She looks prettier than my mom. Yui kicked Su Xun's shoes lightly in anger. Come on, let's go in, don't keep them waiting too long. You go ahead, I've almost finished drinking, it's time to go back and pack up. Do you need help? No, I don't have much luggage. By the time I finish packing, you should have gathered almost everyone here. I'll contact you by phone then. All right. After leaving the hotel, Su Xun rode the electric scooter back to the villa. When I got home, it was already 8 o'clock. Su Xun opened the door and looked at the shoe rack out of habit, but did not see the pair of exquisite red high heels. It seems that Chu Yoyu is not at home. I don't know if I will come back tonight. At this point, it is highly likely that this will not happen. Su Xun originally wanted to say goodbye to Chu Yoyu, but now he had to leave alone. He took out his cell phone, opened Weixing, and sent a message to Chu Yoyu. Yoyu, I'm moving out tonight. If you accidentally take something away, just let me know and I'll return it to you. After changing into slippers, Su Xun began to pack his luggage. At the same time, in a high-rise building, Chu Yoyu, dressed in a black business suit, was followed by a beautiful girl who looked like a secretary. They walked heroically in the white jade corridor, and the sound of their high heels clicking on the ground continued. Chu Yoyu noticed the phone in her pocket vibrating and took it out. When she saw the message from Su Xun, she suddenly stopped. Seeing this, the secretary who had walked to the front turned back to Chu Yoyu. Boss Chu, what's wrong? The meeting will start in 1 minute. Chu Yoyu took 2 seconds to think, and said, please postpone the meeting for me. I have something urgent to do now and need to leave immediately. But, Mr. Chu, tonight's meeting is very important. That was pushed too. Chu Yoyu was determined. He turned around and walked in the opposite direction, his steps getting faster and faster. At the end, he even jogged. The sound of his heels hitting the ground quickly echoed in the aisle. Watching the beautiful figure walking away, the secretary was very surprised. Having followed President Chu for 3 years, this was the first time she saw President Chu so out of control and so anxious. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Chu Yoyu didn't bother to change her shoes. She took off her high heels directly, drove barefoot, and stepped on the accelerator hard. The red Porsche was like an arrow that had been shot from a bow, and it went away forever. She herself doesn't know what happened? After seeing that message, I couldn't control my anxiety. While I felt reluctant, I also felt a dull pain. It felt like something was slipping away from her, and if she didn't grab it, it might never come back. It only took 20 minutes. Chu Yoyu returned to the villa. She took a look at the lights on in the villa and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After opening the door and getting out of the car, Chu Yoyu walked hurriedly into the house, completely ignoring the several driving violation text messages that appeared on his mobile phone. Yoyu? Why are you back? In the living room, Su Xun, who was about to leave with his suitcase, bumped into Chu Yoyu. He was very curious. Was it a coincidence or an accident that Chu Yoyu suddenly appeared at home at this time? Chu Yoyu glanced at the luggage in Su Xun's hand and asked, "Why are you moving away?" "I found a nice house. I'll have to move out sooner or later anyway, so I moved forward." Su Xun didn't say it was related to what happened in the morning, because that would make him seem petty. Is it because of what happened this morning? Not really. Mainly because I'll be moving out soon, so I don't want to bother you anymore. Why did you bother me? Su Xun didn't know how to respond to Chu Yoyu's words. This is Chu Yoyu's home. She is with Jiang Zitao. If I don't leave, wouldn't that be disturbing her? What happened this morning was a misunderstanding. Jiang Zitao and I are just ordinary friends. Nothing happened between us. The reason we were in the hotel was because Han Jiaojiu had a fight with her husband. Jiang Zitao and I went to comfort her, and we just happened to meet in the hotel. You can ask Han Jiaojiu about these things. Yoyu, you don't have to explain this to me. We wrote it clearly in the agreement. We are just pretending to be husband and wife. We have no restrictions on our freedom and can do whatever we want. Su Xun just felt that Chu Yoyu was a little bit baffling. Why explain this to him? They are not a real couple. Chu Yoyu took out a piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Su Xun. "Look for yourself." "What's this?" Su Xun took the paper and looked at it. "I found out that this was a certificate issued by the hospital. The content of the proof is." Su Xun looked at Chu Yoyu in confusion. Why show him the virginity certificate? Soon, Su Xun felt relieved. Chu Yoyu must have been afraid that he would misunderstand and then get a divorce, so she asked Chu Yoyu to get the virginity certificate. What a good sister. It's a pity that his brother-in-law is fake. However, Chu Yoyu was still a girl, which was beyond Su Xun's expectations. Chu Yoyu liked Jiang Zitao since she was a child. She has remained a virgin for so many years. It seems that Chu Yoyu is a good girl. Do you believe it now? I never doubted you. Because Su Xun was too lazy to doubt. It has nothing to do with him, why bother to doubt him? Chu Yoyu couldn't find an excuse, so she took out the contract and said, "You can't move out yet. Our agreement will expire in 2 months. During this period, you have to live here. I just didn't want to disturb you." I said no interruptions. Looking at Chu Yoyu's resolute look, Su Xun sighed and said, "Okay, as long as you think it's okay." There was no other way. He had signed the agreement, so he couldn't just default on it, right? Su Xun couldn't do such a thing. As for why Chu Yoyu insisted on letting him stay, it should also be related to Chu Yoyu, right? Otherwise, Su Xun couldn't think of any reason why Chu Yoyu would do this. Su Xun put the packed luggage back to its original place one by one. Looking at this scene, Chu Yoyu breathed a sigh of relief, shook his head, and suddenly felt dizzy. He staggered to the sofa and wanted to sit down and rest for a while. As a result, before he even sat down, Chu Yoyu collapsed to the ground. This scared Su Xun, who had just come out of the room, and he ran over as fast as he could. Chapter 20 Gifts. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Su Xun took out his cell phone and wanted to call an ambulance. Chu Yoyu stopped him. "I'm fine, I just have a little hypoglycemia." "Su Xun, can you make me a bowl of sweet porridge?" She hasn't eaten anything all day. Because of what happened in the morning, I was not in the mood to eat lunch. At night, I was so busy that I had no time to eat. In addition, I was in a hurry just now and suffered from hypoglycemia. Good. Su Xun took a few of Chu Yoyu's favorite white rabbit candies and went into the kitchen. While cooking porridge, he called Yu-hee. The other party answered almost immediately. Su Xun asked first, "Is the party over?" "It's over. I'm back now." "Are you home?" "Well, when are you coming over?" "I won't go over." Yu-hee on the other end of the phone paused. "What's wrong? What happened?" Su Xun said helplessly, "The agreed time has not yet expired, there are still 2 months, I can't leave now." Is it Chu Yoyu who won't let you go? Isn't she afraid that you will disturb her? She said no. Do you know how much effort I put into cleaning the house for you? Now you say you can't come? Isn't there anything I can do about this? Su Xun smiled awkwardly. I don't care. This matter won't end until you treat me to a nice meal. Okay, I'll treat you to a seafood dinner, okay? That's more like it. Hang up. Then a beeping sound came from the phone. A stone in Su Xun's heart fell to the ground. He was still joking, which meant he was not angry. Now. In a residential area in Star City. Yuhi, who was sitting on the bed, put down his phone and the forced smile on his face froze. She lowered her head and remained silent for a while, then turned her head to look at the bed behind her. She had just taken out of the closet a black sexy suspender loose lace dress. Taking a deep breath, Yuhi stood up and carefully put the skirt back into the closet. Then he turned on his cell phone and called Lu Kei. Hey, you who forgot your friends for the sake of beauty, how are you doing? Did you do it according to the method I taught you before I left? I tell you, no man can resist a sexy suspender dress with lace edges. Lu Kei on the phone was full of confidence. Yui said in a depressed mood, Kei, please move back. What's going on? Lu Kei's roar came from the phone, which shocked Yuhi and made him blink. Xiao Hihi, what's going on? Isn't your Prince Charming going to move here? Why are you asking me to move back now? He's not coming. Why? Something unexpected happened. Another sudden incident. You said the same thing when you asked me to move out this afternoon. Xiao Hihi, is he making up an excuse because he doesn't want to live with you? Probably not, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to move in with me before. It's really troublesome. I'm almost exhausted because of your trivial matter. I've been moving here and there. Fortunately, I haven't found a house yet. But, Xiao Hihi, you have to compensate me. Tell me, what do you want? Go downstairs and order me some barbecue. I want leeks, pork kidneys, oysters. Why are you, a woman, eating these? What do you care about me? Go ahead and buy a few bottles of wine. I know you're feeling bad now. The next day. After Su Xun went out, he did not rush to the company, but found a jewelry store. He wanted to buy a necklace for Yuhi. He and Yuhi have known each other for as long as he can remember, and it has been more than 20 years now. This gift should have been given long ago. Over the years, Yuhi has given Su Xun a lot of help, and her kindness to him is far more than just this necklace. He has no money now. If he had money, he would give Yuhi a house, a car, a bag. Although these were all the dreams Su Xun had drawn. But without ability, it is just a pie in the sky. Once you have ability, you will naturally achieve your goals one by one. After choosing for a while, Su Xun took a fancy to a very exquisite necklace with a small diamond inside that sparkled. It cost 15,000 renminbi. Su Xun's current salary is 10,000 yuan a month. The 3 months' salary he had just received was cut in half. But Su Xun didn't feel sorry at all. If the money was spent on meaningless things, he would feel heartbroken. But if the money is spent meaningfully, he won't blink an eye even if 3 months' salary is gone in an instant. Carrying a beautifully packaged necklace, Su Xun came to the company and called Yuhi to the office. Yuhi is a technical backbone of the company. He usually writes code outside with his younger classmates. What are you doing? We're busy preparing for the launch of the project. Yuhi opened the lid of the cup and drank most of the water thirstily. Su Xun sat down on the chair and joked, "It's been a whole night, and you're still angry? Who's angry? I asked you to move in just for the sake of friendship. As for whether you move in or not, I don't care at all." Yuhi was the same as always, there was no sign of anything wrong. But I am a little upset that I spent the whole afternoon cleaning the house for nothing. That's what I meant. Someone is going to treat me to a seafood dinner. Even if I am unhappy, I have to endure it. Yuhi sat at his desk as usual, turned the computer screen in front of him, and checked some information. The first ray of sunlight in the morning refracted through the floor-to-ceiling windows, falling on her and illuminating her perfect body curves. Su Xun took out the box containing the necklace, put it on the desk, and pushed it in front of Yuhi. Yuhi took a quick look and then returned his gaze to the computer. While clicking the mouse, he asked, "What is this?" "Open it and take a look." "You're playing tricks on me by making such an exquisite box. Could it be that there's something scary in it?" Yuhi opened the box. When she saw the necklace inside, she was a little dazed. Then, he looked at Su Xun in confusion and asked, "What do you mean? For me?" Su Xun stood up, walked behind Yuhi, picked up the necklace in the box, and put it on Yuhi gently and carefully. "I once said that if you follow me, I will definitely make you a leader. Remember, this is just the beginning. It won't be long before all my promises will come true. Here we go again. What's the point of you painting a rosy picture for me? I'm also the boss. If you want to paint a picture, you should paint it for those people outside." Yuhi lowered her head, looking at the necklace on her chest that was sparkling in the warm sun. The corners of her mouth curled up in a beautiful arc, and the smile on her face was bright and gorgeous. It can be seen that she likes this necklace very much. "Su Xun, am I beautiful?" Yuhi smiled brightly and spun around happily. Su Xun was so mesmerized that he could hardly move his eyes away. Chapter 21. Let's take a ride on the electric donkey. Beautiful, the necklace is beautiful, and she is even more beautiful. She is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Can you be more perfunctory? Yuhi lowered his head, picked up the necklace and looked at it left and right, as if it were his sweetheart. Su Xun asked, "Do you like it?" "I like it. How much is it?" "Just be happy, don't talk about money." "I want to know." "It's not expensive, just over 10,000 yuan. "What?" The smile on Yuhi's face disappeared, and he looked at Su Xun with a look of disappointment. "You spent so much money just to buy a necklace? Did your head get stuck in the door? You're a spendthrift." She thought it was just a few $100s at most. She removed the necklace from her neck and carefully placed it back in the box. "Return it quickly. It's not easy to make money. Save it and don't spend it recklessly." Su Xun refused. "How can I take back something I have given away? I don't want it anymore." Su Xun was somewhat helpless, and picked up the necklace and put it on Yuhi again. "I didn't spend money to buy this necklace, but your love and your happiness, do you understand? I would also like the one that costs $100 or $200, and I would be very happy." "That's different. It's too low class and not worthy of you. I am not related to you, so why should I be worthy of you?" Yuhi wanted to take off the necklace from her neck again. Su Xun quickly reached out to stop him and said, "We are good friends. We're not a couple, so we're not worth such an expensive gift. We are different. We are not ordinary friends. We have been with each other since we can remember. It's not that you are not worthy of this necklace, but this necklace cannot measure our friendship. I just don't have money now, so I chose this necklace as a second choice. But, this is really too expensive and unnecessary." Yuhi looked distressed. Su Xun said domineeringly, "Okay, I've already bought the things, I can't bring myself to return them. If you don't want them, just throw them away." At this point, even if Yuhi was still reluctant, he had to accept the necklace. If she threw away such a valuable thing, she would not be able to sleep for a month. "Thanks." Yuhi looked at Su Xun sincerely. "It's polite to say thank you. Don't you see who we are? We grew up wearing the same pair of shorts." Su Xun waved his hand, sat back in his chair and started looking at the computer. Yuhi looked at the necklace on his chest for a long time before sitting down opposite Su Xun and said, "You just said that this is a gift to commemorate our friendship over the years. It has nothing to do with what happened last night. You still have to treat me to that seafood dinner." Su Xun pretended to be annoyed and looked at Yuhi. "I have already cut off my flesh for you, and you still want to drink my blood? Who asked you to promise me?" Okay, please, tonight." "Real? Fake? Well, considering you bled so much, I'll skip the seafood dinner. But I can't let you off so easily. We'll buy the groceries ourselves and you can cook a feast for me. Whatever you want, as long as you're happy." Su Xun didn't care. A seafood dinner or a homemade dinner were both fine with him. It's just a matter of money and effort. It's better to do it today than to wait for a better day. So let's do it tonight. Good. Su Xun agreed readily. Yuhi was satisfied. She walked out of the office with a sweet smile and humming a little tune. After get off work in the afternoon, Su Xun and Yuhi left the company together. "Send me the location of your home." Su Xun put on a helmet and got on the electric scooter. Yuhi didn't rush to answer. He stared at the electric scooter for a while and asked, "Can your electric scooter carry people?" "Of course you can. Didn't you see there's a back seat? Su Xun asked back, why? Do you want to do it? I haven't ridden an e-scooter yet, so I don't know what it feels like. It feels like flying. Then give me a ride. I'm too lazy to squeeze into the bus. As he said that, Yu-hee was about to sit on the back seat of the electric scooter. Su Xun quickly stretched out his hand to stop him and refused. No, you can't sit. Why? Because no one can sit. Su Xun, what do you mean? You just said you could recruit people? Yu-hee was a little angry about the misunderstanding. What's wrong with pulling her? Are you afraid that a girl like her will take advantage of you? Su Xun explained, theoretically I can sit on it, but legally I can't. Besides, I only have one helmet. It's dangerous. If the traffic police see me, my electric donkey will be towed away. Where are there so many traffic police? Yu-hee sat on the back seat of the electric scooter, not caring about the so-called danger at all. Su Xun was helpless. Do you really want to sit? If you dare to drive me away, I will end our friendship. What should I do if I encounter a traffic policeman? Just let it sit, it's none of my business. It's really none of your business, but it's a big deal to me. Okay, if your electric donkey gets pushed away, I'll buy you a car as compensation. Then wouldn't that make me a gigolo? Are you still not eating enough? Su Xun took off his helmet and put it on Yu-hee's head. Yu-hee asked, what are you doing? Don't you know it's dangerous to ride an e-scooter without a helmet? What are you going to do? The biggest danger to me is you, sit tight. Su Xun started the electric scooter. The scarlet setting sun shone on them, casting shadows of two figures, one tall and one short, on the road. Yu-hee, who was sitting in the back, opened her arms to welcome the wind. Although she was in her 20s, she looked like a little girl at this moment. Su Xun looked at the rearview mirror and curled his lips. He gave a wicked smile and suddenly braked, and due to inertia, Yu-hee hit his back. Asshole, what are you doing? Yu-hee covered his sore nose and gently hit Su Xun. Su Xun pretended to be serious and said, this is a lesson for you. How can you ride an electric scooter without holding on to it? If something unexpected happens, such as sudden braking or drifting, at the very least, it will just hit me, but at the worst, it will fly out directly. Can't you just tell me? You did it on purpose. What a jerk. How can a lesson be more profound than just saying it directly? Then where should I catch it? Catch me. Su Xun said something angrily without saying a word. There are so many places on the email app, don't you know you can just grab it? Do you even need to ask this? Yu-hee hugged Su Xun from behind. Su Xun was dumbfounded. Can't you tell he's speaking sarcastically? There is a lot of traffic on the road during the evening rush hour. Compared with the passing cars, Su Xun's electric scooter looked a bit shabby. However, Su Xun became the object of envy, jealousy, and hatred of every veteran driver on this road. Nothing else. It was because Su Xun was holding Yu-hee from behind. Pulling the beauty from the computer department of Qingdao University. Didn't you say that you would rather cry than laugh on the bicycle? At this moment, every experienced driver in every car on the road has this question. Chapter 22 Wrestling. Su Xun, there is a traffic policeman ahead. What you fear will come true. Hang on tight. After turning into a more hidden path, two uncles in white hats appeared in sight. Although this small electric scooter has been with him for 3 years and is considered an old one, Su Xun still can't bear to let it go. After all, a new e-mule costs several thousand. Su Xun stepped on the ground, did a perfect 180-degree drift, and drove into a small alley. If you walk through this alley, you can pass the uncle in the white hat outside. Su Xun raised the corners of his mouth, and was just about to show off his perfect drift, but the wet ground made the electric scooter slip. The electric scooter lost its balance and fell to the ground after shaking for a while. Hiss. Su Xun hit his ankle and grimaced in pain. But he couldn't take care of himself, and quickly stood up despite the pain, looking at Yu-hee who fell to the ground. How are you? Are you okay? Yu-hee frowned, clenched his teeth, and looked very painful. There was a cut on the calf, and scarlet blood gushed out from the wound, visibly staining most of the calf red. Su Xun's heart seemed to be gripped by something and he couldn't breathe. He hurriedly took out his cell phone. Yu-hee, don't be afraid, I'll call an ambulance right now, nothing will happen. Su Xun regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why did he allow Yu-hee to ride on his electric scooter? It's obviously very dangerous, okay? Don't hit me, I'm fine. Yui grabbed Su Xun's hand and shook his head. But you've lost so much blood. It's just a scratch, that's all. It's nothing serious. Su Xun squatted down and carefully examined the wound on Yui's calf. It's really nothing serious and the wound is not deep. The blood was flowing fast at the beginning, but now it is slowing down. Call. Su Xun let out a long breath, and his tense nerves relaxed. Wait, I'll go to the nearby pharmacy to buy some medicine. No, I'm not that delicate. I suffered more serious injuries than this when I was a kid. When I was a kid, it was when I was a kid. Now is now. When I was a kid, I ran every day and had good physical fitness. Do you run every day now? Su Xun was resolute in his attitude. I didn't understand these when I was a child, but now I know. How could I just ignore it? Yui did not refuse again. She looked at Su Xun's gradually receding back, feeling a little dazed. A few minutes later, Su Xun returned to the alley carrying a small bag. He reached out and patted the back seat of the electric scooter, looked at Yui and said, "Sit tight." Yui did as he was told. Su Xun opened the disinfectant, squatted down, and used a cotton swab to clean the wound on Yui's calf. Ah! Yui immediately moved his foot away in pain. Su Xun roughly grabbed the jade foot back, disinfecting it more gently, and scolded, "Do you feel the pain now? Will you still ride an electric scooter in the future? Hey, do you still have any conscience? You're the one who made me like this, okay?" Yui was very unconvinced and felt aggrieved. She was injured and yet you still blame her. Shouldn't we care about and comfort her? Su Xun disagreed. How come I am the one who caused you to be like this? Everything has risks. I have already told you in advance, but you didn't care. Even if you say that, it doesn't deny that you caused the injury. From a legal perspective, you have to compensate me. Su Xun didn't say anything, but he applied a little more force with the disinfectant on his hands. Ah! Yui moved his foot away in pain. I was so angry that I wanted to kick Su Xun. Su Xun kept laughing with his front teeth bared. Can you still walk? I told you I'm not that squeamish. After disinfection, Yui stood up and walked out of the alley with a limp. The sound of her high heels hitting the ground was very loud in this closed alley. Su Xun looked at the navigation and followed by pushing his electric scooter. It's still 1 kilometer from your house. Just walk there to avoid running into the traffic police again. Casual. Come on, I'll push you. 1 kilometer isn't far, but you're wearing high heels and your legs are injured. Won't your feet get rubbed raw? Yui did not try to be brave and sat down flat on the back seat of the electric scooter. Su Xun pushed a small electric scooter, carrying Yui, and walked on the street. He had a unique style and attracted many envious glances from passers-by. After buying a big bag of vegetables at the community supermarket, Su Xun was about to go upstairs when the cell phone in his pocket rang. Who's calling? Chu Yoyu. Su Xun answered the phone. Hey, what's up? Su Xun, my parents asked you to come home for dinner tonight. Tonight? Well, they said they must let you go back, and I can't refuse. All right. What did Chu Yoyu say? Seeing Su Xun put down his phone, Yui became curious. Su Xun replied truthfully, her parents asked me to go back for dinner tonight. It's written in the agreement. I can't refuse such a thing. Go away. Yui reached out to take the bag of vegetables from Su Xun's hand. Su Xun took the bag away and said, I can't go back on my promise to you. Can you make it in time? It doesn't matter if it's a little later. I just don't have to eat with you. How narcissistic. I didn't ask you to stay and eat with me. After going upstairs, Yui opened the door. As Su Xun walked into the house, he turned his head to look left and right. As he was looking, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the living room. Lu Kei? Su Xun? The two were classmates in junior high and high school, and they were both very surprised. One is that I didn't expect the other party to be here. One is that I didn't expect the other party to come here. Long time no see, Su Xun. Lu Kai was the first to speak and greet everyone. Long time no see. Su Xun smiled politely, then looked at Yui. Didn't you say that you live here alone? Kei moved in this morning. Yui looked at Lu Kai as if nothing had happened. Lu Kai was stunned at first, then smiled awkwardly. Yes, Xiaobi's roommate just moved out 2 days ago, and she was afraid to live alone, so she asked me to move in. Is that so? It would be good for you two girls to live together so you can take care of each other. Su Xun went into the kitchen carrying a bag of vegetables. Lu Kei immediately pulled Yuhi aside and asked, Xiaobi, what's going on? What's going on? Why did Su Xun come here suddenly? For what happened last night, he said he would treat me to a meal as compensation. I didn't want to waste his money, so I came here and cooked it myself. I was too busy today and forgot to tell you in advance. Xiaobi, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'll go buy some wine right now. Yui grabbed Lu Kei and asked, why are you going to buy wine? Get Su Xun drunk, then you can do whatever you want. Kei, what are you talking about? You are not allowed to buy it. Yui's pretty face soon turned as red as a ripe persimmon. Lu Kei rolled her eyes and said, my silly you have missed so many chances, are you going to keep making mistakes? If you don't do it now, be careful that this piece of meat will be eaten by others. Chapter 23 Going home for dinner. He has something to do tonight. He won't eat here. He'll leave after the food is ready. What? Lu Kei walked towards the kitchen angrily. Yuhi was quick to act and grabbed Lu Kei again. Kei, what are you doing again? Of course I kept him here. Someone stayed up all night. Don't think I can't tell because she put on eye makeup. As someone's best friend, I can't just sit there and watch. Kei, you are talking nonsense again. Yuhi was so embarrassed that he no longer had the courage to look at Lu Kei. Forget it. You are more familiar with him, so you should keep him. I will go buy some wine. Lu Kei walked out the door helplessly. Yui looked at the kitchen, and finally loosened her clenched fists and did not enter the kitchen. An hour later. All the dishes are ready. Su Xun looked at his phone and it was almost 7 o'clock. He didn't dare to delay any longer, so he picked up the keys of his electric scooter and left in a hurry. On the dining table, Yuhi and Lu Kei ate their meal quietly. The atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. One is being in a bad mood. One is that I am in a bad mood because I am angry. Lu Kei put down her bowl and chopsticks, looking at Yuhi with a look of disappointment. I knew you wouldn't keep him. He has important things to do. Yuhi ate his food in small bites and had no appetite. Lu Kei took out a small box and put it on the dining table. Yuhi subconsciously asked, what is this? I bought this little umbrella especially for you. Although I know you won't keep it, I still hold on to a glimmer of hope. Kui. Yui's face changed suddenly, just like the weather in June. He blushed and lowered his head. Lu Kei sighed and said, forget it, I don't want to bother with you anymore. After dinner, shall we go to the movies? All right. I have to say, your Prince Charming is a great cook. Kei, if you keep talking nonsense I'll get angry. Humph, if you like him, then you like him. Why are you embarrassed to admit it? I'll say it, Su Xun is your boyfriend, your husband, your man. 7:20 in the evening. Su Xun got off the car at the door of the retro-style villa. Xu Youyu's parents were very kind to him. When he first came here, he rode an electric scooter, and they were going to buy him a car that same day. Su Xun pushed it for a long time before he finally turned it down, so from then on, Su Xun took a taxi every time he came. Walking to the door, Su Xun reached out and rang the doorbell. It was Xu Youyu who opened the door. You're here? Su Xun nodded. Come in quickly. In the living room, Xu Youyu was sitting on the sofa playing with her mobile phone, and the sound of cooking could be heard from the kitchen. Su Xun, please sit down. After seeing Su Xun, Xu Youyu waved enthusiastically. She did not give a bad look to this fake brother-in-law. She just wanted this brother-in-law to remove the word fake from his name. Su Xun called out sister in response. Someone come and help pick the vegetables. At this time, a woman's voice came from the kitchen. Soon, a woman who looked to be in her 30s and still had some charm came out of the kitchen. She is Su Xun's nominal mother-in-law, Tang Shili. Well, she is almost 50 years old, but she is well maintained and you can't tell at all. Mom, let me help you pick it. Su Xun took the initiative to take on the task. His father-in-law and mother-in-law are very kind to him, so he often takes the initiative to do small things within his ability. Oh, Su Xun is here? No. Just sit there. Leave this kind of small matter to them. Tang Xiaoli smiled and pulled Su Xun, who was almost at the kitchen door, back to sit on the sofa. Then he changed his face faster than turning the pages of a book, stared at Chu Yoyu fiercely, and said, "You, go to the kitchen and pick some vegetables for me." Chu Yoyu didn't dare to raise any objection, like a little girl who had done something wrong. "You, go and pour Su Xun a glass of water." Tang Xiaoli put on a kind smile again, and reached out to pat Su Xun's shoulder gently. "Su Xun, don't worry, you have been wronged outside, and when you return home, Mom will definitely help you get justice." "Mom, I haven't been wronged." Su Xun was a little embarrassed. He is a fake son-in-law after all. "I understand. Mom understands everything. Just sit down and I'll make you something delicious." "Mom, thank you for your hard work." It's not hard. I'm happy to make delicious food for my son-in-law." Tang Xiaoli returned to the kitchen. Su Xun was so overwhelmed that he didn't know what to do. In the past, Tang Xiaoli was also very nice to him, but not as exaggerated as it is now. Could it be that Tang Xiaoli knew about what happened yesterday morning? Su Xun thought it was very likely. Looking at Chu Yuyu, who had returned from fetching water, he asked, "Sister, have you told our parents about what happened yesterday morning?" "Well, although Yao Yu is my sister, I stand for justice and not relatives. You have been hurt in this matter, so I will tell my parents and let them teach Yo Yu a lesson for you. No wonder I always felt something was wrong with Mom today. You don't know, before you came, Mom and Dad scolded you. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have almost resorted to violence." "So serious?" Su Xun took a sip of water and felt a little sorry for Chu Yoyu. No wonder she didn't look very happy when she walked in just now. However, Su Xun was powerless in this matter. He could not help Chu Yoyu and could only say something nice when Chu Yoyu was being scolded. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding. If it wasn't a misunderstanding, it would have been much more serious. Chu Yoyu ate grapes and said, "Su Xun, you should have read Yoyu's virginity certificate, right? Look, I have seen it. Forget about what happened yesterday morning. It was just a misunderstanding. You didn't do anything to let you down. I know. I will keep the fact that you haven't consummated your marriage a secret for the time being, but I won't keep it a secret for long. If you don't want the truth to be exposed, do what needs to be done as soon as possible." Su Xun nodded and said nothing. He didn't know how to say it? What should he say? Chu Yuyu glanced at the silent Su Xun and asked, "How is your company's project preparation going?" "We are working on the server. It will be officially online in a month." "That's good. If you need any help, just let me know. We're all family, so you're welcome." At the dining table shortly afterwards, Xu Xingzhong and Tang Xiaoli kept picking up food for Su Xun, and without noticing, a small mountain of food piled up in the bowl. Chu Yoyu wanted to eat some steamed pork ribs with rice flour, but just as he picked up some with his chopsticks, Tang Xiaoli viciously knocked them away. "What are you eating? Do you think you deserve to eat pork ribs? Eat some vegetables." Chu Yoyu pursed her lips and dared not say a word. Tang Xiaoli smiled kindly again and said to Su Xun, "Su Xun, your father and I already know about Yu's incident yesterday. Although it was a misunderstanding, Yu also has an unshirkable responsibility. Mom and Dad have already taught her a lesson for you. If you still have any opinions, feel free to raise them. Mom and Dad will definitely support you. I just hope you can give Yu a chance. This girl has been spoiled by her mother since she was a child, so she acts so recklessly. In fact, she is not a bad person. Mom, I know it was a misunderstanding. I don't think it's a big deal and I don't blame Yao Yu, so don't be angry with Yao Yu anymore." Chapter 24 Rare Chat. Su Xun, you can't spoil Yu anymore. From now on, you have to let her serve you tea, wash clothes, and cook. When you are tired, let her massage your legs and relax your shoulders. Mom, these things are mutual. It was like that before, but it's not like that now. Who made her make the mistake? If she makes a mistake, she must be punished. Su Xun could only respond to Tang Xiaoli with a smile. Tang Xiaoli moved her gaze away from Su Xun and moved to Chu Yoyu, who was eating quietly with his head down. Her kind smile was once again replaced by terrifying ferocity. "Did you hear what I just said? I heard you, and I'll do that next time. Chu Yoyu is like a good girl. There's nothing you can do about it, the old lady will always be the old lady. No matter how beautiful it is outside, when you return home. If you are a dragon, you have to coil up. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down. Tang Shelley glared at Chu Yoyu again and said, if Su Xun hadn't let this matter go, you'd see how I would punish you. This is the last time, there won't be a next time. Chu Yoyu didn't dare to say a word. Su Xun, you haven't lived at home for a long time. How about sleeping here tonight? As Tang Shelley's gaze returned to Su Xun, that kind and gentle smile also returned. Su Xun nodded, okay. Ever since I agreed to marry Chu Yoyu, I would sleep here for 1 or 2 nights almost every week or two. It has become a habit. This was a very normal thing for Su Xun. Su Xun, who had been silent all the time, took out 2 movie tickets and placed them on the dining table. These are the extra tickets I accidentally bought when I went to the movies with your mom last time. It's a new movie and it's pretty good. Don't waste them. Su Xun knew you and you guys should go and watch it tonight. Chu Yoyu still didn't dare to raise any objection. Su Xun glanced at the movie tickets on the table. The ticket purchase time was 2 hours ago. Forehead. It seems that the old couple really care about them so much that they are willing to lie to them. After dinner, Su Xun and Chu Yoyu walked out of the villa to watch a movie. You drive, I don't want to drive. Walking to the red Porsche, Chu Yoyu handed the keys to Su Xun and sat in the passenger seat. Su Xun got a driver's license when he was 18 years old, but he had no money, so he always rode an electric scooter. Chu Xingzhong and Tang Shelley wanted to give him a car before, and Chu Yoyu also mentioned it. But they were all rejected by Su Xun. He is not a man who likes to take advantage of others. He and Chu Yoyu are a fake couple. If he gets a car because of this, he won't feel at ease driving it. Starting the Porsche, Su Xun stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the community. On the way to the cinema, Chu Yoyu leaned against the window in the passenger seat, closed his eyes, and didn't say a word. Su Xun turned his head to look at Chu Yoyu and spoke to break the silence in the car. Are you in a bad mood? Yeah, a little bit. Actually, Mom and Dad are doing this for your own good. I know. They have never been so mean to me when I did something wrong before. I know they are afraid that I will go the wrong way and that we will be separated, but I just feel uncomfortable. Just forget it. My mom used to scold me all the time, but I always let it go in one ear and out the other. Su Xun smiled and shrugged. Chu Yoyu opened his eyes, looked at the brightly lit Star City, and said, I haven't been to your hometown yet. I've always heard you say it's beautiful, and I kind of want to go and see it. Well, I'm not bragging, my hometown is really beautiful. When you have some free time, you can really go there and have fun. Chu Yoyu didn't say anything. He stared ahead for a long time before saying, Su Xun, I don't want a divorce anymore. Under the current situation, it is indeed better to stay together. There has just been some conflict between him and Chu Yoyu. Xu Xingzhong and Tang Shelley will definitely keep a close eye on them for a short period of time. If they divorce during this period, it will be easy to be discovered. For Su Xun, it doesn't matter whether he divorces now or after the agreement expires in 2 months. He doesn't need these 2 months. Chu Yoyu looked at Su Xun through the rearview mirror, opened her cherry lips, wanted to say something, but gave up in the end. Actually, she never thought about divorce. But ever since she knew Jiang Zitao was going back to China, she started to become confused and didn't know what to do. They agreed to be married for 2 years and divorce when Jiang Zitao came back. This was Chu Yoyu's original plan. When she filed for divorce that day, she was subconsciously carrying out her original plan. But when she really filed for divorce, she then realized she was reluctant and didn't want to divorce Su Xun, and she didn't want to disrupt her current life. Why didn't you ask me to keep it secret for you about what happened yesterday morning? Su Xun was a little curious. They have a very good relationship as sisters, so Chu Yoyu should keep it a secret for Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu sighed softly and replied, My sister said that I made a mistake and must be punished. She wanted me to learn a lesson. Not telling my parents that the man was Zitao was already the biggest concession I made. I didn't expect my sister to be so ruthless and impartial. Su Xun, do you have someone you like? Chu Yoyu's voice suddenly became much quieter. Su Xun was confused by the question. He didn't expect Chu Yoyu to ask him such a question. Are you afraid that you will be entangled in the future when you get divorced? No, but don't worry, Yoyu. I'm a person who values contracts the most. Once the agreement expires, I will definitely get out of your world. That's not what I meant. I'm just curious. We are friends. Even if the agreement expires, there's no need to distance ourselves from each other. Chu Yoyu felt inexplicably uncomfortable. That kind of discomfort appeared when Su Xun said he would stay away from her. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yoyu asked again, I heard from Jiajia that your childhood sweetheart is very beautiful, don't you like her? How did Jiajia know? She said she saw it when she was in college. Dislike. Su Xun was telling the truth. As a young man full of vigor and vitality, he likes beautiful girls. This is his nature and he cannot escape it. But that is physical love, there is really no spiritual love. Su Xun's parents were both teachers. Influenced by his family environment, he was a nerd when he was in school and only knew how to read all day long. After entering society, I founded a company in pursuit of my dream, which led to a mess in the past few years. He just wants to work hard to make money now, so how can he have the energy to talk about love? What about you? Don't you like Jiang Zitao very much? You spent 5 million to get married with me for him. Now that he's back, how come I don't feel that you like him very much? Su Xun asked the question that had been in his mind for a long time. Although they were classmates in college, he and Chu Yoyu had little interaction at that time, so he didn't know about the past between Chu Yoyu and Jiang Zitao. However, from what Chu Yoyu did for Jiang Zitao later, it can be clearly seen how important Jiang Zitao is in Chu Yoyu's heart. I don't like him anymore. This time Chu Yoyu's answer was no longer vague, but firm. Chapter 25, Meeting at the Cinema. It seems that time is really a ruthless knife. While expressing his emotion, Su Xun felt relieved. Jiang Zitao is not a good person. Chu Yoyu doesn't like him anymore. Even if we're just friends, it's worth being happy. After all, no one would want to plant a flower in cow dung. Chu Yoyu did not refute Su Xun's words. When they arrived at the entrance of the cinema, Su Xun asked, do you like braised food? For example, duck feet, squid, duck intestines, etc. You can't bring anything into the cinema. Can't you just bring it in quietly? Su Xun glanced at the shoulder bag on Chu Yoyu's shoulder. Chu Yoyu seemed to have never done such a bad thing before, and asked curiously, is it still possible? Then, eat some. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Su Xun trotted to the next street and found the Juewei Duck Neck restaurant that he often patronized. Whenever a hit movie came out in recent years, he would ask him to come along, and over time he became familiar with this place. As a single person, those who understand will understand. It's boring to watch a movie alone, so I have to drag another single guy out. When Su Xun returned to the entrance of the cinema, there was another person next to Chu Yoyu, a man. It's Jiang Zitao. Su Xun's good mood disappeared in an instant. Although Jiang Zitao did not target him openly and was even polite to him, he did not like to get along with villains. Boss Jiang, why are you here? Su Xun forced a smile and greeted him. Jiang Zitao smiled and said, I just happened to come to see a movie. I didn't expect to meet Yoyu here. But Mr. Su, how did you find time to accompany Yoyu to watch a movie? What he meant was, as a fake person who got married by agreement, what qualifications do you have to accompany Chu Yoyu to the movies? Su Xun saw through it but didn't say it out loud. Just as he was about to explain, Chu Yoyu spoke first. My parents asked Su Xun to come and accompany me. With just one sentence, Jiang Zitao suddenly became an outsider. He originally wanted to play tricks on Su Xun and drive him away, but in the end he no longer had the qualifications to do so. The young couple came to watch a movie at the request of their parents. He is just an ordinary friend, what does that mean? He should have left immediately, but Jiang Zitao didn't. He hid his embarrassment with a smile and refused to leave. Su Xun was too tired to complain. Chu Yoyu has made it very clear in what she said, okay? You're not leaving yet? You're so shameless. But Su Xun could only pretend to be stupid. Normal people would not speak out about such things. After all, he and Jiang Zitao were at least on good terms on the surface, and hadn't fallen out yet. On the surface, they even seemed to have a good relationship. Chu Yoyu looked at Jiang Zitao who had not left. A feeling of helplessness. She didn't know what to say. Let's go, the movie is about to start. I walked into the cinema and found the screening room. The movie had already begun. In the crowded screening room, there was only a faint light projected from the huge screen, which made the vision in the screening room very poor. Su Xun searched for a long time before he found where he and Chu Yoyu were. I originally thought Jiang Zitao could finally leave. As a result, he spent a large sum of money to exchange seats with a young lady on Chu Yoyu's left, and even gave a good reason. It would be more interesting if we watch it together. Boss Su, can you change seats? It's easier to get in and out of your seat. I may need to go out and make a phone call later. Before Su Xun even sat down properly, Zhang Zitao's hypocritical voice reached his ears. How could Su Xun not see this little trick? Chu Youyu has a habit. Once he is scared, he will instinctively hide to the right. Over the past year or so, Chu Youyu has been like this every time he encountered a bug. Since a horror movie was playing in the screening room, it went without saying that Zhang Zitao wanted to move his seat to the right. However, they have found the reasons after all. This made it difficult for Su Xun to refuse. Anyway, he and Chu Youyu are not real lovers. It makes no difference to him where he sits. Xiao He, look quickly, isn't that Su Xun? Lu Kei, who was sitting in the innermost seat in the upper left corner of the screening room, anxiously stretched out her hand and kept patting Yu He, who was watching the movie attentively beside her. Yu He was attracted by Lu Kei's movements and looked in the direction of her finger. The lighting in the projection room was very poor, and Yu He couldn't see the face of the person Lu Kei was pointing at, but just by looking at the back, she recognized it was Su Xun at a glance. They grew up together, and she was very familiar with that person. Yu He was a little absent-minded. The movie that he had been enjoying before was no longer interesting to him. He just stared at Su Xun stupidly. Because, next to Su Xun, she saw a woman. She couldn't see the woman's face clearly, but from her figure she could tell that she must be a very beautiful woman. That person is Chu Youyu? Xing University is very big, with tens of thousands of people. Yu He and Su Xun are not in the same major and are not in the same class. Even if she often goes to play with Su Xun, it is difficult for her to see Chu Youyu. Even if we only meet once, we will not remember it and will be forgotten soon. So Yu He still doesn't know what Chu Youyu looks like. Is this what you mean by he has something important to do? The important thing is to come and watch a movie with other women? This stinky scumbag. Lu Kei rolled up her sleeves, stood up angrily and walked towards Su Xun. Her best friend could tolerate someone who dared to bully her like this, but she couldn't. Yu He panicked and hurriedly grabbed Lu Kei and said, Kei, what are you doing? Sit down quickly. Xiao He, please let me go. Don't worry, I won't beat that stinky scumbag. I can't beat him either. But I will scold him for being a two-timing bastard. I want everyone here to know that he is a heartless man. Kui, calm down. He and I are just friends. How can he be a scumbag? How can he be two-timing? How can he be a heartless man? Yu He's words were like pouring a bucket of cold water on Lu Kei. She immediately lost all her temper and slumped back in her seat. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be with you yet. I'm so mad. Yu He let out a breath of foul air. She almost couldn't hold the little cow anymore. If Lu Kei really went up to him and started talking nonsense, she wouldn't know how to face that guy in the future. That's not right, Xiao He. Even if he wasn't with you, how could he abandon his candlelight dinner with you and go watch a movie with another woman? You are his childhood sweetheart, the woman who has been with him the longest. How could he treat you like this? Lu Kei became angry again. But this time, she didn't rush over on impulse. Because it really doesn't make sense. She couldn't even find an excuse to blame Su Xun. Yu He pursed his lips and said, Kei, you are being unreasonable. What's wrong with being childhood sweethearts? Aren't we still friends? Xiao He, there is no love anymore. I helped you, and you still blame me? Lu Kei deliberately acted like a wronged young wife. Yu He took out a spicy chicken leg from the bag and stuffed it into Lu Kei's mouth. Lu Kei immediately stopped feeling aggrieved. She stared at Su Xun fiercely and took a big bite of the chicken leg. Xiao He, the woman next to him seems very beautiful. Is this why he has never taken you seriously? Chapter 26, Villain. Kei, many things are not what you see. As a friend, he has been very good to me. Lu Kei tilted her head and squinted her eyes at Yu He, as if she was looking at a strange flower. She couldn't help but stretch out a hand and pinch Yu He's watery face. Xiao He, I am really impressed by your love-brainness. At this moment, you are still speaking for him? Just keep letting him go. Sooner or later, this piece of meat will be snatched away by someone else, and you will regret it to death then. Yu He didn't say anything, but quietly clenched her fists. Lu Kei rubbed Yu He with her shoulder again. Yu He asked, What? Aren't you going to break them up? You are ill. Yes, I am sick. I am mad at you, my idiot. My silly hee, this is a horror movie. If you don't stop it, they will be stuck together when the horror scenes appear. I don't want to bother with you anymore. I want to watch a movie. Humph, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer the consequences. Lu Kei, who loves to chatter, finally calmed down. In fact, her voice just now was very low and she was in the corner, so she didn't disturb others. Su Xun, who was far away, could not hear their conversation. Yui said he wanted to watch a movie, but in fact he no longer had the same interest he had when he first came in. His eyes kept secretly sweeping towards Su Xun. Lu Kei beside her couldn't stand it anymore, rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "Xiaoyi, I really admire you. If you want to watch, just watch boldly. No one will say anything to you." I don't understand what you are saying? Yui pouted and denied it. Lu Kei looked helpless. Are you really not going to stop them? According to the plot progress, a horror plot is about to happen. What the hell does it have to do with me? I'm not going. Then can you stop staring at me furtively? If you don't want to stare, then don't stare. Yui turned his head and looked at the wall to prove himself. But not for a while yet. He glanced at Su Xun stealthily again. Lu Kei didn't want to talk anymore. More than 10 minutes later. The film's protagonists enter a dilapidated temple. The weird stone statues, the scattered bones, the gloomy environment, everything exudes horror. Suddenly, a dark shadow with disheveled hair and an unclear face flashed across the big screen. There were immediate screams in the screening room. Those who watch horror movies are almost all couples, and most of the girls are hiding behind the boys they are watching. Chu Yoyu was no exception. She was so frightened that she lost her composure and subconsciously wanted to hide to the right. Jiang Zitao, who was sitting on the right, had a smile on his face that was even harder to suppress than a case. However, Chu Yoyu had just leaned out a little when she reacted. She immediately turned around and hid to the left, with her face pressed against Su Xun's arm. Su Xun was not surprised at all. Chu Yoyu no longer likes Jiang Zitao. This movie was deliberately arranged for them by Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiuli, as a deterrent for them. Chu Yoyu would naturally be more inclined towards herself. Su Xun just felt that the people in the screening room were making a fuss out of nothing. Today's horror movies are no longer the same as those in the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s. They are all fake horror and supernatural and are not scary at all. At least for a grown man like him, it wasn't scary at all. Jiang Zitao, who had opened the champagne in advance, was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his veins bulged, and his face turned black. I would rather go against my habits and hide behind others. It seems, she really likes that boy. Thinking of this, Jiang Zitao looked at Su Xun with even greater hostility. He clenched his fists and swore to himself that he would make Su Xun pay a heavy price. Yu-hee in the upper left corner looked at Chu Yoyu, who was clinging to Su Xun. His eyes gradually became moist and his white teeth bit his cherry lips tightly. Xiao He, listen to me. Either go after her bravely or give up. Don't secretly love someone like this, or you will end up with nothing. Lu Kei took out a tissue from her bag and handed it to Yui, feeling angry and distressed. Yui covered his eyes with the tissue. I cried because of the spicy chicken legs. Lu Kei shook her head and sighed softly. Get out of here, I'm going to the bathroom. Bring the paper with you so that you don't ruin your makeup by crying. Yui refused to accept it because he was stubborn. Lu Kei curled her lips, looking helpless. Do you want water? Su Xun, who had been eating secretly like a hamster, was thirsty and planned to go out to buy water. This movie is fake and he doesn't like watching it. If it wasn't for accompanying Chu Yoyu, he would have left long ago. I want a cup of milk tea. I'm the same as Yoyu. Good. Su Xun walked out of the screening room. Jiang Zitao followed him out on the pretext of going to the toilet. In the women's restroom. Yui kept clutching the necklace on his chest, and it took him a long time to calm down. He opened the door, came out of the bathroom, and leaned over slightly to wash his hands with water. Did you remember what I just said? When he comes over, you should stretch out your foot and trip him. Don't worry, Brother Tao, I'll remember it. Very good. After the matter is accomplished, you will definitely benefit from it. Thank you, Brother Tao. I will definitely not let you down. Conversations could be heard from the men's restroom. Yui outside heard it, but she didn't care. She shook off the water droplets on her hands and turned to leave the bathroom. Su Xun, who had bought milk tea, walked into the screening room shortly after Yuhi. I came to the row of seats where he was sitting, saying sorry, please make way, while squeezing my way in. Just when Su Xun was about to reach his seat, he suddenly kicked something. He lost his balance and fell downwards. The milk tea in his hand flew out in panic. I don't know if it was a coincidence or an accident, but the 3 cups of milk tea all happened to fall on Chu Yoyu. The violent collision caused the lid of the milk tea to fall off, and 3 cups of milk tea directly splashed Chu Yoyu into a drowned chicken, soaking her whole body, especially her face, which was covered with milk tea. Boss Su, why are you so careless? Look at what you've done to Yoyu. Yoyu, are you okay? Yoyu, here's some paper, wipe it quickly. Jiang Zitao kept handing tissues to Chu Yoyu, pretending to be a good guy, and completely ignored Su Xun, who was still lying on the ground. Su Xun climbed up in pain, and his legs hit the stool, which was made of iron, and he grimaced in pain. Jiang Zitao began to remind Chu Yoyu, overtly and covertly, that this was all Su Xun's responsibility, hoping to make Chu Yoyu vent her anger on Su Xun. Boss Su, do you know that Yoyu hates dirty things? Look at how dirty Yoyu has become now. How can you be so careless? Boss Su, hurry up and apologize to Yoyu. Although all your milk tea spilled on Yoyu, you didn't mean to do that. Yoyu, don't be angry with President Su. It's dark here, and President Su doesn't want to pour all the milk tea on you. After saying that, Jiang Zitao quietly curled up the corners of his mouth and prepared to watch the show. He didn't lie, Chu Yoyu really hated dirty things. Chu Yoyu liked him so much before, and he accidentally got mud on Chu Yoyu, and she was angry with him for a long time. Now that it's been made so dirty, even if he likes her, it's not his first love anymore. Chu Yoyu will definitely explode, right? Chapter 27 Righteous Yuhi. Su Xun did not explain. Because whether he explained or not, it couldn't change the fact that he splashed milk tea all over Chu Yoyu. Could it be that someone tripped him on purpose? Even so, what is the use? Isn't Chu Yoyu still dirty? Besides, the lighting in the projection room was poor, so the person who tripped him might not have done it on purpose. This little episode drew everyone's attention away from the big screen. They almost all believed that Chu Yoyu would explode. After all, in addition to milk tea, there were also many other small things on her body. Such a beautiful woman was splashed with them in a horrible way. Some people even began to look at Su Xun with pity. However, the fact is that Chu Yoyu was not angry. Still looking at Su Xun worriedly, he asked, "Are you okay?" She has always loved cleanliness since she was a child. But for some reason, she wasn't angry at all now. Even though she smelled of milk tea, she was just worried about Su Xun. Chu Yoyu just saw his foot hit the stool. That's an iron stool, it must be painful. I'm fine. This ending was beyond Su Xun's expectations. He originally thought that even if Chu Yoyu didn't lose her temper with him, she would still look unhappy. Not only did he not do that, but I was also very worried about him. It seems that Chu Yoyu's temper is very stable. Su Xun had a new understanding of Chu Yoyu. Although they lived under the same roof over the past year, they actually had very little contact. So Su Xun actually didn't know Chu Yoyu very well. Everyone watching the show was dumbfounded. It was all splashed like this. Not angry yet? While they looked up to Chu Yoyu, they also envied Su Xun's good fortune. To have such a good girl. That's right, even though there were 2 men standing next to Chu Yoyu, they all agreed that Su Xun was Chu Yoyu's boyfriend, or husband. Jiang Zitao's face turned black. Chu Yoyu is obviously very clean, but now she is so dirty, how could she not be angry? This doesn't make sense. He is Chu Yoyu's first love, but he doesn't get treated like this. Why does this kid do that? Jiang Zitao couldn't figure it out. Yoyu, let's just let this go. Mr. Su didn't splash you with water on purpose. Even though it's a little dirty, it will be fine after you wash it off when you get home. Jiang Zitao still didn't give up and was still trying to provoke Chu Yoyu. A person's habits are determined from birth. Chu Yoyu used to be so clean, how could she suddenly change now? This was obviously suspicious. This guy must have caught Chu Yoyu in some way, which was why Chu Yoyu was not angry. I don't know what the handle is, but it's definitely like this. Jiang Zitao was very confident. That was not just the madness that came from being angry and humiliated, but also the unwillingness to accept losing to Su Xun. That's why I subconsciously imagined Su Xun is dirty and forced myself to believe that this was the case. Chu Youyu looked at Jiang Zitao strangely. She had originally planned to let this matter go like this. Can't you see it? After knowing each other for so many years, this was the first time Chu Youyu suspected that Jiang Zitao was stupid. Don't pretend to be a good person here. Do you think you can hide it from the world? You are the one who deliberately tripped Su Xun. Yu-hee, who couldn't bear it any longer, rushed out in anger. She just realized what she heard in the bathroom before. It turned out that they were trying to frame Su Xun. And isn't the sound coming from the men's restroom from this person? The bathrooms in movie theaters are generally not very big, so Yu-hee was sure that he had not heard wrong. Yu-hee? Why are you here? Su Xun was surprised. Xingqing is a city with a population of tens of millions, so you can imagine how big it is. It is no wonder that we could meet by chance. This is really a great fate. Kui and I came to watch a movie. We didn't want to disturb others, so we didn't say hello to you. Yui glanced at Su Xun's foot and said, "Your foot is bruised." "It's okay, it's nothing serious, it's just a minor injury. Remember to buy a bottle of Huolua oil and rub it on yourself later." "Good." Looking at Yu-hee, who suddenly appeared beside him, Chu Youyu kept looking him up and down carefully. She is so beautiful, she must be Su Xun's childhood sweetheart, right? They are a perfect match. Chu Youyu pursed her lips, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Yu-hee was also secretly looking at Chu Youyu. So beautiful and rich, a perfect white, rich and beautiful woman. Yu-hee suddenly felt a little inferior. "My lady, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. When did I deliberately let someone trip President Su? Do you have any evidence?" Jiang Zitao was panicking inside, but his face looked calm. He just pretended to be this way. He could only do this, and he had to do this. If Chu Youyu knew about the plot against that kid, given Chu Youyu's personality, he would definitely hate him. This is a consequence that Jiang Zitao cannot bear. Yu-hee replied, "I heard your conversation with that man in the men's restroom when I was washing my hands outside. Words are not enough. Please show me some solid evidence." Jiang Zitao looked at Chu Youyu and said, "Youyu, don't listen to her nonsense. I really didn't do this. President Su and I have no grudges. I have no reason to do this." Chu Youyu didn't say anything, just watched the argument between Yu-hee and Jiang Zitao quietly. "Yu-hee, don't talk nonsense without evidence." Su Xun held back Yu-hee, who was about to say something, and then said to Jiang Zitao with an apologetic smile, "Mr. Jiang, don't worry about it. She may have mistaken someone else for you." Su Xun and Yu-hee grew up together. Who is Yu-hee? How could Su Xun not know? Of course he believed Yu-hee. Considering the hatred Jiang Zitao had for him, it was not surprising that he would do such a thing. But words are not enough, and there is no hard evidence. Su Xun doesn't want Yu-hee to offend anyone. Yu-hee, who was pulled behind him, pinched Su Xun. They knew each other well, and she knew what Su Xun meant, so she was not angry. The reason why he pinched Su Xun was because of the intimate actions between him and Chu Youyu before. He was just taking advantage of the situation. That's right, Yu-hee was jealous. She didn't say it, but she wanted to vent. "It's okay. I can see that this beautiful lady is a good friend of yours, President Su. She thought you were bullied, so I can understand why she was so impulsive." Jiang Zitao always has that hypocritical kind smile on his face. Su Xun smiled without saying anything, feeling nauseous in his heart. If there was no substantial evidence, he would have punched him in the face. "Remember to buy Huolua oil." Yui gave some instructions and left the screening room with Lu Kei, who had appeared beside him at some point in time. "Let's go, Kei." Lu Kei was reluctant to leave, she still wanted to finish watching the movie. There was such a small episode. It was impossible for Su Xun and Chu Youyu to continue watching the movie, so they walked out of the screening room. Jiang Zitao still wants to follow. Chu Youyu looked back and said, "I want to go home, it's getting late, you should go back too." The smile on Jiang Zitao's face froze and he waved goodbye awkwardly. Looks exactly like a clown. Chapter 28, Some Strange Chu Youyu. A red Porsche sped past on the wide asphalt road. "Mr. Jiang seems to like you very much." That's his business. In the car, Chu Youyu didn't care at all. He took out tissue after tissue and wiped the dirt off his body. In fact, most of them were wiped off, But Chu Yoyu was still trying his best to wipe off more stains. This shows that she really loves cleanliness. Su Xun still finds it incredible that he didn't get angry at all at that time. Even if this kind of thing happened to him, a grown man, he would curse. You really don't like him at all? Su Xun is possessed by the 8 trigrams. He has never been in love, but if he has seen a pig run, has he never eaten pork? I've heard netizens say on the internet that first love is the most unforgettable relationship in everyone's life. That's why Su Xun was very curious whether Chu Yoyu really didn't like Zhang Zitao at all. They are good friends, so it shouldn't be too much to ask about this, right? Chu Yoyu's hand wiping the stain hesitated, and with her willow-like eyebrows raised, she looked at Su Xun and asked, "Do you really want me to like him?" "That's not what I meant. I'm just a little curious." Su Xun even hoped that Chu Yoyu didn't like that villain Zhang Zitao. It would be better to let this pig dig it up than to stick it in that kind of cow dung. You said before that time is the most ruthless knife in the world. Chu Yoyu suddenly lowered her eyes slightly, and her pleasant voice became a little softer. "Do you think I like him?" "In no mood." "Why?" "You are not suitable." "What's the reason?" "No reason, a man's sixth sense." Chu Yoyu smiled quietly. "Very beautiful, as gorgeous and charming as a flower." "Is it, because of what happened in the cinema just now?" "Why do you say that?" "Your friend said that Zitao deliberately tripped you up. Don't you have any doubts at all?" "Do you have any doubts?" Su Xun glanced at Chu Yoyu with a hint of luck in his heart. Chu Yoyu was silent for a moment, and replied, "Zitao is not that kind of person. I grew up with him, and he is not that dark." Su Xun's heart was completely dead. Childhood sweethearts are childhood sweethearts after all. It was obviously too much for him to expect Chu Yoyu to suspect Zhang Zitao. Su Xun smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly and felt relieved. If Chu Yoyu made him doubt you, his answer would be very similar to Chu Yoyu's current one. "Su Xun, you haven't answered my question yet." Chu Yoyu seemed very interested in the next answer and cast a clear look at Su Xun. Su Xun didn't want to lie, but he didn't answer too directly. "I'm just like you." Su Xun added, "But there is no evidence in this matter, so Mr. Jiang must be innocent." Chu Yoyu sighed softly and said, "I thought you two could be good friends." Su Xun smiled and said nothing. He understands that one more friend means one more path. He would not refuse a friend coming from afar. Unfortunately, Zhang Zitao is not a friend, but an enemy. Or they treat him as an enemy without any discrimination. Anyone who entertains such a person must be killed even if he is far away. It was deliberate commercial suppression before, there is nothing to say about it. Su Xun never thought of revenge. But now they have started to bully him in real life, and he is no pushover. He remembered what happened today. It's best not to let him get the chance next time. "Su Xun, if anything happens between you and Zitao in the future, you must tell me, okay?" Chu Yoyu looked worried. Su Xun didn't know what was going on. He had known Chu Yoyu for such a long time, and he had always been very serious. Now, he almost instinctively made a joke. "He's your childhood sweetheart, I don't dare. I'm not that kind of person." Chu Yoyu was more serious than ever before, at least Su Xun had never seen it before. "No matter what happens between you, I will be fair and just." Su Xun responded to Chu Yoyu with a smile and did not refuse directly. After all, the relationship between Chu Yoyu and Zhang Zitao is there. Does he dare to believe Chu Yoyu? The answer is obviously no. This result made Chu Yoyu feel a little disappointed. The feeling of heartache that had appeared these days appeared again. However, Chu Yoyu did not blame Su Xun for not trusting her. She was not the kind of person who made unreasonable demands and could understand Su Xun. "Is that girl just now your childhood sweetheart?" She is very beautiful." "Fine. Does she have a boyfriend?" "No, I'm single." "Then why didn't you pursue her?" "She's so beautiful. It's too familiar to be touched. Isn't it better to be cooked on top of cooked?" Su Xun was a little puzzled. When did Chu Yoyu become so talkative? Wasn't she always very cold before? Although things got a lot better as we spent more time together. But, the Chu Yoyu in the past would not ask such meaningless trivial matters. Why does it feel like Chu Yoyu has become weird since Zhang Zitao came back? Su Xun couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to think about it anymore. As for what he liked, he didn't even have the slightest idea of that. Apart from being handsome, Su Xun thinks he has no other advantages. What can he use to attract Chu Yoyu? Face? Su Xun didn't think Chu Yoyu was a superficial person. Moreover, with Chu Yoyu's own strength and financial resources, there are many boys who are more handsome than him who want to pay for him. He should really treat me as a friend. These trivial matters are only talked about among friends. Su Xun replied seriously, how can I describe the relationship between her and me? We are not like friends, but more like close friends. This is how we have been getting along since we were young. So no matter how beautiful she is, it is difficult to turn this relationship into a love between a man and a woman. So that's how it is. Chu Yoyu looked out the window and said, pull over to the side of the road. What's wrong? Buy something. Su Xun stopped the Bao Shiji with his foot on the brakes. After Chu Yoyu got off the car, she probably didn't even notice that the corners of her mouth were raised. Soon, Chu Yoyu came back with a bag in her hand. Your friend asked you to buy some bomb, but you forgot. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chu Yoyu fastened his seatbelt while handing the bag to Su Xun. Thank you. Su Xun was stunned for a moment, feeling a little flattered. It seems that Chu Yoyu really regards him as a friend. This friend is not that friend. Chu Yoyu has very few friends, and those who can become her friends are all trustworthy. Su Xun had always regarded their relationship as that of friends. That was one-sided, now it's two-sided. It has to be said that even a gentler Chu Yoyu is still so charming, and her charm has increased many times more than before. Su Xun couldn't imagine what it would feel like to make Chu Yoyu completely shed her cold exterior. I think only Jiang Zitao has experienced this before, right? Su Xun suddenly felt envious, jealous, and hateful towards Jiang Zitao. Of course, this is male nature. He had no improper thoughts about Chu Yoyu. Su Xun still has self-awareness. With just those few things you have, why would people like you? It is precisely because of this self-knowledge. Even though Su Xun had lived with Chu Yoyu for more than a year, he had never developed any romantic feelings for Chu Yoyu. Chapter 29 Seducing Su Xun. Xiao he, I just secretly looked at the woman next to Su Xun. She is very beautiful. On a 4-lane two-way road, Lu Kei was driving while secretly eating nut snacks. Yu He, who was sitting in the passenger seat, leaned against the window, looking at the bustling scene outside, and said in a low mood, I saw it. After a pause, Yu He turned to look at Lu Kei curiously and asked nervously, Kei, who do you think is prettier, me or her? She. Lu Kei didn't hesitate at all. Yu He pretended to be angry and pursed his lips, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Even if you ignore me, this is the truth. Good kids can't lie. Lies hurt no one, but the truth is the sharpest knife. Yu He snuggled in her seat, crying with a heartbroken look on her face. Lu Kei asked, do you know how you are inferior to her? Where? Face? Chest? Waist? Legs? Hips? No, you are not bad in these aspects. If we only talk about appearance, you are on par with her. Then where am I missing? The only difference is that I don't have as much money as her. Lu Kei looked envious. I just saw that she was wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is a luxury item that only rich people would wear. It shows that she is a white, rich, and beautiful woman. Superficial, money is just a thing outside of the body. But money is omnipotent. Lu Kei glanced at Yu He and said deliberately, it seems that your Prince Charming will become someone else's. Su Xun doesn't like her. How do you know? Don't worry about how I know this. Anyway, Su Xun doesn't like her. Yu He was very sure. Lu Kei had no doubts. When she, a good friend, is serious, she is not lying. Even if what you said is true, I would like to remind you kindly that men are animals with lower bodies. Just because someone doesn't like you today doesn't mean they won't like you tomorrow. Besides, she's pretty and rich. Do you think Su Xun can handle it over time? What the hell does it have to do with me? We are just ordinary friends. Besides, do you think she likes Su Xun? It's hard to say. Although Su Xun has made me really angry these days, I can't deny that he is still quite handsome and has a good temper. Which woman wouldn't be confused? I haven't had a close relationship with him, otherwise I might like him. Don't you think you are completely obsessed with him? I didn't. Yu He denied it verbally, but his heart ached slightly and he bit his lips tightly. What Lu Kei said makes sense. After a long time, it is inevitable that you will fall in love. Lu Kei glanced at the dim He through the rearview mirror, sighed, and advised, Xiao He, I'm not kidding you. If you like her, just go after her boldly. Don't hold it back. Not only will you get hurt, but you will end up with nothing. Don't forget, you are both 25 years old. If he is not in a hurry, his family will be. You don't have much time. But, I can't do it. Yui rarely stopped being stubborn and lowered his head, his voice choked by fear. Lu Kei shook her head helplessly, I can't blame you for this. It's natural for girls to be shy about this kind of thing. I was like you at the beginning. I also crossed that gap and then slowly changed. Everything is fate. It all depends on whether you have that fate. Yui didn't respond. Back to that retro villa. It's already 10 o'clock in the evening. After taking a bath, Su Xun lay down on the soft bed. There was only one bed in the room, and the spare sheets, quilts, and other things in the cupboard had been emptied out early on. Therefore, the plot in the novel where people sleep on the floor separately does not exist at all. In the past year, every time he came back here, Su Xun slept in the same bed with Chu Yoyu. There are no rules, it all depends on self-awareness. The bed is 1.8 meters wide, with half the space for each person. We have been doing this for dozens of days and nights, and there has never been any incident of crossing the line. As for rolling around together after falling asleep at night, that was an accident. Chu Yoyu won't care about it, and Su Xun won't care about it even more. Sister, this dress, isn't it a little too revealing? In the next room, Chu Yoyu, lying on the bed, looked at the clothes that Chu Yoyu had carefully prepared for her face flushed with embarrassment. It was a white, sexy, low-cut, suspender mini dress with lace edges, and it was translucent. Chu Yoyu was watching the fun and said with a smile, this is exactly the effect we want. If we don't expose ourselves a little, how can we attract Su Xun's attention? But, sister, it's late at night, and we're alone. What if Su Xun loses control and does something to me? Chu Yoyu's face was almost burned by the heat. She wanted to say something but stopped herself and couldn't say the rest of the sentence. Chu Yoyu smiled even more brightly, isn't that a happy ending? Do you know how much my parents and I want to hold our nephews and grandchildren? Sister, stop messing around and change into some decent clothes. Others may not know, but don't you? Su Xun and I are married by agreement. How can you let me be with him? Chu Yoyu turned angrily and faced away from Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu hugged Chu Yoyu tightly from behind, aren't you in love with Su Xun? I didn't. You stuttered. Chu Yoyu hugged Chu Yoyu in her arms like she did when she was a child. Yoyu, I am your sister. You can't lie to me, and you shouldn't lie to me. Su Xun is a good man. You will be very happy if you choose him to be your second half of life. Believe me. Sis, I am not ready yet. What's there to prepare? Just turn off the lights and take off your clothes, isn't that all? Sister, you sound so light. You are already 26 years old, but you have never even touched a man's hand? Why haven't I seen you turn off the lights and take off your clothes like you said? Chu Yoyu was very embarrassed. I don't have anyone I like, otherwise I would have turned myself into a dish on the table and taken it out. Sister, you stutter too. Stinky girl. Chu Yoyu puffed up her lips and reached out to gently pinch Chu Yoyu's face. Yoyu, don't worry, Su Xun won't lose control. Believe in my judgment, Su Xun is not that kind of person. Sister, what if you are wrong? I never make mistakes. Chu Yoyu reached out and tapped Chu Yoyu on the forehead again. Dare to question her? You'll be beaten. Chu Yoyu covered her forehead, which was hurt by the blow, and said aggrievedly, since you are sure that Su Xun will not lose control, then why do you let me wear this kind of clothes? Didn't I just say that? Seduce Su Xun. Su Xun won't do anything to you because he has a conscience, but he is a man, and there is no man who doesn't like beautiful girls. If you seduce his heart more, won't he fall in love with you slowly? In this way, not only can you take it slow, but you can also enjoy the happiness of love. Isn't it beautiful? Chapter 30 Nosebleed. Sister. Chu Yoyu closed her eyes shyly, her face flushed red, and under the bright lights, it was faintly shiny. Chu Yoyu hugged Chu Yoyu, showing a sweet and bright smile, and gently rocked left and right. What? I'm your sister, do you think you can deceive me if you don't admit it? Also, do you have to hide it from me? I'm the person closest to you. Even if I really like Su Xun, it's still in its infancy and can't withstand the storms, so sister, please stop teasing me. Okay, I promise you, I won't tease you anymore. I really can't do anything with you. Go change your clothes quickly. As long as I think it's okay, Su Xun will definitely be okay. Chu Yoyu was helplessly pushed into the bathroom by Chu Yuyu. 1 minute later. The bathroom door opened and Chu Yoyu, wearing that sexy dress, walked out. She just felt dizzy and about to faint, and her body was burning hot. Chu Yuyu looked at Chu Yoyu carefully from top to bottom, nodded with satisfaction, and then gave a thumbs up in praise. My sister is so beautiful. Su Xun will definitely be attracted by you and won't be able to take his eyes off you. Really, is it that exaggerated? Chu Yoyu walked to the mirror and looked at her reflection in the mirror. After just one glance, she screamed in shame and clasped her hands tightly over her chest. Why is the skirt transparent? It's translucent. This is the trend now. Chu Yuyu thought this was normal. Chu Yoyu shook her head and refused, resisting strongly. No, I want to change my clothes. Chu Yuyu stretched out her jade finger and shook it, saying, No, the skirt was picked out by my mom and Mom said that if you dare not wear it, I will break your dog legs tomorrow. How could you do this, Mom? Mom, this is for your own good. You've been married for more than a year, and there's still no sign of pregnancy. How can I not be anxious? Chu Yoyu lost all his temper. Thinking of the scene in which Tang Shili pointed at her nose and scolded her during the day, her body trembled with fear and she no longer dared to think of taking off her skirt. If he really took it off, even if his legs weren't broken, he would definitely be in trouble. Chu Yuyu sighed again and said, Yoyu, don't blame Mom. The reason why Mom and Dad didn't agree with you and Jiang Zitao was because Jiang Zitao's father was not a good person. If he is not a good father, how can his son be any better? Although you were forced to get married later, your parents are not stupid. Don't they know that you are just dealing with them? But your parents like Su Xun, their son-in-law, very much. To be recognized by them, there is no need to say more about what kind of person Su Xun is, right? That's why Mom keeps creating opportunities for you. You'd better be obedient. If Mom gets too pushy, she'll take you to the hospital for a checkup, and then everything will be exposed. I know. I never blamed my parents. It's good to know that my parents have good intentions. It's getting late. Go back and accompany Su Xun. Chu Yuyu waved her little hand, signaling Chu Yoyu to leave. Chu Yoyu gritted her teeth and said in embarrassment, Sister, but this dress, really? That's the effect we want. No, I need to put on some underwear. Who wears underwear to sleep? It's all your fault, you stinky sister. We agreed to take things slow, but you're taking it so slow? I already said this was Mom's idea. Don't give me that. How could I possibly understand something as fashionable as you do? Keep the noise down and don't disturb my sleep. Stinky sister, I'll let Mom find you a date tomorrow. Coming out of Chu Yuyu's room, Chu Yoyu covered his pounding chest, took several deep breaths, then pushed open the door of the next room and walked in. Noticing the movement, Su Xun, who was playing with his phone on the bed, subconsciously looked towards the door. When he saw Chu Yoyu, who was dressed super sexy, walk in, he sat up excitedly. I couldn't help but swallow hard, the blood in my body was boiling and my body was restless. It was late at night, a man and a woman were alone in a room. Various buffs are already stacked up. Now he is being tested again. Who can withstand such a test? Su Xun only felt a stream of air rising rapidly. Then, something warm came out of my nostrils. I reached out and touched it, and it was blood, a nosebleed. Su Xun was dumbfounded. I didn't expect the jokes on the internet were true. Well, this is actually normal. How could Su Xun, a young man full of vigor and vitality, resist such temptation? Chu Yoyu is the beauty of the finance department. To have such a title, it goes without saying how beautiful she is, and now she is dressed like this. How can I not be excited? Wouldn't your nose bleed if you get excited? Su Xun got off the bed, wiping the blood from his nose with a tissue while drinking herbal tea. I want to use this method to relieve the fire, disperse the fire, and unload the fire. Chu Yoyu had kept her eyes lowered since she entered the room, her body as stiff as a piece of wood, and her face was as red as the blood flowing from Su Xun's nostrils. This was the first time in her life that she had worn something so sexy and revealing in front of a man. The girl's sense of shame made Chu Yoyu want to find a hole to crawl into. Su Xun, you are bleeding from the nose. No. It's nothing. I've just been a little irritated lately. Su Xun was too embarrassed to look at Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu said oh and immediately lay down on the bed, turned her body sideways with her back to Su Xun, closed her eyes, and felt much better after her vision became dark. Chu Yoyu was very nervous and scared at the moment. She was afraid that Su Xun would lose control of himself and turn into a hungry wolf and pounce on her. Although she was nervous and scared, Chu Yoyu couldn't deny that deep down in her heart, she had a glimmer of anticipation. Even though she liked Zhang Zitao so much before, she had never experienced such a wonderful feeling of throbbing. Chu Yoyu curled up in shame. Su Xun turned off the lights and took the initiative to make Chu Yoyu, who was like a beauty in front of him, disappear. Out of sight, out of mind. Otherwise it would be too uncomfortable. In fact, Su Xun could give up resistance and completely release his primitive desires. Here, even if Chu Yoyu resisted, no one would come to stop him, and they might even hope they did. Afterwards, with Chu Xingzhong and Tang Shili around, Chu Yoyu had no way to deal with him. But Su Xun would not do that. He is a man with conscience and he would not do such a thing as forcing someone to have sex. A strange atmosphere filled the quiet room, making Su Xun and Chu Yoyu feel very uncomfortable. Finally, Chu Yoyu couldn't stand it anymore and said in a low voice, Su Xun, my mother said, let us go hiking on the weekend. Chu Yoyu added, I can't refuse. Okay, I understand. Su Xun agreed readily. Because he had no right to refuse, this was all written in the agreement when Chu Xingzhong and Tang Shili asked them to do something. As long as Chu Yoyu can't refuse them. Su Xun couldn't refuse Chu Yoyu. Can you invite your childhood friend to come with you? Why? Su Xun was puzzled. Will my parents agree to let us bring outsiders? Just don't let my parents know. I want to meet your childhood sweetheart. Why do you want to meet her? No reason, I think she's a little different and I want to be her friend. Is that so? Well, I'll ask her tomorrow to see if she'll go. Chapter 31 Remember to wear black stockings to please my eyes. This night, Su Xun slept soundly and woke up at dawn. The first ray of sunlight in the morning refracted through the window and shone on Su Xun's face. Su Xun raised his eyebrows and slowly opened his eyes. The glare of the warm sun made him instinctively turn his head to the other side. In a daze, he vaguely saw a pretty face. Su Xun's eyes suddenly widened, and all sleepiness disappeared in an instant. It's Chu Yoyu. At this moment, her face was pressed on his arm, and she was sleeping very peacefully, just like the legendary Sleeping Beauty, so beautiful beyond words. Su Xun raised his head and saw that it was Chu Yoyu who had crossed the line and ran towards him. It should be that my body rolled over instinctively when I fell asleep last night. Su Xun did not wake Chu Yoyu up, but looked at her sleeping quietly with some fascination. It's really beautiful. No one knows where a flower like this will be planted on cow dung in the future. Su Xun was simply appreciating the scenery and had no ill intentions. He still knows what kind of woman would be attracted to him. He has no money and no ability, at least not yet. What can Chu Yoyu want from him? Is it because he is handsome? Su Xun didn't think that Chu Yoyu, a lady from a wealthy family, would be so superficial and only judge people by their appearance. You have to know that the real rich second generation are not the kind of good-for-nothings who only eat, drink, play and spend money like a drunkard on the internet. The real rich second generation has received high-quality education since childhood, which is not comparable to ordinary people. Just when Su Xun was staring in a trance, Chu Yoyu suddenly opened his eyes. When their eyes met, the two of them froze, staring at each other, and even the air seemed to freeze. It lasted for a full 10 seconds. Chu Yoyu withdrew her gaze, lowered her eyelids, and a blush soon appeared on her delicate white face. Su Xun separated from Chu Yoyu in a hurry with an awkward smile. Morning. Yeah, morning. Had breakfast. Chu Yoyu drove Su Xun to the company. Yes. As soon as Su Xun sat down in the office, Yui walked in and put a red bag on the desk. Su Xun asked, what is this? I know you won't buy the active oil because you have been like this since you were a child. You don't care about minor injuries. You still understand me. Su Xun took the red bag and looked at the active oil inside, but someone has already bought it for me. Who? Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu? Yui was surprised. Why would she buy you Huolua oil? Maybe your memory is better than mine, look at me forgetting. Is it really that simple? Yui looked at Su Xun suspiciously. She wouldn't fall in love with you, would she? Su Xun didn't react at all. He opened the active oil that Yuhi bought, rubbed the bruises on his legs, and asked back, "Do you think she will like me? Since you have already bought it, it would be a waste if you don't rub it." Su Xun is not a person who likes to waste. Yuhi nodded, "That's right, I don't even like you, how could Chu Yoyu like you?" Su Xun narrowed his eyes and stared at Yuhi, saying, "Can't you say it more tactfully? I am a straightforward person. I will say whatever I think and I will never hide anything. No one will want you like this." Su Xun was joking. Yui rolled his eyes at Su Xun, raised his head and said confidently, "As long as I want, I can get rid of being single in the next second." Su Xun had no doubt that Yui did have this ability. "Then why are you still single? What do you care about me? I like being a single dog, right?" After saying that, Yui turned and walked out of the office, and the smile on his face disappeared immediately. Su Xun shouted, "Wait. What? Don't be so anxious, I have something to tell you." Yui sat down opposite Su Xun, lifted up her long legs, bent over to take off her high heels, and gently rubbed her feet, which were a little painful from being squeezed by the high heels. Su Xun leaned over to take a look and found it very beautiful. He jokingly asked, "Do you need me to rub it for you?" Roll. If you have something to say, say it. If you have to fart, fart it now. Chu Yoyu invites you to go hiking together this weekend. Are you and Chu Yoyu going hiking this weekend? Su Xun replied helplessly, "This is what her parents asked for." "Did you go to the movies last night?" Su Xun nodded. "So that's how it is. I was wondering why Chu Yoyu would go to the movies with you." Yui frowned in confusion. "You guys are going hiking, why did Chu Yoyu invite me?" "She said you're different and she wants to be friends with you." "Just because of this?" "Well, that's what she said." "Are you going?" "Go ahead, why not? I have nothing to do on the weekend anyway." "It's settled then. I'll tell you the specific time and place later on Weibo." Su Xun turned on the computer and started looking at the documents. Yui was still rubbing his feet in the office and didn't go out. Su Xun glanced at Yui, sniffed hard, and deliberately said, "Do you smell anything?" "What does it smell like?" "It tastes like snail noodles." Yui reacted and glared at Su Xun fiercely, then confidently put her little feet on the desk and smiled narcissistically. "Fairies' feet don't stink. Are you a fairy?" Su Xun reached out and scratched Yui's little feet. Yui pulled his foot back, itching as if he had received an electric shock. He was very unconvinced and said, "Why am I not beautiful? Am I not pretty enough? A fairy is not just about being pretty." Su Xun held his chin and thought for a moment. She also needs to be as dignified and steady as Chu Yoyu. "So what you mean is, Chu Yoyu is a fairy?" "Not really, but it's definitely more ethereal than the carefree you. TSK, no matter how beautiful she is, she has nothing to do with you. At least I can still please your eyes. After all, once the term of your agreement is up, you may never meet again." "That makes sense. Remember to wear black stockings tomorrow so that I can feast my eyes on them. It would be a shame not to wear black stockings on such beautiful legs. He looks ugly, but his thoughts are beautiful." Yui put away his amusement and asked, "Was the man in the cinema yesterday Jiang Zitao?" "How do you know?" "You can tell from his mean behavior." "So he really was the one who tripped me on purpose last night?" "Nonsense, from childhood to adulthood, when have I ever lied to you?" Yui showed curiosity. "Did Chu Yoyu believe what I said last night?" "Of course I didn't believe it. After all, Jiang Zitao is Chu Yoyu's childhood sweetheart. Just like us, if someone said something bad about you in front of me, I would definitely not believe it." Su Xun put his hands behind his head and, with the help of the elasticity of the chair, rocked gently. Yui laughed jokingly and said, "If someone tells me something bad about you, I will believe it." "Why?" "Because you are not a good person." Chapter 32. Have you had dinner? Morning. Su Xun made an appointment with Lu Zhua. I Haven Tea thanked him properly for the last investment. Although they are good friends, Lu Zhua also said on Weibo that there is no need to be so polite. But one thing is for sure, we should still thank them. Lu Zhua, here. A slightly plump boy walked in from outside the restaurant. Su Xun, who was sitting by the window, waved immediately. He is Lu Zhua. Su Xun, we are all brothers. I told you not to be so polite. You are being too polite. Lu Zhua sat down opposite Su Xun. In the hot summer, beads of sweat covered his face. Su Xun pushed the tissue in front of Lu Zua and said with a smile, brothers are brothers, and gratitude is gratitude. These are two different things. Besides, I am not being polite to you. If I were really polite, I would have stuffed a red envelope into your pocket. Su Xun, if you really dare to do this, I tell you, I will get angry with you on the spot. Don't tell me, I was waiting for you to ask me for a red envelope so that I could scold you. I even thought of how to scold you, but you never asked me for it. I knew it was like this, that's why I didn't dare to ask you for it, ha ha. Ha ha ha. The two people's hearty laughter spread throughout the hotel and attracted a lot of attention. This is how Su Xun and Lu Zua get along, they both like to joke around. It was like this in college and it remained like this after graduation. It has never changed. Order whatever you want to eat. I, young Master Su, will pay for everything. Su Xun put the menu in front of Lu Zua. So arrogant? If I don't give you a good beating today, I'll feel unworthy of the name of Master Su. Lu Zua picked up a pen, randomly checked a few home-cooked dishes on the menu, and handed it to the waiter. How's it going? Has your company's economic crisis been resolved? Thanks to you, not only has the economic crisis been resolved, but I am now a little better off. So, your company's project will be launched soon? We're working on the server, preheating it, and advertising. It should be ready in a month. Su Xun, when your company's game goes online, you must give me a super account. I have always been crushed by others when playing games before, but now I want to crush them back. That's easy. Su Xun poured a cup of tea for Lu Zua. How about you? What's going on recently? Lu Zua leaned back in the chair depressedly and sighed, how can I improve? I'm still that follower. My dad said that if I don't follow him for 5 to 7 years, he won't let me take over the company. It's actually good to have someone to guide you. You see, I'm in such a miserable state because I don't have anyone to guide me. But you don't have to care about other people's expressions. You are the boss, you can do whatever you want. No one dares to say anything if you do something wrong. It's hard to be a boss. That's right. Lu Zua looked at Su Xun curiously. By the way, Su Xun, when did you become so close to Chu Yoyu? When we were in college, didn't you two never talk to each other in the 4 years you were in the same class? How do you know that I'm close to Chu Yoyu? The marriage agreement with Chu Yoyu. Su Xun didn't know about Chu Yoyu's situation. But on his side, he only told you he. Firstly, it was written in the agreement that they could not tell anyone about their marriage. Secondly, no one would be willing to tell others about such a fake thing, right? How did Lu Zua know now that he and Chu Yoyu were very close? Last time outside, I saw you guys talking and laughing together, but I was busy at the time, so I didn't go over to say hello to you. Lu Zua's eyes were somewhat evasive. This small change is difficult to detect without careful observation. Su Xun didn't see it, he nodded, so that's how it is. Are you dating Chu Yoyu? Lu Zua had a gossipy look on his face. Su Xun was amused and replied, how is that possible? Do you think a fair, rich and beautiful woman like her would be interested in me? It's hard to say. You are the most handsome boy in our class. Chu Yoyu is not that superficial. So how did you get so close to her? Tell me quickly, I'm dying of anxiety. Nothing much, just some business dealings. Lu Zua looked at Su Xun as if he were an idiot. Do I look like a 3-year-old child to you? Lu Zua was uncertain again. Are you chasing her? No. So she's chasing you? That's even more impossible. I've already said that it's just some business dealings. Lu Zua rolled his eyes and didn't believe it. Forget it, everyone has their own privacy. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. There will be a class reunion next weekend. Don't forget to come. You can bring your relatives and friends. Okay, I understand. Go talk to Chu Yoyu. Why should I tell her? You should be more familiar with it. Night. Su Xun returned to the villa and did not see Chu Yoyu's high heels on the shoe rack. It seems that he is alone at home tonight. Su Xun just cooked some food for dinner. He took out a bottle of Fat House Happy Water from the refrigerator, sat down at the dining table, and was about to eat. The cell phone on the table next to him suddenly rang. Su Xun picked up his phone and took a look. It was a message from a friend on Weibo with a cute kitten avatar. His note for this friend of Weixing was, Chu Yoyu. Have you had dinner? Looking at the information on the phone screen, Su Xun was very puzzled. What does Chu Youyu mean? I have added him as a friend on Weibo for more than a year. Before, when I didn't go home at night, I never sent him such a caring message. Did you send it to the wrong person? Just when Su Xun was at a loss for words, the phone rang again. The person who sent the message was still Chu Youyu. Sorry, I sent this to the wrong person. It's okay. It's okay. All the mysteries in Su Xun's heart suddenly disappeared, and he felt much more relaxed. It turned out that I sent it to the wrong person. Someone who can make Chu Youyu send a caring message. It should be only Jiang Zitao, right? Although Chu Youyu no longer likes him, after all, they are childhood sweethearts, so it is normal for her to think of him often. Su Xun was ready to put down his phone and continue eating. As a result, Chu Youyu sent a third message. Did you have dinner? This should be Chu Youyu's polite greeting after being embarrassed because he sent the wrong message. Su Xun kept his fingers on the phone screen and replied, just getting ready to eat. And you? I didn't eat it. Why aren't you eating at this hour? There is no food to eat. Looking at the message Chu Youyu replied, Su Xun was confused. What does it mean to have no food to eat? How could the president of a listed company go without food? I feel sick in my stomach today. I throw up every time I eat something outside. Now I don't dare to eat anything anymore. You must be busy all the time and have irregular eating habits, which may have made you hungry. But you also had low blood sugar last time, so you'd better eat a little. The hygiene of food outside is not guaranteed. I will vomit after eating it. I don't want to eat it. Chapter 33 Self-Deception. The current sanitary conditions are really bad, and there are a lot of pre-prepared meals. How about I send some food to you? Isn't this too troublesome? It's no trouble. I have nothing to do at night anyway, so I'll just take a walk. Thanks. You are welcome. Su Xun put down his phone and ate his food with big mouthfuls. He was going to make dinner for Chu Youyu after he finished eating. Su Xun has always been very kind to his friends. Of course, the 5 million Chu Youyu gave him was also a big part of the reason. Although that was what Su Xun deserved, he would not feel at ease if he did not treat Chu Youyu well with such a large amount of money. In a high-rise building in Star City, Chu Youyu's hand holding the phone was shaking slightly. This was the first time she had done such a thing since she was a child, and she was so nervous that even her breathing became rapid. How's it going, Youyu? Did Su Xun say he would bring you dinner? From another mobile phone placed on the desk, Chu Youyu's confident voice came out. Chu Youyu stuttered back, I said it. I knew Su Xun would do this. Sister, how did you know? Because Su Xun is a good person. Even if you didn't ask him for help, he would definitely help you when he knew you were in trouble. The man your sister chose couldn't be wrong. Chu Youyu's voice was very proud. Youyu, now we can move on to the next step. Go and have someone break the light in your office, and then go get a less bright light. The office can't be too dark, nor too bright. When Su Xun comes, use the excuse that you're afraid of the dark to get him to stay with you. Sister, isn't it not good to lie to someone like this? Chu Youyu was in a difficult situation. She doesn't like lying. Especially, lying about something like this. Are you stupid? Is this a lie? I'm helping you pursue Su Xun. But, sister, even if I really like Su Xun, I don't want to be with him in this way. Love can be fair or shameless, so don't feel any psychological pressure. From now on, I will be your military advisor, and you must listen to me. Otherwise, I will tell my parents about your marriage agreement. Sister, how could you do this? Who made me like Su Xun to be my brother-in-law? I don't want to bother with you anymore. I'm hanging up. It's up to you. I only care about the results. If I'm not satisfied with the results, don't blame me for not thinking about the sisterhood. Chu Youyu hung up the phone after saying that. Chu Youyu's face flushed. After closing her eyes and thinking for a moment, she picked up the landline phone on the desk. Prepare the meal and pack it in an insulated lunchbox. Su Xun asked Chu Youyu for the company address. He walked out of the villa and rode away on the electric scooter. 20 minutes later, Su Xun arrived at the bottom of a 200-meter-high building. While waiting for the elevator, I met Jiang Zitao, who was wearing a suit and had hairspray on. You can tell at first glance that she was dressed up carefully. Boss Su? Why are you here? Jiang Zitao frowned, too lazy to pretend anymore, and did not give a polite smile like before. Su Xun used his own method to retaliate against Jiang Zitao and did not give him a good face either. Mr. Jiang, is there a problem? I can't come here? Jiang Zitao looked at the insulated lunchbox in Su Xun's hand and asked, Are you here to bring dinner to you? Could it be President Jiang too? Jiang Zitao sneered, I will only take Yo-Yu to a 5-star hotel for dinner, and I won't be like you, President Su, who cooks some unpalatable and unnutritious meals for Yo-Yu. Yo-Yu said that the food outside is unhygienic. She can't get used to it and will vomit after eating it. Home-cooked meals made by hand are tastier and cleaner. That's because Yo-Yu hasn't been to the 5-star hotel I carefully selected for her, so she has this wrong idea. Jiang Zitao put his hands in his pockets, looking determined to win, and said, Please go back, Mr. Su, otherwise Yo-Yu will not eat the food you cook, which will only be embarrassing. What home-cooked meal can compare to the food in a 5-star hotel? It must be because this kid was pestering her that Yo-Yu asked him to bring the food over, right? Jiang Zitao was full of confidence and was sure that he would be able to give Su Xun a good slap in the face later. Even if Chu Yo-Yu has a crush on him, so what? I have the bond of my first love, isn't that stronger than your crush? Boss Jiang, this is what I want to say to you. Su Xun didn't know whether Chu Yo-Yu would choose his home cooking or the gourmet food from a 5-star hotel. He also has no confidence in himself. But no matter what, he couldn't lose to Jiang Zitao in momentum. Even if I might get slapped in the face later. But that's for later. Now, he wanted Jiang Zitao to feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit, and every second of discomfort would be valuable. Then we'll just wait and see. The elevator is here, wanna go together? Together. Su Xun and Jiang Zitao took the elevator upstairs together. Chu Yo-Yu's beautiful female assistant was waiting at the elevator door early. When the elevator door opened, she saw 2 people. One of them she knew and had met several times, but the person Miss Chu wanted to see was not him. The beautiful assistant was a little confused, but she didn't say anything and led Su Xun and Jiang Zitao to Chu Yo-Yu's office. Why are you here? Seeing Jiang Zitao come in, Chu Yo-Yu in the office was confused. Shouldn't Su Xun be the one coming? Why is he here too? Jiang Zitao smiled and said, I just happened to be passing by, so I came in to see you, Yo-Yu. If you want to come here next time, tell me first. This is the company after all. Looking at Su Xun who came in from behind, Chu Yo-Yu felt a little angry. She and Jiang Zitao are friends and childhood sweethearts. It would be fine for Jiang Zitao to come and see her even if he didn't tell her in advance. But Chu Yo-Yu feels inexplicably uncomfortable now. I remember that. Jiang Zitao had a flattering smile on his face, looking like a dog, or even more like a clown. It's still hot, eat it while it's hot. Su Xun put the thermal lunchbox in front of Chu Yo-Yu. A bright smile appeared on Chu Yo-Yu's ugly face, thank you. Seeing the scene, Jiang Zitao's face turned blue with anger and he clenched his fists silently. Before he went abroad, Chu Yo-Yu was in a bad mood, and nothing would change even if he showed up. Now, how could this kid make Chu Yo-Yu change so much? It's obviously just a slight crush on me, he is my first love. Or, is all this just pretended by Chu Yo-Yu? Chu Yo-Yu doesn't tea like that boy at all? Have you always liked yourself? Are you just using that kid as a springboard to piss yourself off? Yes, that's it, it must be like that. Even if Chu Yo-Yu said that she didn't go abroad, she must be resentful in her heart. That's why he would use this kid to take revenge on himself. No wonder the habits we have developed since childhood change again and again. Thinking of this, Jiang Zitao breathed a sigh of relief, and all his negative emotions disappeared. Just now, Su Xun was still angry, hateful, and gnashing his teeth. Now, there is only contempt. That's looking at the contempt of a clown. Chapter 34 Su Xun, just stay with me. Yo-Yu, I have booked a private room at the Soiweitan Hotel and reserved a chef from the FA Kingdom. This chef is very difficult to book. How about, you eat Mr. Su's home cooking next time? I'm sorry, I feel sick today and can't eat outside. The chef of the FA Kingdom personally cooked in front of us and prepared the food right before our eyes. This is different from the ordinary meals outside. I have other things to do and can't get away. Chu Yo-Yu opened the insulated lunchbox that Su Xun brought and ate the food inside in small bites. Jiang Zitao was not discouraged, nor did he become disheartened. Ever since he figured it out just now, he felt that Chu Yo-Yu's revenge was particularly cute. Just eat home-cooked meals. It's just a stepping stone. I shouldn't be so narrow-minded as to bother with that guy. Why don't you turn on the light? Don't you think it's dark? Su Xun turned around and looked at the office. It was very spacious, about the size of an average living room. However, there was only a dim light, and he could barely see clearly, but the hazy feeling made him uncomfortable. Except for sleeping, Su Xun usually likes light. The lamp is broken. Why didn't you ask someone to fix it? The maintenance man has gone off work. Su Xun felt incredible. How come such a big company doesn't have electricians on call 24 hours a day? Aren't you afraid of any accidents? Or is this true for every big company? Su Xun didn't know, he had never worked in a big company. As for his small company, there is no need for an electrician to be on call all the time. Zhang Zitao immediately took the opportunity to show his courtesy and said, "Yo, I know you are afraid of the dark. Don't be afraid. I will be here with you all the time. Thank you, but no need. It's enough for me to have Su Xun accompany me. Su Xun and I are going the same way, but not you. It's more appropriate for Su Xun to stay. As long as I can accompany you, even if it's not convenient, it will become convenient." Su Xun was covered with goosebumps from the disgusting feeling. Is Zhang Zitao born to be a bootlicker? Can you lick it like this? Su Xun suddenly became curious. Was Zhang Zitao also like this before he went abroad? If so, Xu Youyu obviously liked Zhang Zitao at that time. Why did they never get together? Besides, President Su must be very busy, right? How could he have the time to stay with you, Youyu? President Su and you are only married by agreement, and he has his own life. Zhang Zitao reminded Su Xun implicitly in his words. He and Xu Youyu are not real husband and wife, so it is best not to have any inappropriate thoughts. How can a toad eat swan meat? Xu Youyu looked at Su Xun, feeling a little nervous. Su Xun, do you have time? Yes, who said I don't have time? I have plenty of time now. Su Xun said provocatively, Mr. Jiang, you go back. I will stay and accompany you. After all, it is more convenient for me to live with you than for you. If it were in the past, Su Xun might have given up the space. But now, he would only try every possible way to discuss Zhang Zitao, even if it meant hurting 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of his own. The revenge against him has been carried out in real life. Do you still expect him to be as polite as before? Su Xun is not a soft persimmon, you can't squeeze him whenever you want. Zhang Zitao was so angry that he was speechless. Even though he knew that Su Xun was just a clown, he was still filled with anger. How dare a toad covet swan meat? Zitao, it's getting late. You should go back. Su Xun and I are nominally married. It's more appropriate for him to stay than for you. Xu Youyu breathed a sigh of relief and felt inexplicably happy. Okay, I won't bother you anymore, bye. Things had come to this point, Zhang Zitao could only leave unwillingly. He wasn't very angry. This was just Xu Youyu's revenge on him. The deeper the hatred, the deeper the love. He was so happy that he couldn't contain himself. What made Zhang Zitao unhappy was that Su Xun, that toad, actually dared to think about Xu Youyu. This was something he couldn't accept. Even if Xu Youyu was using Su Xun as a springboard, he couldn't accept this toad daring to have ideas about Xu Youyu. The opened glass door closed again. Su Xun and Xu Youyu were the only ones left in the office. In the quiet air. Soon the weird atmosphere reappeared. Xu Youyu felt particularly uncomfortable and broke the silence by asking, "Why did you come up together?" Su Xun sat down on the sofa next to him. "I met him while waiting for the elevator." "You are now." Xu Youyu lowered his head guiltily. "I'm sorry, it's because of me that you have one more enemy." "You don't have to apologize. This has nothing to do with you. I took your money and married you. Since I chose this path, all the difficulties along the way are what I should face. You can't blame anyone else." Su Xun didn't care at all, and I'm not afraid of having many enemies. If there are no enemies in life to serve as a whetstone, how can I become excellent? He wasn't pretending to be indifferent. That's just the way he is. Don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of trouble either. Xu Youyu looked at Su Xun in a daze. It was the first time she saw such a cheerful and sunny boy. Su Xun asked, "Is the food to your liking?" Delicious. Do you feel any discomfort in your stomach?" "No. That must be because the food outside is unhygienic." Su Xun was bored and took out his cell phone to kill time. Since I agreed to stay with Chu Yoyu, I can only sit here until Chu Yoyu gets off work. After dinner, Chu Yoyu started working quietly. In the quiet office, the sound of mouse and keyboard clicking can be heard from time to time. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Xun got tired of playing and put his phone back in his pocket. Then he stood up from the sofa and looked around the huge office, tinkering here and there. Chu Yoyu worked hard throughout the whole process. I drink coffee when I feel tired and never take a rest. It can be seen that she is a workaholic. 9 o'clock in the evening. Chu Yoyu and the beautiful female assistant sorted out the documents and prepared to go to the meeting. Before leaving, Chu Yoyu said to Su Xun, "Su Xun, I will be off work after the meeting. Please wait a little longer." "It's okay, go ahead and do your work. If you're bored, you can play on the computer." After saying this, Chu Yoyu and the beautiful assistant walked out of the office. Su Xun opened his mouth in shock. As the president, Chu Yoyu must have important company documents in his computer. You let him play with it so confidently, aren't you afraid that he might steal it? Does Chu Yoyu trust his friends so much? That is an important document for a listed company. Su Xun didn't hesitate to walk to the desk and sat down in Chu Yoyu's seat. It smells very good, and Chu Yoyu's body fragrance remains on the chair. Su Xun's phone is out of battery, so boring. So I want to use the computer to relieve my fatigue. Chapter 35 Chu Yoyu's True Side. Turn on your computer. Su Xun saw a folder named Learning Materials on the desktop, and his blood suddenly boiled. Many people have folders like study materials on their computers. As for what it is used for, there is no need to say more. What surprised Su Xun was that an iceberg beauty like Chu Yoyu actually also had such a folder. As expected, no one can resist the desire. Even the cold as ice Chu Yoyu is the same. Su Xun was a little curious. He wanted to know what Chu Yoyu was studying. However, his conscience forced him to move his hand away from the mouse. The contents of the folder are Chu Yoyu's privacy. Clicking in to take a peek, isn't that a bad idea? After a mental struggle, Su Xun finally opened the folder. When he sees the folder, what is inside? Does it matter? Moreover, Chu Yoyu authorized it and did not say anything that said she could not watch it, so this could not be considered as peeping into Chu Yoyu's privacy. Su Xun has always had the heart of an apprentice. Only by constantly learning various knowledge can he make continuous progress. However, a scene appeared on the computer screen. Su Xun was very disappointed. It was not what he had imagined he would learn. Rather, it is about some matters needing attention and explanation about enterprise management. It seems that he wants to be dirty. Su Xun couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said, "How could a cold and arrogant person like Chu Yoyu learn that kind of knowledge? Watch short videos and browse forums." Su Xun supported his face with one hand and dragged the mouse with the other hand to change the desktop. The light in the office is too dim and the computer's desktop wallpaper is too bright, which makes it dazzling. He wants to change the desktop wallpaper to one that suits the office environment and change it back when he stops playing. While selecting pictures, Su Xun accidentally saw Chu Yoyu's selfie in the gallery. This aroused his strong interest and he subconsciously clicked on the gallery. There are many photos of Chu Yoyu in the gallery, taken in various places. I scrolled down for a long time but still couldn't reach the bottom. Su Xun glanced at the photos and was surprised to find something unusual. In every photo, Chu Yoyu smiles as beautifully and charmingly as a flower, and strikes various poses for photos. In the more than a year that they had been together, Su Xun had never seen these things before. Chu Yoyu usually speaks very little, hardly ever smiles, and is not as lively and cheerful as she appears in photos. If I'm not mistaken, this is the true side of Chu Yoyu, right? Not aloof, not taciturn, and not restrained in any way. The real her loves to laugh, play, and has the innocent side of a little girl. It seems that the friendship between me and Chu Yoyu is not deep enough. I have never seen the real Chu Yoyu. Su Xun shrugged, not thinking anything of it. Their friendship was not deep to begin with, so isn't it normal that they can't see each other? Does it look good? Suddenly a voice broke the silence in the office. Su Xun was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. It's Chu Yoyu. In the dim light, her fair face was like a beacon in the darkness, particularly eye-catching. Su Xun picked his toes in embarrassment. When did Chu Yoyu come back? How did she come to him without anyone noticing? Xu Youyu seemed to see the confusion in Su Xun's heart and explained, I changed my shoes after get off work. Su Xun then realized that the 10-centimeter high heels on Xu Youyu's feet had turned into a pair of furry indoor slippers. No wonder he appeared beside me silently. Oh, really? Ha ha ha, didn't notice you came in. Su Xun scratched his head awkwardly and stood up from Xu Youyu's seat. His head was buzzing and he was a little at a loss for a moment. Xu Youyu was not angry. She looked at her selfies on the computer and asked, do you think these photos are okay? Yes, it looks good. Thanks. Well, you're off work, so I'll leave first. Su Xun now just wanted to escape from Xu Youyu's sight as soon as possible. Not only did he look at the photos, but he was also caught in the act. How could he not be embarrassed? Now every second spent with Xu Youyu is torture. Wait a minute. Xu Youyu shouted, I'll go back with you. Aren't you staying at the company tonight? The light is broken. I can't stay here tonight. What? Do you usually sleep in the office? Xu Youyu nodded and pointed to the sofa where Su Xun had been sitting before. I didn't go back before, I always slept there. I thought you were in the company and had prepared a separate room for yourself. Xu Youyu is the president and has this ability. Su Xun turned his head and glanced at the sofa where he had been sitting before. No wonder there is a sofa in the office, and it is placed in such a remote location. No wonder there is a nice scent on the sofa. Wait a moment, I'll change my shoes. Su Xun pursed his lips. Since Xu Youyu had said so, he couldn't leave alone. But this is embarrassing. After coming out of the office, Xu Youyu did not go to the parking lot but walked out of the building with Su Xun. Su Xun asked in confusion, is your car parked outside? No. Xu Youyu pursed her lips and asked, Su Xun, did you come here on that electric bike? Su Xun nodded with a hum. Can it carry people? I've never ridden an electric car before. Su Xun's mouth twitched as he understood something. It's just a broken electric scooter, what is so good about riding it? He thought of Yuhi and was a little afraid that something similar would happen again, so he declined, saying, the electric donkey is uncomfortable to sit on. It's okay, I just want to try what it feels like. It's still dangerous. Su Xun, don't you want me to sit? Xu Youyu blinked and looked at Su Xun quietly. Su Xun said helplessly, no, I just feel it is necessary to tell you these things in advance. Can I sit then? If you want. Su Xun found his electric scooter and took out a spare helmet for Xu Youyu. Ever since Yuhi fell last time, he specially went out to buy a new helmet and put it in the trunk. He didn't expect that it would come in handy so soon. Xu Youyu sat on the back seat of the electric donkey and asked, should I hold you? It seems to be like this in the video. No, just find a place to hold on to. The car is very stable. As long as you don't move, you won't fall off. Su Xun told the truth. He could have easily fooled Xu Youyu, a newbie, and taken advantage of him, but he didn't do that. Are you sitting tight? If you are, I will start. Su Xun twisted the accelerator but didn't drive fast, fearing that Xu Youyu would fall. If a golden bird like this got injured, he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. The evening breeze blew towards her, blowing Xu Youyu's black hair, making her seem in a good mood and revealing a charming smile. Chapter 36, Xinglu Mountain. How was it? Was it a bad experience? Was it not as comfortable as sitting in a car? I feel comfortable. I like being in touch with nature. The evening breeze blowing in my face can blow away my fatigue. You are just feeling the novelty. Turn into a small road. A big pit suddenly appeared in front. If you hit it, you will be thrown out. Su Xun's heart tightened and he immediately stepped on the brakes hard. The electric scooter braked suddenly, and there was a hissing sound as the tires rubbed against the ground. Fortunately, the electric scooter braked when it was only one step away from the big pit. However, due to inertia, Xu Youyu, who opened his arms to face the wind, lost his balance and fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, Su Xun was quick-witted and reached out to support Xu Youyu at the first moment. Are you okay? Xu Youyu hadn't recovered from the shock yet and was shaking her head blankly. Wait until the paleness on Xu Youyu's face disappears. Su Xun then started the electric scooter again. I didn't lie to you, did I? It's really dangerous. Xu Youyu didn't say anything, but reached out and hugged Su Xun tightly from behind. Su Xun could understand Xu Youyu. He was scared to death just now, not to mention Chu Yoyu, so it was reasonable for her to hug him now. A tram sped past them. Su Xun was driving a small electric scooter and Chu Yoyu was hugging him from behind. They looked like a loving couple and the quiet street was filled with sweetness. By the way, Luzwa asked me to tell you that there will be a class reunion next weekend. Good. You can bring your friends and family. On another street. Lu Kei braked the car and handed a tissue to Yuhi, who was sitting in the passenger seat with a distressed look on her face. Cry if you want to. I don't want to cry. Yuhi pushed the tissue away stubbornly. His face looked very bad and his eyes were a little red. Lu Kei stared at Yuhi for a long time and asked, Xiaoyi, I don't think you are a timid person. You like him, why, just don't dare to say it? I don't like him. Yui turned his head and looked out the car window, not daring to look directly at Lu Kei's gaze. Lu Kei angrily reached out her hand, turned Yui's head back, and said seriously, Xiaoyi, given our relationship, do you have to deny it? We are best sisters, we can't keep secrets from each other, and I'm not stupid. What are your feelings for Su Xun? Can't I see it? Yui lowered his head and stopped being stubborn. Lu Kei pressed him, tell me, why didn't you dare tell him that you liked him? Was it just because you were shy? Yuhi remained silent. Lu Kei picked up her phone and pretended to send a message to Su Xun. You won't tell me, right? Then I will send a message to tell Su Xun that you like him. I am really annoyed by you. You like him but dare not say it. If you dare not say it, then I will help you say it. Don't want. Yui panicked and quickly snatched the phone from Lu Kei's hand. Then why are you like this? Seeing you look so sad, my heart aches. Yui's eyes were filled with tears and she choked up. I'm afraid that after he finds out, we won't even be able to be friends anymore. How would you know if you don't try? What if he likes you too? Yui shook his head. He doesn't like me. Why do you think so? He has always treated me as a good friend. If he liked me, he would have pursued me a long time ago. Could it be possible that he can hide better than you? No, he liked a girl in high school and pursued her for about half a year until he gave up completely. If he likes someone, he won't hide it. Is that so? Lu Kei felt the situation was difficult, then she became angry and indignant, and said, Su Xun is a bastard. He doesn't like a beautiful woman like you, but he likes someone else? Xiaohihi, you are too close to him, so he can't feel your goodness. From now on, you have to stay away from him. A person will only regret it when he loses someone. It's useless. I tried to ignore him, but every time he would think he had done something wrong. After apologizing didn't work, he would even ignore me. Oh, I'm really annoyed by you guys. Lu Kei scratched her hair in frustration. Xiaoyi, why don't you like anyone else? Why do you have to like someone who doesn't like you? Yuhi bit her lip, lowered her head and said nothing. Saturday. Su Xun and Chu Yoyu went out early in the morning. What they are going to climb today is Xinglu Mountain, a famous mountain in Xincheng. When we arrived at the foot of Xinglu Mountain, we got off the car and saw Yuhi from afar at the ticket gate of the scenic area. Today she wore a pink tight short-sleeved shirt and white loose pants, with her hair loose in big waves, looking cool and royal. She didn't show her shoulders or belly button like other girls, but dressed conservatively. Yuhi herself is also a relatively conservative girl. Chu Yoyu's outfit was similar to Yuhi's except for the color. The only difference was that Chu Yoyu wore a pair of large sunglasses, which exuded a domineering aura. When the two women came face to face, Su Xun introduced, Yuhi, my childhood friend. Chu Yoyu, my college classmate. Hello. Hello. Yuhi and Chu Yoyu shook hands politely. This is a very normal action. Su Xun felt inexplicably nervous. It was a bad premonition, as if he would regret in the future letting the two women meet today. Buy tickets to enter the scenic area. Chu Yoyu and Yuhi walked in front. Su Xun followed them like a follower. Mr. Yu, you are very beautiful. Thank you, Mr. Chu, the same to you. I heard from Su Xun that Mr. Yu is from the 52nd class of Xingda's Galaxy class? Mr. Yu is amazing. Boss Chu is joking. The Galaxy class is just like that. Mr. Yu, meeting his fate, add Wei Xing. Good. Xinglu Mountain is not high. It took 2 hours to climb halfway up the mountain. At that time, the warm sun from the eastern mountains had risen high and turned into a scorching sun. Su Xun was so tired that he slumped down on a public chair, breathing heavily. Chu Youyu and Yuhi were not in much better condition. Their faces were flushed with exhaustion, with beads of sweat the size of beans hanging on their faces, and their beautiful hair scattered on their foreheads was all wet. What do you want to drink? I'll go get some water. After a while, Su Xun supported his legs with his hands and stood up in pain. Lemon tea. I want a cup of lemon tea too. Su Xun made an okay gesture and didn't want to say another word. Walking into the milk tea shop not far away, Su Xun first picked up a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. After being nourished by the source of life, the whole person instantly became refreshed. Then, after a burp, he had the energy to look at the waiter in the milk tea shop and said, I want 2 cups of lemon tea. Chapter 37 Hug the Waist. Handsome guy, I'm sorry, the ingredients haven't been delivered yet. I can only make a cup of lemon tea now. Then I'll have 2 more cups of jasmine on the cloud. A cup of lemon tea? 2 cups of jasmine on the cloud? Right. After making the milk tea and scanning the code to pay, Su Xun walked out of the milk tea shop. After returning to Yuhi and Chu Youyu, Su Xun did not give the cup of lemon tea to any of them. Instead, he looked at them and asked, There's only 1 cup of lemon tea. Who wants one? Chu Youyu and Yuhi tacitly remained silent. Throw the difficult problem to Su Xun. The corner of Su Xun's mouth twitched violently. Can't you be more humble? Is lemon tea so attractive to girls? Su Xun smacked his lips, inserted the straw into the lemon tea, and then put it into his mouth. This is a century-old problem. This cup of lemon tea is for both Chu Youyu and Yuhi. Each will offend the other. Instead of this, why not just offend both of them? This at least seems fair and just. Su Xun just felt that he was very smart. Seeing this, Yuhi's eyes looked gloomy. Didn't you know that her favorite drink is lemon tea? Asshole. Chu Youyu was also feeling a little depressed. She was splashed with milk tea last time. Now milk tea seems bland to me. However, they had to admit that this was the best solution. Have a good rest. When Su Xun and the other 2 were preparing to continue climbing the mountain, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in my sight. Youyu, you're here to climb the mountain too? Zhang Zitao, dressed in mountaineering clothes, walked over in surprise. Zitao, why are you here? I climb mountains just like you do. Chu Youyu looked at the mountaineering clothes Zhang Zitao was wearing and had no doubts. Su Xun was speechless for a while. Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? You can meet them by chance while watching a movie. You can still meet him while climbing a mountain. Su Xun even suspected that Zhang Zitao had installed surveillance cameras on them. Beautiful lady, we meet again. Zhang Zitao looked like a gentleman and waved to Yuhi. Yuhi turned his head and looked elsewhere, ignoring Zhang Zitao. She never disguises her disgust for people she hates. Zhang Zitao was thicker than a wall. He looked at Su Xun without any embarrassment and said, Boss Su, why don't you introduce this friend of yours? No need. Anyway, I won't have any intersection with Mr. Jiang. Zhang Zitao smiled without saying anything, and his gaze returned to Chu Youyu. Youyu, since we've met, let's climb together? Chu Youyu looked at Su Xun and Yuhi, seeking their opinions. Su Xun said with a fake smile, Boss Jiang, you are dressed so formally, you look like a professional mountain climber, let's not drag you down. It's okay. It's more fun to climb a mountain with more people. On the way, I can also explain to you the various dangers of climbing a mountain and what to do in case of emergencies. Thank you so much. You're welcome. It was the first time that Su Xun had met such a shameless person. He didn't say anything else. I came to climb the mountain with Chu Youyu today, but we had a mission. Since you like to follow so much, then follow. It's interesting to think about what will happen when I turn into a clown later. Su Xun suddenly no longer objected to Zhang Zitao following him. We climbed the mountain for another half an hour. Su Xun looked around and found the scenery nice. On one side was the prosperity of Star City, and on the other side were picturesque mountains and clear waters. It was a great place to take pictures. Su Xun stopped and said to Chu Youyu beside him, Youyu, let's take a photo here. Chu Youyu nodded and found the most beautiful filming location. Su Xun handed the phone to Yuhi, take a few photos for us. This was a task Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiuli deliberately arranged because they were afraid that they would pretend to agree. I must take some photos of us hiking together for them. Chu Youyu told Su Xun about this a few days ago. Su Xun was very careless with his words towards Yuhi. So Yui also knew it and cooperated by taking the phone. Seeing Su Xun walking towards Chu Youyu, Zhang Zitao silently clenched his fists. Even if this guy was a stepping stone, he was very unhappy about the close contact with Chu Youyu. Su Xun felt very happy. He knew that Zhang Zitao would look like he was eating shit at this moment. Cool. After straightening his clothes, Su Xun reached out and put his arms around Chu Youyu's slender waist. Even through the clothes, you can feel it clearly. That small waist is delicate, soft, and smooth. Chu Youyu took the initiative to let Su Xun hug her, in order to show their intimacy and love. Let Xu Xingzhong and Tang Xiaoli feel more at ease. Zhang Zitao was so angry that his back teeth were almost broken. It's fine if you take a photo together, but you also hug around the waist? He hasn't even hugged his childhood sweetheart yet. Zhang Zitao wanted to chop off Su Xun's dirty hands. A toad, a swan's waist, can you touch that? Su Xun felt so happy. He now likes to see Zhang Zitao get humiliated. The more he suffers, the more comfortable he feels. Are you ready? I'm ready. Yui pressed the camera button and a group photo appeared in the lower right corner. So well matched. Enlarge the picture, this was Yui's first reaction. My heart immediately felt empty. Even though she knew that all this was acting, she still felt like there was a stone pressing on her heart, making her feel uncomfortable. Su Xun, let's take a photo together. I can't even remember when the last time we took a photo was. When Su Xun came back, Yui couldn't help but speak. Su Xun nodded, okay. I'll take the photo for you. Chu Youyu took the phone on his own initiative. Yui found a big tree that was quite old to take the picture. Su Xun stood beside Yui with a sly smile. The dirty hand that hugged Chu Youyu just now was not honest at all. He reached out quietly and hugged Yui's slender waist. The only difference was that I squeezed it hard. Really soft and elastic. Yui pinched Su Xun's thigh angrily. Su Xun couldn't stop smiling. Yui often teased him. Now that he has the chance, of course he has to tease her back. And as a good friend, what's wrong with giving him some benefits? It's still a slim waist, so it's no big deal if I pinch it. As the white circle flashed, another group photo appeared in the lower right corner. So well matched. The first glimpse of the group photo. This thought immediately occurred to Chu Youyu. I was fine just now, but suddenly I felt a little upset. Su Xun, send me the photo. It looks good in the photo, but your dirty hands don't look good. I'm going to Photoshop you out. Yui was very satisfied with the photo in Su Xun's phone. Su Xun was also very satisfied and posted the photo on Yui's Weibo. Youyu, shall we take a photo too? Zhang Zitao glanced at the photo of Su Xun and Chu Youyu and was filled with envy and jealousy. Chu Youyu did not refuse. It was hard for her to refuse such a small matter. After all, they are friends, the kind of friends who grew up together. Boss Su, is there any trouble? Zhang Zitao took out his cell phone and handed it to Su Xun. Chapter 38, Making a Wish. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at taking photos, so I'd better not disturb your fun. Su Xun's smile was particularly evil. He told Zhang Zitao clearly that if he insisted on taking the photo, he would definitely make it look ugly. Zhang Zitao instantly lost the desire to let Su Xun take a photo. If the group photo is not taken well, not only will it look ugly, but Chu Youyu will definitely be angry, so it's not worth it. Zhang Zitao set his sights on Yui again. But he didn't look at Yui yet. Yui looked to the other side with foresight. There was no other way, so Zhang Zitao could only ask a young lady passing by for help. Standing at the place where Su Xun had taken a photo with Chu Youyu just now, Zhang Zitao also wanted to imitate Su Xun and stretched out his hands to hug Chu Youyu. As a result, Zhang Zitao just made this move. Chu Youyu kept a distance of at least 2 meters from him. With a frown on his face and an unhappy look, he warned, Zitao, we are just friends. Sorry Youyu, I crossed the line. Zhang Zitao's face turned black. That boy can hug her, but he can't? Don't be angry, don't be angry. He's just trying to make me angry on purpose. What's there to be angry about? Zhang Zitao felt much better after comforting himself in this way. In the end, because she was angry, Chu Youyu didn't even satisfy Zhang Zitao by leaning against each other at the beginning. Instead, they took the photo with a distance of half a meter between them. The young lady who was helping looked embarrassed. She thought she was taking a photo for a couple. The result is a bootlicker and a clown. After returning the phone to Jiang Zitao, the young lady didn't even want to talk to him anymore and just turned away. Looking at the photo on his phone that was both a group photo and not a group photo, Jiang Zitao's forehead veins popped out and his teeth chattered. Su Xun added with a provocative smile, "Boss Jiang, do we want to take a photo together?" Jiang Zitao almost couldn't help but punch Su Xun. Fortunately, reason controlled him. He remained a gentleman in front of Chu Youyu for 20 years. It was almost destroyed. Chu Youyu was angry just now? After taking group photos, we continued climbing the mountain. Taking advantage of the time when Su Xun fell behind, Yui slowed down, and when Su Xun caught up, he rubbed his arm against him and spoke in a low voice. "It seems right. Has she ever been angry with you like this?" "No." Su Xun put his hands behind his head. "My relationship with her is not that good. How could she be angry with me?" "Really? I saw you hugged her just now, it was very natural." That was deliberately performed for Jiang Zitao to see. Normally when I'm with her, we hardly talk, and we run out of topics to talk about after just a few sentences. At this point, Su Xun raised the corners of his mouth and smiled wickedly. "Only when I hug you, it's truly natural." As he spoke, Su Xun stretched out his hand to demonstrate. He then pinched Yui's slender waist hard. Then he ran forward. "Asshole." Yui raised her fist to hit Su Xun. Unfortunately, I didn't catch up. He glared fiercely at Su Xun in front of him. I was getting angry, and then suddenly I started laughing. It is like a blooming flower, delicate, gorgeous and dazzling. We climbed for another hour and a half. The top of the mountain is within reach. An artificial lake also came into view. There is a small island in the middle of the lake, and on the island there is a temple. It is rumored that this temple is very effective, and everyone who comes to Xinglu Mountain will go to the temple to burn incense and worship Buddha. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Let's go to the temple and worship, Su Xun suggested while looking at the temple on the island. This temple is one of the key check-in places on Xinglu Mountain. We are here to have fun, so if we don't go for a stroll, we regret it? Chu Youyu, Yuhi and Jiang Zitao had no objection. They had heard something about this temple. Now that you are here, you must go inside and make a wish. The worst that can happen is that it will fall on deaf ears. But what if it works? The temple was originally surrounded by a small natural ditch. Later, Xinglu Mountain was converted into a scenic spot, and this small ditch was dug into a lake. The reason given is to bring better playability to tourists. In fact, they just want to rent a boat for a fee. Rent a wooden boat for $50, without a boatman. Su Xun, can you really do this? Looking at Su Xun holding the paddle, Chu Youyu felt a little scared. Jiang Zitao took the opportunity to laugh and said, "That's right, Mr. Su, you'd better not be so stubborn. Youyu can't swim. If the boat capsizes, it will be dangerous. Anyone can capsize a boat, except Su Xun. If you are afraid, you can rent a boat yourself, or take someone else's boat." Yui angrily stood up for Su Xun. Chu Youyu asked, "Mr. Yu, is what you said true?" Yui replied affirmatively, "Of course, we rural children all grew up in the river. When Su Xun was 7 years old, he took me around in a boat. I vaguely remember that it was a summer day that was a little hotter than this one. A naked little boy, twisting his butt left and right, rowed a small wooden boat, carrying a little girl wearing a flower crown and a red skirt, around on the river. Later, the adults found out and we all had a meal of bamboo fried meat degree. Recalling these past events, Yui smiled charmingly. Chu Youyu felt much more at ease. She can't swim and has a natural fear of water, so she is afraid. Su Xun rowed the boat. He hadn't rowed for many years. That feeling is both familiar and strange. The small boat began to move slowly on the lake. Although it is a bit shaky, it feels stable. The only fear in Chu Youyu's heart disappeared at this moment. Looking at Su Xun rowing the boat in great style, a look of longing flashed in Chu Youyu's clear eyes. Just by listening to Yui's description just now, she felt the artistic conception of that scene. It was beautiful. If there was a chance, she would also like someone to row a boat and take her around on the river. Soon, the boat has reached the shore. Su Xun and his companions walked onto the island, entered the temple, and burned incense and worshipped Buddha on the cushions one after another. Coming out of the treasure hall, an old monk gave each of the 4 of them a bag made of red rope. Su Xun asked, "Master, what is this?" The old monk clasped his hands together and replied, "Wishing bag, there is a wishing tree in the backyard. Please write your wishes in the bag in your hands and then hang the bag on the tree in the backyard. The Buddha will bless you and make your dreams come true." So that's how it is. Thank you, Master. Following the guidance of the old monk, we arrived at the backyard of the temple. There was a very thick and big tree, so big that 3 adults might not be able to hug it. Many small red bags have been hung on the densely packed branches. When the breeze blows, the branches twist and the bags made of red ropes sway together. From a distance, they look quite charming. Chapter 39, Capsize. Su Xun leaned against the wall and wrote his wish. He sneaked over out of curiosity. What? Su Xun immediately covered the note with his hand. He replied, "Let's see what's going on." It doesn't work after seeing it? You are being superstitious. If you come here to make a wish, it's not feudal superstition? He was speechless. Su Xun grinned and handed the piece of paper with the wish written on it to He. He believes these things, but he also doesn't believe them. Just here for fun. So he didn't care whether he showed it to He or not. You just want the company to go public? How can your wish be so simple? He was somewhat disappointed with this result, but it was also expected. Su Xun spread his hands and asked, "Is this wish simple? Even if it's not simple, don't you have any other wishes? Like, for your uncle and aunt to be healthy, or for me to stay young forever?" When he spoke of the latter part, he looked very smug. Su Xun looked at He speechlessly. "What does it have to do with me if you stay young forever? Why don't you write it on your own note? What do you know? One more person praying means one more chance of it coming true. Also, I've helped you so much over the years, so what's wrong with blessing me in your wish? You have no conscience. Okay, then I'll add one more wish. I hope you will never die." Su Xun pretended to write down this wish. He kicked Su Xun lightly in anger and said, "How can you wish others well like you? Forget it, don't write me on your wish. It's useless if you don't mean it. Having too many wishes is truly useless, because having too many wishes proves greed. Have you ever seen a Buddha fulfill a greedy person's wish? I don't want to bother with you." He rolled his eyes at Su Xun. Su Xun stretched out his hand to He. "Give it to me." What? Your wish? No. I showed you all mine. You gave it to me yourself. I didn't ask you to give it to me. Su Xun was speechless. Chu Yoyu on the side was a little envious of He. She also wanted to see Su Xun's wish. Unfortunately, their relationship was not that good yet, so she couldn't speak up. Yoyu, this is my wish. Zhang Zitao walked up to Chu Yoyu with the note in his hand like a pug. Chu Yoyu looked at it perfunctorily without any reaction. Seeing this, Su Xun walked up to Chu Yoyu with a sly smile and handed the note to Chu Yoyu. Yoyu, this is my wish. Do you think there is anything wrong with what I wrote? Of course, Su Xun was deliberately trying to discuss Zhang Zitao. The facts were just as Su Xun expected. Zhang Zitao's face suddenly turned blue with anger. He forced a smile, interrupted Chu Yoyu and Su Xun on purpose, and said, "Boss Su, your wish is very well written, there is no problem at all." Really? I think Yoyu might understand better. The note in Zhang Zitao's hand was crumpled. I don't understand this either. Chu Yoyu returned the note to Su Xun, and then handed his own note to Su Xun. "This is mine." Reciprocity, this was the first lesson Chu Yoyu had taken since he could remember. Su Xun waved his hand and refused with a laugh, "I won't read it. I don't believe in these things, so it doesn't matter. You should still believe what you should believe." He felt embarrassed to pry into other people's secrets if he was not very familiar with them. "Yoyu, can I take a look?" Zhang Zitao asked for it actively. There is no need to guess, Chu Yoyu's wishes must all be related to him. Chu Yoyu disagreed and refused. "I think what Su Xun said makes sense." Zhang Zitao hid his embarrassment with a smile. "I was so angry that I kept cursing." But Zhang Zitao soon felt relieved. Chu Yoyu's wish is related to him. If he sees it, wouldn't it be exposed that Chu Yoyu is angry with him? So, how could he possibly watch it? "Oh, woman, I have seen through your disguise." Zhang Zitao was no longer angry, and even raised the corner of his mouth with pride. Su Xun was speechless for a while. So, Chu Yoyu is so hypocritical? It seems that Chu Yoyu not only dislikes Zhang Zitao, I don't consider Jiang Zitao a friend anymore. I even began to hate Jiang Zitao. Apart from being surprised, Su Xun could understand Chu Youyu. Chu Youyu was no different from being dumped back then. If you no longer like your ex, you become annoying? This is human nature, and everyone is like this. This can be seen from the comments on the internet. I wonder how many netizens wish their ex a miserable death. Seeing this scene, He lowered his eyes and became very depressed. She couldn't see Chu Youyu's feelings for Su Xun. I wonder if he is using Su Xun to anger Jiang Zitao on purpose. But, even if this feeling is fake, He will feel uncomfortable if a woman is nice to Su Xun. Fortunately, Su Xun's personality can give He a little psychological comfort. Su Xun doesn't like Chu Youyu, but if he likes her he will pursue her. Even if Chu Youyu likes Su Xun, it's useless. I've paddled before, even though I was an amateur, but there's definitely no problem. Let me paddle this time. After coming out of the temple, Jiang Zitao took the oar in his hand before getting on the boat in order to show off in front of Chu Youyu. Su Xun said, "Mr. Jiang, can you do it? Rowing is a technical job. If you don't row well, the boat will capsize." Of course I have no problem. It's such a simple thing that I can learn it just by watching. Besides, I have paddled a rubber boat several times before. Su Xun didn't waste any more words. He would love to have idiots rushing to do the hard labor. Anyway, if anything goes wrong, it's Jiang Zitao's responsibility. To be honest, Su Xun was still thinking about capsizing. Then, Chu Youyu would hate Jiang Zitao even more. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. He can swim, so Su Xun only needs to watch Chu Youyu. Even if the boat capsizes, nothing will happen, and there are lifeguards on the shore. I wonder if God heard Su Xun's thoughts. The small wooden boat had just left the shore 2 or 3 meters when the already unstable old wooden boat began to sway violently from side to side as Jiang Zitao rowed it, as if it might capsize at any time. Su Xun blurted out a phrase from his mind as if it were a national quintessence. He thought about it, but he didn't really want to capsize. Even on a hot summer day, no one would want to fall into the water while out having fun, right? Su Xun originally wanted Jiang Zitao to throw the wood pulp to him. But before Su Xun could open his mouth, the frightened Jiang Zitao lost his composure and drew even more chaotically. With a plop, the boat capsized. All 4 fell into the water. Su Xun, who had often gone swimming in the river since he was a child, took only a second to calm himself down, then moved his hands and feet and quickly floated to the surface. He emerged from the water 2 seconds after Su Xun. Next is Jiang Zitao. Jiang Zitao can swim, but his ability is very poor and he has to hold on to the overturned wooden boat to avoid sinking. Chapter 40 Su Xun, thank you. It's. Su Xun remembered something, took a deep breath, and sank into the water. After searching for a while in the clear water, Chu Youyu was finally found at the bottom of the water. She squatted on the water plants, covered her mouth tightly with her hands, and her eyes were as big as copper bells. Su Xun immediately swam to Chu Youyu as fast as he could. Then he reached out and grabbed Chu Youyu and began to float up. He is indeed qualified to be the president of a listed company. Even at this life and death moment, he was able to remain calm. During the entire process of floating up, Chu Youyu did not struggle at all. You know, when someone who can't swim falls into the water, his body's instinct will make him struggle desperately. Especially when they catch rescuers, they will step on the rescuers to climb up and press the rescuers under the water. Therefore, if someone falls into the water, do not rush to rescue him. It is not too late to rescue him after the person has stopped moving. These are all lessons learned from blood. Chu Youyu did not act like that, which was enough to show how strong her mental quality was. Coming out of the water, Su Xun hugged Chu Youyu's belly and tried hard to keep Chu Youyu's head above the water. Don't move, just step your feet up and down gently, don't worry, nothing will happen. Chu Youyu did as he was told quietly. Soon, a lifeguard came over in a boat. Pull Su Xun and the others on board. After getting ashore, Chu Youyu squatted on the ground and vomited continuously. She had not been in the water for a long time, but she still drank a lot of water. Her stomach was bloated and she couldn't help wanting to vomit. Youyu, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Jiang Zitao slapped himself several times in regret. He really regretted it. Not only did he fail to show off, but he also caused Chu Youyu, who was most afraid of water, to fall into the water. He must be very angry, right? Chu Youyu was still vomiting and didn't care about Jiang Zitao. Yo-Yu, I'm sorry. I know you are very angry now and don't want to see me again. I'm going to leave now. Jiang Zitao left without any hesitation. It seems to be sensible, but in fact it is escaping. Escape from Chu Yo-Yu's wrath. Jiang Zitao wanted to wait for time to heal Chu Yo-Yu. Then apologize and admit your mistake. Not only was she easy to coax back then, she wasn't as angry as she is now. Wait until Chu Yo-Yu has almost finished vomiting. Su Xun then handed Chu Yo-Yu the mineral water and tissues he had prepared long ago. Are you feeling better? Chu Yo-Yu took the paper and wiped his mouth, then nodded gently and said, much better. There's a stool over there, go sit down first. Chu Yo-Yu stood up with some effort, walked lightly and weakly to the public chair and sat down, opened the mineral water and rinsed his mouth. Thank you, Su Xun. Chu Yo-Yu stroked the hair that fell on her cheeks, forced a smile on her pale face, and looked at Su Xun. Su Xun smiled and said, you're welcome. We are all friends. This is what I should do. You're too polite. No matter what, you saved me. Su Xun responded to Chu Yo-Yu with an awkward smile. Chu Yo-Yu turned around and looked around, and asked, is Jiang Zitao really gone? Well, let's go. Coward. Chu Yo-Yu was very angry and disappointed. You ran away after making a mistake. You don't have any manly responsibility at all. That's right, Yo-Yu, I don't even know how you fell in love with him before. Su Xun couldn't help but blurt out. He didn't mean to say it so bluntly. After all, saying this would make Chu Yo-Yu seem to have poor vision. Although this is true, life is full of human relationships and social conventions. But Jiang Zitao really disgusted Su Xun. One of them couldn't help but speak out what was in his heart. Chu Yo-Yu lowered his head and did not refute. Now it seems that she really had poor vision before. Not only did he not save her, he also hit himself immediately. Wouldn't it be blind to fall for such a person? We are all wet, how about, let's go back? Su Xun suggested. He looked nonchalant, whatever, I'm fine with it. Chu Yo-Yu raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain, which was just a stone's throw away. He said, it's only 100 meters to the top of the mountain. It would be a pity to go down like this. But, your body? I'm fine, I just need to rest for a while. Chu Yo-Yu didn't want to go down the mountain. Su Xun naturally would not have any objections. His suggestion just now was out of concern for Chu Yo-Yu. As for the fact that they were wet, that didn't matter at all. August is the hottest time of the year. Even if you are soaked, you will only feel cool and will dry soon. Half an hour later. Su Xun, he and Chu Yo-Yu reached the summit together. The top of Xinglu Mountain is as big as a basketball court. The scenery is very beautiful. At a glance, you can see the prosperity of Star City. After resting, Chu Yo-Yu returned to normal. The paleness on her face was replaced by the initial blush. Su Xun sat down on the furry grass. Even though the scenery around him was beautiful, he was too lazy to check in or take photos. Although Xinglu Mountain is not high, less than 1,000 meters, for him who rarely exercises, climbing up is already tiring enough, so how can he have the mood to enjoy the scenery or take pictures? Chu Yo-Yu and Yuhi are better than Su Xun. No matter how tired I am, at least I am still in the mood to enjoy the scenery. This may be the reason why, when girls are shopping, even if the boys following them are extremely tired, they don't feel tired. Thin dog. After enjoying the scenery, Yuhi returned to Su Xun and sat down on the grass. Su Xun looked dissatisfied. He leaned back and lay down on the grass, lifting his clothes to reveal his pitiful 2 abdominal muscles. Do you see what this is? Does a thin dog have abdominal muscles? Even if there are only 2, they are still abdominal muscles, okay? You have those abs from starvation. Yuhi made a sarcastic remark out of habit, then reached out and pinched Su Xun's abdominal muscles hard. It feels pretty good. Su Xun turned his head and looked at Yuhi, saying, rogue. You're not a hooligan just because you pinched my waist? Su Xun was speechless and looked away. Yuhi, still unsatisfied, reached out his hand again and pinched Su Xun's other abdominal muscle. Su Xun's gaze returned to Yuhi again. Yuhi said first, you pinched me twice, I pinched me twice, now we are even. Su Xun was amused and shook his head helplessly. Then, Yuhi pinched Su Xun's abdominal muscles for the 3rd time. Su Xun asked calmly, what's the reason this time? For men, the upper body is almost not private, and there are many men with bare chests in the summer. Su Xun and you have such a good relationship. What's wrong with pinching your abdominal muscles? As long as you want to pinch it as much as you can, just don't pinch it hard. He replied, I value women over friendship. Who? Me? Su Xun was confused. When did I value women over friendship? Chapter 41 A False Alarm. When the boat capsized before, you went straight to Chu Yoyu. You can swim again. Is it safe to swim? What if I get a cramp? A person who really knows how to swim can use his hands to stay afloat even if his legs are cramped. What if my hands and feet are cramped? Su Xun found that his twisted logic was completely no match for Yui. Yui reached out and pushed Su Xun and asked, Hey, if I really have a cramp, will you save me first? Or Chu Yoyu? Su Xun didn't hesitate, then I will definitely save you first. Although you and Chu Yoyu are both my friends, you are different. My relationship with you is better. You still have some conscience. The corners of Yui's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. Pause. Yui glanced at Chu Yoyu, who was enjoying the view from a distance, and said, Are you in love with Chu Yoyu? You are so nice to her. She is so beautiful. As a man, isn't it normal for me to like her? Su Xun put his hands on his head and closed his eyes, with no expression on his handsome face. I am also very beautiful. Does this mean you like me too? Su Xun turned his head and glanced at the narcissistic Yui. Can you be more narcissistic? Am I wrong? She is the most beautiful girl in the department, and so am I. Su Xun shut his mouth and was too lazy to talk nonsense with Yui. Yui continued, Why do I feel that Chu Yoyu treats you better than Jiang Zitao? Isn't this normal? Jiang Zitao abandoned her for so many years, isn't it natural for her to hate Jiang Zitao? But Jiang Zitao is Chu Yoyu's childhood sweetheart. Even if he let Chu Yoyu down, he shouldn't hate him, right? Su Xun opened his eyes and turned to look at Yui. I accidentally drank the water you drank, and you can still dislike me for the whole day. Yui was speechless. She took out the sunscreen from her bag and applied it on her slender, white legs. Su Xun smiled evilly and joked, Do you want me to apply it on you? Roll. Stingy, as a good brother, he doesn't even give me some benefits. Why don't you let Chu Yoyu give it to you? She's not my good brother. Isn't he your friend too? Su Xun once again took the initiative to shut his mouth. Yui glanced at Su Xun and said, Is Chu Yoyu in love with you? Su Xun didn't rush to answer, but asked, Do you like me? I don't like it. You don't like me? Why would a rich, beautiful woman like me? Why do I want to slap you so much when I hear that? Yui gritted his teeth angrily. Su Xun spread his hands, Am I telling the truth? How am I worse than Chu Yoyu? She's richer than you. Superficial person. Yui rolled his eyes at Su Xun, then became serious again, I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you either. Su Xun asked, Are there many people chasing after you? It's not like you don't know. Is there anyone more handsome than me? Richer than me? Have. Chu Yoyu is also very beautiful. Do you think there is such a tall, rich and handsome man who would also pursue Chu Yoyu? I think, yes. That's it, isn't it? Why should people like me? Why not like someone better? Yui thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. She looked at Su Xun curiously. I mean, what if Chu Yoyu falls in love with you? That's not a problem. I have such a beautiful girl who likes me and I have money. I can't ask for more. Su Xun guessed what Yui would say next, and said first, superficial. Yui swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Su Xun couldn't stop smiling. They were so familiar with each other that he could even guess what Yui wanted to do. Where's Chu Yoyu? Su Xun sat up suddenly. He saw Chu Yoyu just now. How come she disappeared in just a few seconds? Wasn't she there just now? Yui turned his head and was immediately shocked. Why is there no guardrail there? What? Damn it. Su Xun immediately ran towards where Chu Yoyu had just stood. He thought Chu Yoyu fell down. I was so anxious that I almost ran out of the Guinness World Record. When he got closer, Su Xun discovered that there was a large protruding rock about 2 meters below the top of the mountain. This place without guardrails is actually a road connecting to big rocks. Chu Yoyu was standing on the stone at the moment, looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Su Xun wanted to stop after a false alarm, but because he was too anxious and the distance was too short, it was too late and he had no choice but to jump down. In the eyes of others, this is a reckless act. Su Yoyu, who had just finished admiring the scenery on the rock, turned around and saw Su Xun falling in front of him. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. There is a road but no way to go, just jump down. You are not a child anymore, isn't this sick? Su Xun just felt like his society was dead. In order to avoid making the atmosphere more awkward, before Chu Yoyu asked what he was doing, he spoke first. It turns out there is a way down here. I thought you fell down. Chu Yoyu, who understood something, was dazed. He looked at Su Xun in shock, speechless for a long time. Yuhi, who ran over later, saw the scene, patted his chest, took a long breath, and then smiled. As she laughed, Yuhi started crying again. He turned around and walked somewhere else, fearing that Su Xun would see him. Come down from the mountain. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When they were almost at Yui's place, Shu Yoyu, who was sitting in the back seat, looked at Yuhi and asked, Mr. Yu, how about we eat something together? Su Xun, who was driving, agreed, that's right, let's eat together. I'm too lazy to cook. Tired Yuhi shook his head, no, you guys eat, I'm too tired and want to rest. Well, it's up to you then. Su Xun pulled over and stopped the car. Bye-bye. After waving goodbye to Chu Yoyu, Yuhi dragged his tired body out of the Porsche. Where are we going to eat? Chu Yoyu asked after the car started. Su Xun thought about it, but didn't know what to eat. How about, we buy some vegetables and cook them ourselves? I feel like there's nothing good to eat outside. Aren't you tired? Fine. Then I'll do as you say. Xiao He, you're back just in time. I made your favorite fried pork with peppers. Hearing the door opening, Lu Kei, wearing a teddy bear apron, holding a knife in one hand and a spatula in the other, came out of the kitchen. She looked at Yuhi, who had returned, and spoke proudly. Yuhi waved his hand and walked straight towards the room listlessly. I don't want to eat, you eat it yourself, I'm so tired, I want to rest for a while. You're so tired just from climbing a mountain. Xiao He, you really lack exercise. Okay, I'll put the rice cooker in for you and you can take a rest. Lu Kei pursed her lips and turned back to the kitchen. Chapter 42 Friends. Walk into the room, close the door, and put down your bag. Yuhi took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom. Turn on the water heater, stand under the shower with your back against the wall, close your eyes, and let the water wash over your body. It turns out, Chu Yoyu is so important to him that he is willing to risk his life for her. 2 crystal clear tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes and merged with the cool water sliding down her cheeks. I washed for half an hour. Yuhi just came out of the bathroom. She wiped her flawless white body clean, opened the closet, took out a nightgown and put it on. Then he fell heavily onto the big soft bed. Now, Yuhi just wants to have a good sleep. However, just after lying down for a while, the phone on the bedside table rang with a shrill incoming call alert. Yuhi frowned in annoyance, covered his ears with his hands, and did not answer the phone. But this call was like a scam call. After one was hung up automatically, another one came in right away. Yuhi couldn't stand the noise anymore, so he got up, moved closer to the bedside table, and reached out to take the phone. After taking a closer look, all the sleepiness disappeared instantly. I sat up instinctively and looked at the incoming call notification on my phone with the name Uncle Su. Yuhi sniffed, cleared his throat, and adjusted his mood before pressing the green button to answer the call. Hello, Uncle Su. Xiao He, have you had dinner? A kind and hoarse voice came from the phone. Not yet. Remember to eat dinner, it's already this late. I understand, Uncle Su. Xiao He, I'm going to Xingqing on a business trip the day after tomorrow. If Xiaosun bullies you, you must remember to tell me and your uncle will take care of that kid for you. What? Uncle Su, are you coming to Star City the day after tomorrow? Well, my company asked me to go to Xingqing on a business trip for a few days, and I'll visit you in Xiaoshuan by the way. Is there anything you want to eat from your hometown? I'll bring it to you the day after tomorrow. I don't want to eat anything, Uncle Su. Is that so? Well then, Uncle won't bother you anymore. Go and have dinner. Okay, Uncle Su, I'll go eat right away. After hanging up the phone, a beautiful and charming smile finally appeared on Yuhi's gloomy face. He got out of bed happily, humming a little tune, and skipped out of the house. She was completely different from the sad girl a minute ago. Xiao He, aren't you sleepy and want to go to bed? Why are you out? Luque, who was eating in the living room, looked at Yuhi, who was jumping and dancing with a confused look on her face. I'm not sleepy anymore. Yuhi walked into the kitchen. When he came out, he had a set of bowls and chopsticks in his hands. He sat down opposite Luque and ate the food with big mouthfuls. I'm starving now. Luque stared at Yuhi, who was in a very happy mood, for a long time and said, something is wrong. It's absolutely wrong. You were half dead just now. How could you be full of energy so quickly? Tell me, what good thing happened? Let me be happy too. Nothing happened. No way, you would be so happy if nothing good happened? Really not. Yes, tell me quickly, did Su Xun confess his love to you? Oh, it turns out to be the future father-in-law, coming to Star City to look for a prospective daughter-in-law. Hey, Kui, are you talking nonsense again? Where did I say that? Su Xun's father is just your neighbor uncle. He came to Xingqing to see you. Isn't it to see his future daughter-in-law? No, Uncle Su just stopped by to see me. Really? If it was just a coincidence, why did they call you 2 days in advance? Can't they call you on the day they want to see you? It's obvious that they treat you like their daughter-in-law. Hate it, I'm ignoring you. Now. The other side. Su Xun and Xu Youyu returned to the villa. How do you eat fish? Steamed or braised? Let's steam it. I want something lighter. Good. Su Xun walked into the kitchen carrying a large bag of vegetables. Xu Youyu followed closely behind. I'll help you. No, I can handle this little thing myself. You are tired today too. Okay. Su Xun would not refuse again. After climbing the mountain for a whole day, he was indeed very tired. It would be a nice thing if someone helped pick the leaves. When men and women work together, work becomes less tiring. 3 dishes and a soup were ready in a short time. Drinking Coke? After bringing all the dishes to the table, Su Xun walked towards the refrigerator. I'd like some beer. Not bad. In the hot summer, iced cola is the perfect match. Cold beer too. Su Xun opened the refrigerator, took out 2 cans of beer, returned to the dining table and sat down, pushing a can in front of Xu Youyu. Xu Youyu opened the beer can, toasted Su Xun, then held it in both hands and took a small sip. Thanks. What's wrong? Why are you thanking me? Su Xun looked confused. Xu Youyu bit her lip and said, in the afternoon, on the top of the mountain. Although it was a misunderstanding, I still want to thank you. Su Xun suddenly realized and was embarrassed, actually, that was also a misunderstanding. I just couldn't stop myself, so I jumped. He is a very open-minded person. Although hiding the truth from Xu Youyu could make Xu Youyu more moved, he disdains to use such despicable means to move Xu Youyu. Even if that's the case, you can't stop because you're worried about me. Su Xun couldn't refute it. He was indeed running too fast because of worry, and by the time he saw that it was a road, it was too late. Xu Youyu squeezed the beer can in her hand gently and asked in a low voice, Are you always like this to your friends? Yeah, what's the problem? Su Xun was a little confused. Isn't this a normal reaction? Even if a stranger you've never met fell off the mountain, you would still be worried and anxious, right? What's more, they are friends and they went hiking together. If something really happened, not only would he be held jointly responsible, but how would he face Chu Xingzhong, Tang Xiuli, and Xu Youyu in the future? You know, these 3 nominal family members were all very good to him. It's great to be your friend. Xu Youyu looked at Su Xun nervously. Are we friends? Su Xun smiled meaningfully and asked, What do you think? Xu Youyu lowered her eyes. I have always regarded you as a friend, but I don't know if you feel the same way. Need I say that? Of course, legally, we are husband and wife. Even if that's fake, we are still not strangers, so of course we are friends. Really? A beautiful smile appeared on Xu Youyu's face. What's true or false about this? Su Xun was puzzled. Aren't friends just 2 people who have a good relationship? Chapter 43 Stupid Beauty. After a moment, Su Xun finally understood and asked, How many friends do you have? 2. One you have seen. It's Jiao Jia. Is the other one Zhang Zitao? He isn't now. Xu Youyu looked at Su Xun, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Su Xun knew that she wanted to say that she was someone else. No wonder in the past year or so, only Han Jiaojiu has been seen around Chu Youyu. It turns out that she only makes close friends. In fact, Su Xun didn't have many close friends. Yu He is one, Lu Zhuo is one, and now there is Chu Youyu. Others regard him as a close friend. He can't just treat Chu Youyu as an ordinary friend, right? That would be very rude. Did you and Jiang Zitao get along the same way as now? Su Xun ate his food in big mouthfuls and found a random topic to break the silence. Chu Youyu said softly. Su Xun stopped what he was doing and looked at Chu Youyu curiously. You liked him before, and he was so proactive, why didn't you two get together? I was still in school at that time. Can't we go to school together? Can we go to school together? Chu Youyu asked Su Xun back. Su Xun smiled awkwardly and said, hasn't this become the case in today's era? Many students start dating in school, and even elementary school students have many boyfriends. That's other people. I'm different from them. When I was in school, I studied hard. Only when I entered society did I come into contact with these things. Su Xun gave Chu Youyu a thumbs up in praise. As expected of a rich girl, her upbringing is truly incomparable to that of ordinary people. Even he himself is ashamed of himself. What about when you were in school? This time it was Chu Youyu's turn to be curious. Su Xun did not hold back and spoke the truth. In elementary school, I could only say ABA ABA. In junior high school, I could only call mom every day. I really grew up in high school. Well, I confessed to you, but was rejected. Is it with Mr. Yu? Su Xun pretended to cough to cover up his embarrassment. No, I'm the class monitor in high school. You and Ms. Yu are childhood sweethearts, and Ms. Yu is so pretty. Why, don't you like Ms. Yu? Maybe because he has been with me for too long, I subconsciously regard him as my family member. In fact, Su Xun didn't know why. Yu He is very beautiful, there is no doubt about that. But he just didn't have any romantic feelings for Yu He. Chu Youyu's face was solemn, and he muttered, after being with you for a long time? Will you subconsciously treat them as family members? That should be the case. Yu He is 5 months older than me, and the way she and I interact is more like a pair of siblings who play around. Chu Youyu didn't say anything, but raised her eyebrows, thinking about something. Su Xun, do you know what love is? Chu Youyu looked at Su Xun puzzledly, as if she didn't understand. Thinking about someone all the time means liking him or her. Occasionally? That's hard to say. Su Xun saw something and said in shock, you don't know what love is, do you? I have never been in a relationship. I don't have it either, but this kind of thing is basically innate. When you like someone and see that person, your heart will beat fast and you can't help but want to see that person. You can feel it. Is this love? These are just two of the reactions when you like someone. If you really like someone, there will be many more reactions. Su Xun raised his head and took a sip of beer, then continued, when you like someone, you can't help but think about that person when you are quiet. If that person sends you a message, you will be very excited and reply immediately. You will also instinctively beautify that person's shortcomings, and so on. In short, there are many, many things. Then if I only occasionally think of some of my experiences with him, and sometimes feel disgusted and resentful towards him, does this mean I love him? Do you really hate it? Do you really dislike it? Or is it the kind of hate and disgust that comes from anger? Will you immediately disappear after a while? Chu Youyu thought about it and replied, it's really annoying. Then it's not love. If you like someone, it's impossible to really hate or dislike them. Su Xun suddenly discovered some secret, and asked with a gossipy look on his face, is this how you feel about Jiang Zitao? Chu Youyu nodded slightly. It was like this before? Or did it become like this after you came back? Always. So, you never liked Jiang Zitao at all. But, when he went abroad 7 years ago, I felt sad. Did you feel like something was missing during the 2 days when Jiang Zitao was abroad? Did it make you feel listless? You would think of him from time to time, but you were back to normal after 2 days? Chu Youyu nodded again. Su Xun just thought Chu Youyu was silly and cute. You don't like her, it's just that Jiang Zitao has been with you for too long, so you've gotten used to his life around you. If he suddenly disappears, you'll definitely not be able to adapt in a short period of time. So is that so? Let me ask you a question. Do you dislike physical contact with Jiang Zitao? Xu Youyu recalled the scene at the airport that day when Jiang Zitao wanted to hug her and replied, disgusted. This is the evidence that you don't like Jiang Zitao, because this is the body's instinct and it can't be deceived. Su Xun acted like a love guru. When you like someone, you won't resist physical contact with that person. Not only will you not resist, you will also want it very much. Not resisting means you like it? In Xu Youyu's mind, the scene of jumping onto Su Xun in the airport restaurant that day appeared again. So, is this what love is? Xu Youyu blushed. At this moment, a beam of light shone through the fog that she had been unable to get out of, dispelling all the fog and making her world bright. Why are you blushing? Can't you drink well? Well, I'm not much of a drinker. So how do you usually talk about business? Someone is going with me, and she's in charge of the drinks. So that's how it is. If you can't drink, then don't drink. Be careful not to get drunk. Good. Su Xun picked up a piece of fish belly meat, chewed it, and couldn't help but ask curiously, you gradually disliked Jiang Zitao, why do you still like him? It was Jiao who said that. Jiao had been in a relationship at that time. I don't really understand these things. You believed her just because she said so? She has experience. Su Xun seemed to see a stupid beauty. What about our marriage agreement? This has nothing to do with Zitao. I did this because my parents pushed me too hard. From childhood to adulthood, have you never met someone who made your heart beat fast? The kind of person who makes you nervous when you see him, blushes when you make eye contact, and immediately avoids his gaze. Chapter 44 Malicious Suppression. No. Xu Youyu lied, and didn't lie. In the past, she had never met anyone who made her heart beat fast. But now, it has. Su Xun suddenly realized, no wonder you don't know what love is. It turns out that you have never really liked someone. It's normal that you don't know what love feels like. So, the relationship between me and the former Zitao is actually like the relationship between you and Mr. Yu? It's almost the same. We are just very good friends, but with different styles. Jiang Zitao tries to please you in every way, while he and I are very casual and not restrained. We tease whenever we want. I envy you and Mr. Yu so much. What's there to envy? From the photos in your computer that day, I can see that you are not quiet, it's just that we are not familiar with each other yet. When we get to know each other better, maybe you and I will be like he. Really? You'll know when it's cooked, right? The next morning. Maybe he was too tired from climbing and had been drinking. When Su Xun woke up, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. He climbed out of the bed sleepily, yawning with his mouth open and stretching his arms. As a boss, there is no such thing as being late. Even if Su Xun sleeps until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he will not be in a hurry. Coming out of the room, Su Xun was surprised to find a small bag of breakfast on the dining table. Xu Youyu must have bought it for him because she saw he was still sleeping. After a quick wash, Su Xun took his breakfast and ate while going out. Half an hour later, Su Xun came to the company on a small electric scooter. As soon as I arrived at the company door, I heard cursing coming from inside. It was very chaotic, the curses were very harsh, and the anger was very high. Su Xun thought there was a fight and ran in worriedly. What's going on? What's the quarrel? Su Xun spoke louder than them. The originally noisy office area suddenly became quiet. Senior is not well. A young boy who was about to go bald walked up to Su Xun. Su Xun was so angry that he cursed, who was wrong? I'm fine, if you have anything to say, just say it. What happened? You guys are usually very polite, why are you cursing other people's ancestors? Senior, all the advertisers of our game withdrew overnight. What? The boy named Wang Xinwen interrupted Su Xun immediately. Senior, calm down. You are the boss. If you curse at others, won't our company's image be ruined? Tell me quickly, what's going on? Su Xun's good mood, which had lasted till dawn, was ruined just like that. They worked together for half a year and finally attracted 5 advertisers, but now they are gone. Wouldn't that mean losing a huge source of income? How can I not be angry when my money is cut off? They didn't give any reason and just stopped running the ads. How could this happen? It's fine if they interrupted the advertising for no reason, but there's no reason at all? Su Xun had a feeling. The company was targeted. Just as Su Xun was thinking about who might do this, Yui walked up to him in 10-centimeter high heels and said, I just checked. The 5 advertisers we have agreed on either have shares in Shanghong Group or have business dealings with Shanghong Group. There is also one advertiser who just announced Shanghong Group's investment in their company this morning. Shanghong Group? Is it Jiang Zitao who was behind this? Not sure, but very likely. I didn't expect that in order to target me, he has already started to use the entire Shanghong Group to deal with me. This kind of person is a complete prodigal. But what is infuriating is that he just happens to have the ability to ruin a family. Su Xun just felt weak. His company is still too weak, and even if it is bullied, it is still unable to fight against a behemoth like Shanghong Group. Don't worry, everyone. We have received investment now, and the project can be successfully launched. Even if the income is reduced, there will be no economic crisis. You should do what you need to do and hurry up. There are still 20 days before our project will be launched. After calming everyone down, Su Xun walked into the office, took out his cell phone impatiently, and called Chu Yuyu. During the last argument, he proposed the idea of taking over advertising from Chimei. Chu Yuyu did not agree, but did not refuse either, which meant there was room for discussion. Originally, Su Xun was thinking about working harder and attracting more advertisers so that he wouldn't have to ask Chu Yuyu for help. After all, this is a shopping mall. Even if we take over the advertising from Chimei, the profits will be compressed to a minimum. But now, Su Xun can only do this. The company's project is mainly based on advertising profits. Without advertising, how can users recharge game props? Is it real money? There are very few paying users, and free users are the mainstream in this era. Therefore, even if the profits are squeezed further, Chimei has to take over the advertising and solve the urgent problem first. Besides, a mosquito leg is still meat, and it is better than nothing. Hello, Su Xun, why did you call me suddenly? Soon, Chu Yuyu's unexpected voice came from the phone. Su Xun showed a flattering smile. Sister, have you had breakfast? Nonsense, we're going to have lunch soon, what do you think? Su Xun smiled awkwardly. No one comes to visit you for no reason. If you have something to say, please say it now. I'm very busy and I don't have time to waste with you. Sister, do you remember last time I said I wanted to get advertising from Chimei? Remember, I saw that you didn't mention it these days, and you didn't come to see me, so I thought you didn't need it anymore. Yes, of course I need it. The project is about to go online, and there are many things to do. I can't take care of it for the time being. If you want advertising, come to Chimei and find me. Sister, when are you free? Afternoon. Okay, I'll go over this afternoon. Bye. The stone in Su Xun's heart fell to the ground. Since Chu Yuyu asked him to go to Chimei, it means that the advertising is almost certain to be taken over. I just don't know what kind of blow will befall me and how much of my profits will be cut. Su Xun had a premonition. Chu Yuyu looked like a hungry wolf who was eager for him to take the advertisement. This wonderful advertisement is not easy to accept. Who are you saying goodbye to? Yui pushed the door open and walked in, and heard the last words Su Xun said to Chu Yuyu. Chu Yoyu's sister. Why did you call her? Discuss going to Chimei to pick up the advertisement and place it here. Did it work? It should be, almost certain. She really hates you, her brother-in-law. Su Xun pursed his lips and said, You will know soon, okay? What's the meaning? Businessmen pursue profits. Personal relationships are not important in the business world. This time when I go to Chimei to take the advertisement, my profits will definitely be squeezed to the minimum. Chapter 45 We can make do with it. You can find Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu is her sister. You can only be considered an outsider. Why don't you look for it? Chu Yoyu and I are not familiar with each other. I'm not that familiar with it. Really? Yui said sarcastically, I don't know who it was yesterday, but he risked his life for Chu Yoyu. Su Xun was speechless and explained, it was just an accident. By the time I saw that there was a protruding rock below, the distance was too close and it was too late to stop. Do you think I will believe it? Believe it or not, am I sick? Chu Yoyu and I are just friends. Do I have to die with her? You like her. I won't hide my love for someone, you know that. Maybe you have changed now? Su Xun was too lazy to pay attention to Yui. Yui propped his hands on the desk and looked at Su Xun with his big, Kazalan eyes. So, you really jumped because you couldn't stop yesterday? Nonsense. Su Xun asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Can't I come in if I have nothing to do? Don't forget, I'm the boss too, and I own half of this office. Isn't it that every time you come in before, you have something to tell me? I'm used to it. Su Xun grinned awkwardly and said, of course you can come in if you want to, even if you want to move into work. Yui rolled his eyes at Su Xun, sat down on the chair, leaned back against it, closed his eyes, seemed very tired, stretched out his slender jade fingers, and gently rubbed his temples. Are you tired? What do you think? The project is about to go online. As the technical director, do you think I'm tired? I'm almost exhausted and my menstruation is irregular. Not that exaggerated, right? Do you think I'm talking nonsense to you? Yui opened his eyes and glared at Su Xun. Su Xun felt a little guilty. With the project online, Yui, the technical director, is indeed very busy. Although those younger classmates all graduated from the computer department, they were just students in ordinary classes. Yui is from the Xinghe class, so his abilities are definitely much higher than theirs. Those who are more capable will work harder, and naturally they will be more tired. And all this is to help myself. Su Xun stood up and walked behind Yui, stretching out his hands to rub Yui's temples. Is your menstruation really irregular? Do I have to lie to you? When are you coming? I'll make you some brown sugar water then. You still have some conscience. Let's do it in a few days. How's the strength? You can use a little more force. Harder. Comfortable. Yui smiled with satisfaction, enjoying it very much. Sweet dimples were imprinted on her face, as intoxicating as sweet wine. Su Xun remembered something and said, according to the plan, we should prepare to promote the project now, right? Well, I have found a streaming company and will discuss the relevant matters in a couple of days. Yui was a little worried, but Su Xun, is 10 million enough? It's enough. If we hadn't received 50 million yuan in investment from Chime, we wouldn't have invested so much. We have prepared new user acquisition activities in the game. The props for acquiring new users are worth thousands, and there are also rewards for the number of new users acquired, which are worth tens of thousands. Users who like to play our project will definitely try every possible way to acquire new users. This is much more efficient than attracting users by investing traffic. Are you sure? Don't worry, although our project is not a big game, with my more than 10 years of gaming experience, I have absolute confidence that many people will like it. That's good. Yui shrugged and laid on the desk. I was so tired from climbing the mountain yesterday. Now my whole body hurts. Rub my shoulders for me. Do you want me to rub your legs, too? You rascal. Yui licked his lips and asked curiously, where are you going to take Uncle Su to play tomorrow? Where are you taking him to play? Su Xun was completely confused. Uncle Su finally comes to Star City once, don't you want to take Uncle Su to play in Star City? Who told you that my dad was coming to Star City? How come I didn't know? What? Don't you know that Uncle Su is coming to Star City tomorrow? Yui's eyes widened in shock. Su Xun was even more confused. I don't know, how did you know my dad was coming to Xingcheng? Uncle Su called me last night and told me. He told you such a big thing, why didn't he tell me? I don't know about that. The corners of Yui's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. Su Xun picked up the phone on the desk and called his father Su Xun in frustration. Hey, little brat, you finally took the initiative to call your dad? Are you out of money? Tell me, how much do you want? I don't have any money anyway. As soon as the call was connected, Su Xun's unremarkable voice came out from the phone. Su Xun was speechless for a while. Su Xun continued, if you are willing to give me some money for helping me with cigarettes, I can ask your mother for it for you. Don't give me too much. I'm not greedy. Just give me half. Dad, are you coming to Star City tomorrow? Yes, my company asked me to go to Star City on a business trip for a few days. Why didn't you tell me? Didn't I tell you? Oh, maybe I forgot? Su Xun only felt that in Su Xun's heart, his son might not be as important as Yui. When will it arrive tomorrow? 5 o'clock in the afternoon if you don't exceed the time limit. Okay, I'll pick you up then. Call Xiao He to come along. I haven't seen Xiao He for a long time. I miss her so much. She's not your daughter, what are you thinking? Is it not okay for me to treat Xiao He as my own daughter? Su Xun glanced at Yui. Yuhi nodded in understanding. Okay, I got it. After saying that, Su Xun hung up the phone, feeling helpless. His son, was the last one to know about such an important matter as coming to Star City. Yuhi covered his mouth and laughed secretly. She has long been accustomed to it. Uncle Su treated her the same way. He treated Su Xun in the same way. Seeing this, Su Xun, who was already unhappy, smiled wickedly and teased Yuhi, still laughing? My dad treats you as his daughter-in-law. Uncle Su is talking about my daughter, okay? Why don't we just make do with each other? That way you'll really be my father's daughter. Okay, the betrothal gift is £1 and 100 yuan. So cheap? No, that's wrong. £1 is 10,000. Then can I come here for a day first? Get lost. Oh, this is really the end. Su Xun slumped down in the chair, sighing continuously. Yuhi put away his playful smile and asked worriedly, what happened? Why did everything go wrong all of a sudden? Chapter 46, Selling Art but Not Her Body. Su Xun said depressedly, my dad will definitely live with me during the few days he comes to Xincheng. I can't take him back to Chu Youyu's villa, right? Then the marriage agreement between Chu Youyu and me will be exposed, right? My dad will definitely break my legs. I really want to see if Uncle Su knows about your fake marriage with Chu Youyu. Yuhi enjoys watching the fun. Su Xun glanced at Yuhi and said, don't make trouble, or you will get your legs broken. My father used to teach in mountainous areas and later went to work in the education bureau. My mother is a head teacher at a county high school. They are both teachers and pay special attention to their appearance. If they knew that I had agreed to marry a white, rich and beautiful woman, they would definitely think that I was a gigolo. Wouldn't they be furious? You know, it's a shame for a man to be a gigolo. I'm just a gigolo. Bullshit, this is just a deal. I didn't try to please Chu Youyu or serve her. How can that be considered a gigolo? Su Xun strongly disagreed with Yuhi's point of view. Selling your body is like living off a gigolo. This is at most a transaction. It's just a transaction involving personal freedom. Besides, apart from anything else, being able to live off someone is also a skill, okay? Let me ask you, who doesn't want to live off a rich, beautiful, and sexy woman? No matter how reasonable your words are, Uncle Su and Aunt Lee won't believe them. The older generation's thinking is not as open as our young people's. So, I'm very annoyed now. Su Xun looked frustrated again. After a moment of silence, he thought of something and cast an evil look at Yuhi. Yuhi pretended to be scared and asked, why are you staring at me like that? I feel that knowing you in this life is a blessing that I have accumulated for 8 lifetimes. You just found out about this? Yuhi rolled his eyes at Su Xun and said, speak human language. I'm going to Chimay to discuss advertising this afternoon. Can you help me find a house? Are you asking me to find it for you again? I'm busy too, okay? If I really have irregular menstruation, you're dead. What's the problem? Can't I just transfer you back? Su Xun joked as usual. As for matters related to menstruation, he didn't understand and was just talking nonsense. After all, he was not a woman. You're sick. Yuhi glared at Su Xun fiercely and said, it's useless even if I find a house for you. Uncle Su was able to work in the education bureau from a teacher. He must be much smarter than you. There is no trace of you in the house you just moved into. You can tell at a glance. You have a point. Su Xun leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and sighed depressedly. After another brief silence, Su Xun thought of something else and looked at Yuhi evilly again. How about, you let Lu Kei go out and live for a few days? I'll squeeze in with you these days to deal with my dad. No, who wants to live with you? Yuhi looked disgusted. Su Xun clasped his hands together, as if praying to Buddha, and begged, help me, please. You don't want to see my parents beat me up, do you? Don't tell me, I really miss it. Yuhi leaned on the desk with one hand, propped up her face, and smiled charmingly. Now is not the time to joke around. Why don't you just book a room for Uncle Su and let him stay in the hotel? You just said that my dad is smarter than me. He knows that something is wrong. I'll let him stay in a hotel. He will definitely be able to figure out something. But I'm a girl, and I'm still an unmarried young lady. It won't be a good influence for me to live with you. Yuhi pretended to be embarrassed again. Su Xun mercilessly pointed out, you can pee, right? Why do you care about this? How did you show off to me when we were little? Have you forgotten that you peed while standing? A good man never brags about his past achievements. Yui picked up the tissue on the desk and threw it at Su Xun, his face turning red uncontrollably. This bastard, why does he keep talking? You're not a child anymore, can't you be more careful? It turns out that he is still a little brat who has not grown up. Ha, it's so strange that I can actually see you blushing. Su Xun put the tissue that Yui had thrown at him countless times back to its original place. From childhood to adulthood, in his memory, the number of times Yui blushed could be counted on one hand. Yui bit her lip, trying to suppress the heat on her face, and changed the subject, saying, with our relationship, it's okay for us to live together, but if you want to live in my house, go and tell Kui yourself. You should go and talk to her. Why? Just because you are more familiar with Liu Kei. Su Xun did not give Yui a chance to refuse and said, okay, it's settled. You help me solve the problem and I'll go to Chi Mei to discuss advertising. I'll treat you to a big meal afterwards. Are you just going to treat me perfunctorily for a big meal? You want to borrow my house and ask me to ask Kui to move out. Is such a big favor only worth a big meal? Given our relationship, why should we be so clear about it? Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Su Xun was somewhat helpless. Okay, tell me, what do you want in return? Yui tilted his head and thought for a while. I haven't thought about it yet, I'll tell you when I think about it. Let me make it clear in advance that I will sell my art but not my body. Roll. Afternoon. Su Xun went to Chi Mei. Chi Mei's headquarters is very large, it is a building over 200 meters high. Chu Yuyu's office is on the 66th floor. These two sisters are really women of completely different styles. One likes to work on the ground floor. One likes to watch the sea of clouds from a high altitude. Boss Su, our boss Chu is in a meeting. Please take a rest inside first. A very beautiful girl led Su Xun into the reception room. Su Xun nodded, with a professional smile, and said, okay, thank you. You're welcome. The girl poured a cup of tea for Su Xun and walked out of the reception room. Su Xun sat in the reception room for a few minutes. A slightly plump middle-aged man suddenly walked in and looked at Su Xun. You are Su Xun, right? It's me. Su Xun stood up and politely extended his hand to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man pretended not to see it. The smile on Su Xun's face froze and he withdrew his hand awkwardly. I was a little confused. What was going on? What is Chu Yuyu doing? I'm the manager of Chi Mei's advertising department. President Chu asked me to come over and meet with you. What's your name? Open. Manager Zhang, I'm in trouble. It's no trouble. As a subordinate, it's my duty to convey President Chu's instructions. The middle-aged man lay down on the soft sofa, then raised his legs and put them on the coffee table, looking condescending and not taking Su Xun seriously. As a human instinct, Su Xun must be unhappy. But, this is the workplace. The law of the jungle is fully reflected in the workplace, and the weaker party often has no dignity. Even those small line leaders in the factory can be very depressed. Chapter 47, Dog Eyes Look Down on People. Su Xun sat down in front of the middle-aged man with a smile. A little lack of patience will ruin great plans. Who would ask others for help? Want dignity? Then make your company bigger and stronger. Once you have strength, others will fight for your dignity. In this world, from ancient times to the present, strength has always been the key, and this has never changed. But it seems that the manager of the advertising department doesn't know the identities of himself and Chu Yuyu. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not give any face at all. Su Xun did not reveal this relationship. Who made Chu Yuyu only his sister in name? If Chu Yuyu was his biological sister, he would let this fat man know what a young master's anger was. Manager Zhang, let's get started. Start what? It's about advertising. No ads, go ahead. What's the meaning? It means that you are allowed to leave. There are some things that Mr. Chu cannot handle, so he asked me to come here to solve them. Can't you see that? How can you be so blind? How is this possible? I have already made it clear with President Chu. Su Xun didn't believe it. He had already agreed with Chu Yuyu, why would he suddenly go back on his word? And he used such a despicable method. He didn't think Chu Yuyu was such a person. If Chu Yuyu didn't want to cooperate, he would refuse directly. Even if it's a spur-of-the-moment decision and you regret it later, you will speak directly out. This is how Chu Yu is. What's more, he is Chu Yu's brother-in-law. It is impossible for him not to give him any face at all. Although I don't know how you got Mr. Chu to agree before, this is ultimately just a side door. Once Mr. Chu calms down, he will terminate this cooperation. The middle-aged man spoke in the tone of a senior, young man. Doing business is like talking about marriage. It's about being well matched. Your company is a company at best, but a studio at worst. It has no results and no background. Why would we choose you when there are better options? Su Xun frowned, doubting his life. How could Chu Yu be such a person? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing this, the middle-aged man raised his smug mouth corners. Judging from your age, you should have just started working in the workplace not long ago, right? As a person who has been through this, I would like to advise you that dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Instead of using unorthodox methods, it is better to improve yourself. Otherwise, you will never achieve great things. Is what you just said true? Did President Chu really ask you to come here and tell me this? What? You don't believe it? I'm the advertising manager of Chi Mei, and I've climbed to this position. Do you think I dare to do anything without the order from President Chu? If you don't believe it, you can ask President Chu right now. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand, indicating that it was up to him. Okay, I'll ask now. Su Xun took out his cell phone and called Chu Yu. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. It's just a courtesy, Jin, are you serious? The middle-aged man gathered his thoughts and forced himself to calm down. He has been working at Chi Mei for 20 years, and even if he has no credit, he has worked hard. Even if he acted on his own, President Chu would probably give him some face. After all, the other party was just a small company with no background. Besides, Mr. Chu is in a meeting and will not answer calls from ordinary people, so let us just call first. Hang up, Mr. Chu is in a meeting and won't answer your call. Listening to the beeping sound from Su Xun's phone, the middle-aged man became even more proud. Su Xun planned to call again later, but just as he was about to hang up, the call was connected. Hey, Su Xun, what's wrong? Chu Yu's gentle voice came from the phone. The reception room was very quiet, the middle-aged man could hear it, and he was dumbfounded again. President Chu wouldn't even answer his phone calls when he was in a meeting. Why would you answer this guy's call? Is it a coincidence or an accident? Just when the middle-aged man was confused, the first sentence Su Xun said almost scared him to death. Sister, didn't you agree to let me take the advertisement and place it there? Why are you changing your mind now? What do you mean by change of words? When did I change my words? Didn't I send someone to contact you? Chu Yu on the other end of the phone was confused. Su Xun immediately understood something, and looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, he said truthfully, Manager Zhang from Chi Mei's advertising department told me to get out, saying that you terminated this cooperation, and that you were embarrassed to come forward, so he asked him to come over and tell me to get out. What? When did I say that? Chu Yu's loud voice came from the phone. Su Xun, where are you now? In the reception room. Is Mr. Zhang next to you? Exist. Tell him not to leave. I'll be right there. This meeting ends here. I have. Beep, beep. After ending the call, when Su Xun looked at the middle-aged man again, he felt like he was looking at a clown. He said, how could Chu Yu be that kind of person? It turned out that this person was doing something unauthorized. Looking down on others can easily lead to your downfall. The middle-aged man was regretting his decision to the core. He really hit a wall this time. If he had known that it was the young master who had arrived, how could he have dared to be so arrogant just now? It's good enough if you don't serve tea or water and just smile. Mr. Su, it was just a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man spoke awkwardly. Su Xun stretched out his hand to interrupt. Mr. Zhang, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll talk to you later if you have anything to say. Looking at Su Xun walking out of the reception room, the middle-aged man swallowed back all the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Not long. As soon as Su Xun returned to the reception room, he heard the sound of high heels hitting the floor tiles in the corridor outside. Chu Yu came in a rage. After walking into the reception room, he first glanced at Su Xun, then at the middle-aged man, and angrily said, Boss Zhang, when did I say that I wanted to terminate this cooperation? Boss Chu, I. The middle-aged man stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Finally, he lowered his head helplessly and remained silent. Su Yu asked sternly, "Why did you take the initiative to terminate this cooperation? And in my name?" "Boss Chu, I am also doing this for the good of the company. Boss Su's company is too small. We have better options." "What? Should I thank you? Since when will it be your turn as an advertising manager to intervene in Chimei's project cooperation? Besides, didn't Chimei also start as a small company and slowly develop to where it is today? Why do you think their company is not good enough?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. I was short-sighted. Please forgive me this time. I will never do this again." "You shouldn't ask me for forgiveness, but ask President Su." The middle-aged man immediately turned to Su Xun, nodding and bowing, and said, "Boss Su, I was wrong. I shouldn't look down on you, and I shouldn't look down on your company. Please forgive me." Chapter 48. Stay with me tonight. You didn't do anything wrong. It's normal for you to look down on others when you are in a high position, but I will not forgive you. Then you can go away and go to the finance department to get your salary. Boss Chu, I have made no contribution to Chimei, but I have worked hard. Please give me another chance. I don't want to say it again. If you don't want to leave in a dignified manner, I can help you. Looking at the serious Chu Yu, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and left the reception room. Su Xun was surprised by this scene. "You fired me without getting his forgiveness? Isn't Chu Yu too nice to him? I really like a sister who protects her child like this." Su Xun felt a little touched. He is an only child and has no older sister. This was the first time in his life that he felt the love from his sister. "It would be even better if she was my biological sister." "Sister, he's the manager of the advertising department, how could you just fire him? Why not keep him open if he looks down on others? Maybe he even looks down on me, the president, in his heart." "That makes sense. Come with me." Chu Yu brought Su Xun to an office. There is a door in the left corner of the office. Inside is a room of about 30 or 40 square meters. Beds, sofas, dining tables, stools, dressing tables, etc., all daily necessities are available, and they are all pink. It seems that no girl doesn't like pink. Even if that girl is a cool and domineering lady. The air was also filled with a pleasant scent of a girl's body. Chu Yu, wearing a tight white shirt and a black tight skirt, opened the refrigerator, took out a can of Coke and threw it to Su Xun. "Take some heat off." "Sister, I'm not angry. This kind of thing is very common in the workplace. I'm used to it. This is the kind of person I hate most in my life." Chu Yu sat down on the soft pink sofa and stretched out her hand to Su Xun. "Tell me, how many advertisements do you want to take from Chimei?" 20. Su Xun sat down opposite Chu Yu. Chu Yu picked up a pillow and placed it on her snow-white thighs, opened the Coke, took a sip, and said, 20 ads, can your company's game survive? In fact, 20 is not enough. There are many places in the game where you can watch ads to exchange for props. How about this, I'll give you 30 ads, but we'll split the ad revenue 190%. I'm 9 and you're 1? Chu Yu rolled his eyes at Su Xun and said, "Why isn't it so beautiful? It's Kamaiju, your company's number 1. Sis? What's going on? Why is it so dark?" Su Xun really felt it was dark. At 19%, after deducting the server maintenance costs, wages, and daily company expenses, you may end up losing money. Chu Yu admitted generously, "Yes, I am evil. How can a capitalist not be evil? Have you seen it?" "Anyway, I haven't seen it." "Wouldn't that mean we are working for Chimei? Who asked you to ask me for something? If I don't cut you off now, when will I? If you want to take something from the capitalists, you have to pay a disproportionate price. This is common sense in the workplace. Sister, no matter what I say, I am still your brother-in-law. Don't you give me any face at all?" "No, there is no such thing as family affection in the business world. It would be useless even if my parents came." Su Xun thought for a long time, and finally nodded helplessly, saying, "Okay, 19 is 19. Even if we have to lose money, we have to get the project done first. There is still some spare money in the company account, which can sustain the company for a while. Once the project is launched, there will naturally be no shortage of advertisements. There is no way. If we cannot retain free users, the project may die in the womb." Chu Yu looked at Su Xun greedily, smiling charmingly and alluringly. "Am I going to be short? Sister, you might as well kill me. Forget it, I'll just leave some for you. What if your company goes bankrupt? Wouldn't my previous investment be a loss? I've never lost money on an investment before, so I can't ruin my 100% winning rate with you. Su Yu asked again, before your project goes online, you also need to advertise to warm up, right? Su Xun nodded. What do you think of Chi Mei? Not so good. Chi Mei is a big LP and the advertising prices are too high. A small company like us can't afford it. Su Yu licked his lips and smiled like a capitalist again. Su Xun, let's sign another contract. Chi Mei will promote your company's project for free, but all the profits from the project within 2 years will belong to Chi Mei. What do you think? No, just the advertisement is enough, nothing else is needed for now. Su Xun also had desires and greed. It took him 2 years to complete this project, and he didn't want the results to be taken away by Chi Mei. What is more, the lifespan of a game is short, and it's unknown whether it can survive more than 2 years. What if I didn't live? It would be a shame. Don't worry, just wait here. I'll have someone prepare the contract. Su Yu stood up and walked out of the room. Looking at that graceful back, Su Xun realized for the first time how cruel Su Yu was. This doesn't show any family affection at all. Su Xun had some doubts before, wondering if the last investment was intentional. Now there is no doubt about it. Su Yu, the capitalist, can really be described as cold-blooded. He is so cold-blooded and cruel. By the way, Su Xun, do you want to ask for an extra 10% of the advertising fee? Su Yu turned back again. Su Xun asked cautiously, what are the conditions? Don't worry, I'm a kind capitalist this time. If you accompany me to meet the client tonight, I'll split the advertising revenue 20/80. Is it that simple? Su Xun was very suspicious that there was something fishy going on. Su Yu curled his lips and replied, when the contract comes, you can just take a look at it yourself, okay? Why do you want me to accompany you to meet clients? My assistant took a leave of absence tonight, so there's no one to drive me. Of course I can if there's such a good thing. Su Xun stood up from the sofa excitedly. An extra 10% in profit is just a small amount of money. How can I not be happy? Be nicer to my Yo-Yu in the future. I don't want to talk about personal relationships in the business world, but I only have one sister like you know. The smile on Su Xun's face froze. Is it all thanks to Chu Yo-Yu after all? Don't worry, sister. I will. Su Xun did not refuse stubbornly. He and Chu Yo-Yu are close friends now, so it is only natural for him to be nice to Chu Yo-Yu. At worst, if I make money in the future, I can give dividends to Chu Yo-Yu. Fuck, that guy must be the gigolo raised by that stinky bitch. One is surnamed Chu and the other is surnamed Su. What a shitty brother and sister. And that Jiang Zitao. I worked hard for 20 years to climb to this position in order to help you, but now it's all gone. If you don't compensate me, I will fight you to the death. At the entrance of Chi Mei building, a middle-aged man holding a box walked out cursing. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Chapter 49. As long as you can be happy, what does it matter if I make some sacrifices? How's it going? It's not done. That guy is not easy to fool. He called Chu Yu over. But Mr. Jiang, I'm fired for helping you. I've been at Chi Mei for 20 years before I finally got promoted to the advertising manager. I understand. I will report to Shanghong Group tomorrow. I don't know what position it is. Marketing manager. Okay, thank you, Mr. Jiang. A smile finally appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Shanghong Building. Jiang Zitao, dressed in a suit and tie, holding a half glass of red wine, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the sea of clouds outside the window, and elegantly took a sip of the red wine. You forced me to do this. Jiang Zitao's mouth curled up sinisterly and he shouted, Xiaolu. Boss Jiang, what do you want? A hot woman pushed the door open and walked in. Hand the document on the table to the president of Chi Mei Technology Company, Limited. Good. 6 p.m. He returned home carrying a family bucket and a bag of clothes. Xiao He, you're back. Lu Kei, who had a car, arrived home a few minutes earlier than He. She was sitting on the sofa, eating snacks, and watching a melodramatic soap opera. He put on slippers and placed the family bucket in front of Lu Kei. Lu Kei's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, it's my favorite family bucket. Xiao He, why did you suddenly think of buying a family bucket? I was passing by after get off work and remembered that this was your favorite, so I bought some for you. Xiao he he, I love you the most, moi. Lu Kei turned into a greedy little cat. Not satisfied with stuffing her mouth full, she also grabbed 2 pieces of fried chicken in each hand. Yui took out a beautiful skirt from the bag and handed it to Lu Kei, saying, "This morning you said you would buy this skirt for the weekend. Today is only Monday, and there is still a long time before the weekend. I just happened to pass by that clothing store, so I bought it for you. Wow, it's my favorite floral dress." Lu Kei excitedly took the skirt and rubbed it gently on her face. After rubbing for a while, the smile on her face suddenly froze. Looking at Yuhi, she smelled a conspiracy. Yuhi turned his head away guiltily. This further confirmed Lu Kei's guess. Something's wrong. Although you are very good, Xiao Hihi, when did you become so good? Lu Kei forced Yuhi's head back and said, "Tell me, what are you planning on doing to me now?" Yuhi avoided Lu Kei's gaze and replied, "Nothing. I just want you to move out again." What? Moving again? Lu Kei muttered angrily, "I told you, you bought a whole family bucket and a skirt for me. It turns out, you want to put women before friends again." Yuhi lowered his head, his face flushed a little. Lu Kei asked, "Is it that Su Xun who wants to move in again?" Yuhi nodded. "He won't stand you up again, will he?" "That won't happen this time." Yuhi told Lu Kei the whole story. "So I can just go out and stay for a few days?" "Well, Uncle Su probably won't be able to stay in Star City for a few days." Okay, you're my good sister. As long as you can be happy, what does it matter if I make some sacrifices? Kei, you are so kind. I don't know how to thank you." Yui held Lu Kei's hand and coquettishly put his face on Lu Kei's arm. Lu Kei glanced at Yuhi and said, "Isn't it easy for you to repay me? The greatest reward for you and Su Xun is to achieve a happy ending. Kei, I'll help you pack your things now. Uncle Su will be here tomorrow." Yuhi wanted to avoid Lu Kei's topic. Lu Kei pouted helplessly, grabbed Yuhi's hand and pulled Yuhi back. "What's the rush? I'll just pack a few clothes and put the rest in your room for now." Lu Kei picked up the phone and asked, "How much is the skirt?" "I'll transfer it to you." "I'm going to be angry if you say that." Yuhi pretended to be angry, with his hands on his hips, looking fierce. In order to help Su Xun these years, you not only didn't make any money, but also invested so much money. I know this, how can I let you spend money? It's not expensive. I don't want it anyway. I have money. If you dare to transfer money to me, I will end our relationship. Okay, I'm scared of you, okay? Lu Kei put down her phone and planned to give Yuhi a gift as a return gift in the future. Chi Mei Building. Shu Yuyu walked into the reception room, sat down on the sofa, took out his cell phone and called Shu Yoyu. "Sister." After 2 beeps, Shu Yoyu's gentle voice came from the phone. "What are you doing?" "Work." Shu Yuyu teased and kept it a secret. "Do you know who is here with me?" "Who is it?" "Your husband." Oh. Shu Yuyu was shocked. "Yoyu, are you starting to stop refutation now?" "Sister, if you don't behave properly, I'll hang myself, right?" No, I still have something to tell you." "What is it?" "Tell me." "Su Xun's project is about to go online. I wanted to help him promote it, but I was afraid that if I did so, he would find out that there was something fishy about his last investment. So he came to me today to discuss cooperation. I didn't mix any personal feelings with him, so you can't blame me." Shu Yoyu was silent for a while. "So, is it me who harmed Su Xun? What nonsense are you talking about? If it weren't for you, Su Xun's company would have closed down long ago. It can only be said that there are gains and losses. I just want to tell you that I had no choice but to not help your husband. You can't blame me in the future." "Sister, I know that business matters should not be mixed with personal feelings. I'm not that unreasonable. That's it for now, I still have things to do." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Shu Yuyu stood up and walked out of the reception room. At this moment, Su Xun, who was watching short videos in the room, received a WeChat message from Yuhi. "I've got it done here, have you got it done there?" Su Xun replied, "Not yet. Isn't it just an advertisement? Why hasn't it been finalized in such a long time?" "The negotiation is done, but in order to bring greater benefits to the company, I still need to complete the additional conditions." "You sold yourself? Funny. Looking at the message on the phone screen, Su Xun was speechless. Chu Yu is my sister, what are you thinking about? Her assistant asked for leave tonight, she has to go to discuss business, and asked me to drive her. As long as I fulfill this additional condition, I can give us an extra 10% of the advertising revenue. So simple? Isn't this just giving money? Didn't you say that Chu Yoyu's sister is impartial and never talks about personal feelings in the business world? Chapter 50 Driver Xiao Su. She only has one sister, Chu Yoyu. People are not cold-blooded animals. How could she really not care about family affection? It's just that I'm suffering. Others go home after get off work and live happily, but I have to continue to work like a slave. Why do I feel like you're being wronged? Why? Should I say thank you to you? It's not impossible, Kaki. Siege. I hidejk. What are you grinning about? Are you talking to some girl again? Chu Yu pushed the door and walked in. Su Xun replied, a colleague. Leave. Chu Yu threw the key to Su Xun. When we arrived at the underground parking lot, Chu Yu's car was a four-wheel drive car worth several million. Sis, where are you going? Star Hotel. Star City was very congested during the evening rush hour, and it took more than an hour to drive to the Xingyue Hotel. After parking the car, I walked into Xingyue Hotel and took the elevator to the third floor. This is a very high-end hotel with luxurious and elegant decoration. After walking in the corridor for a while, Chu Yu reached out and knocked on the door of room number 302. Soon, the door opened. A young and handsome man appeared in front of him. He looked at Chu Yu with a gentle smile. You are here? Su Xun looked at Su Xun again and asked, Yu, when did you change your assistant? Hello, my name is Su Xun. Su Xun extended his hand towards Su Xun. Out of politeness, Su Xun was about to make a move when he was interrupted by Chu Yu, who suddenly walked past him. There was a traffic jam on the road. I waited for a long time. It's okay. I didn't have to wait long. Su Xun withdrew his hand awkwardly, smiled at Su Xun, turned around and returned to his seat. Su Xun smelled gossip. Walking into the box, there was a middle-aged man with a big belly sitting inside. Su Xun waved and greeted him, then sat down on the left of Chu Yu. Mr. Su, we are going to connect a comic window to our Chime traffic. You should know that if this cooperation is successful, both parties will gain great benefits. What do you think? There's no need to say much about Chime's traffic. In fact, even without your invitation, President Chu, we are ready to take the initiative to come to you. This kind of win-win cooperation is definitely no problem. It's just, how does Chime plan to share the fees for users to buy comics? We have several options, one is 50-50. The negotiations in the box officially began. Chu Yu had a great conversation with the middle-aged man, drinking one glass of wine after another. Su Xun would occasionally offer some advice. Su Xun was like a completely invisible person. Sit there quietly and eat your meal quietly. The tug-of-war in the business world lasted until 9:30, before both parties finally signed the contract with satisfaction. At the bathroom door, Su Xun was holding his bag, listening to the constant vomiting sounds coming from inside, and he really admired Chu Yu. He is so thin and small, but he can drink so much alcohol and he has a good alcohol tolerance. This is in stark contrast to Chu Yu, who blushes at the mere drop of alcohol. Hello, I forgot to ask your name just now, can you tell me? Su Xun came behind Su Xun without knowing when. With a smile on his face and polite manners, you can tell that he is a gentle and refined young man. Compared to Jiang Zitao, he is countless times better. As for how you know he is a young master? Whether it's the way he speaks or the way he dresses, he can't be an ordinary person. What's the big deal? My name is Su Xun. Let's get to know each other again, Su Xun. Su Xun reached out to Su Xun again. This time no one interrupted their handshake. Are you Yu's new assistant? Su Xun asked. No. That's a lover? How is that possible? I'm her brother-in-law. So that's how it is. Su Xun took a deep breath as if relieved, and said, I'm Yu's friend. Yeah, I guessed it. Can I take Yu home later? Su Xun declined, I'm sorry, I can't help you without my sister's permission. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I know, I see, but I really can't promise you that. If I do, not only will my sister break my legs, but my father-in-law and mother-in-law will too. Well, I'm sorry to trouble you. Please give this bottle of milk to Yu to sober him up later. Su Xun waved and left. Su Xun looked at Su Xun's back as he walked away, then looked at the milk in his hand, feeling a little confused. Such a handsome and gentle man. How could Yu not like it? A few minutes later, Yu came out of the bathroom, turned on the faucet to wash her face, and walked toward Su Xun tremblingly. He looked like he might fall down at any moment. Su Xun hurriedly supported Yu. Sister, every time you come to discuss business, do you drink like this? That's about right. Don't we have to drink when discussing business? That's why I need to find someone I can trust to accompany me. Sister, do I make you trust me that much? Su Xun was very surprised. Although he and Chu Yoyu had agreed to get married for almost 2 years, he didn't have much interaction with Chu Yoyu. Not to mention Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu burped, then rolled his eyes at Su Xun and said, "You are my brother-in-law, what else can you do to me?" Su Xun didn't say anything. My brother-in-law is not related by blood. Besides, don't you know how beautiful you are? If a person is a bit bad, it is difficult to ensure that nothing will happen. But I have to admit that Chu Yoyu has good vision. Su Xun is really a good person. This is the sobering milk that Su Xun asked me to give you. Only after helping Chu Yoyu sit on the passenger seat did Su Xun remember the bottle of milk. Chu Yoyu didn't even look at it, opened the glass and threw the milk out. With a pop, the milk in the glass bottle spilled all over the floor. Sister, that's not the case. Su Xun felt a little regretful. He happened to be thirsty, so why didn't he give him the drink? I don't like milk. If you don't want to drink, give it to me. Why didn't you say so earlier? After fastening the seatbelt, Su Xun started the car and asked gossipingly while driving, Sister, what is your relationship with Su Xun? It doesn't matter. What status do I mean? I don't think you are just ordinary friends. Chu Yoyu sighed depressedly, the kind of Yoyu and Jiang Zitao. Childhood sweetheart? Chu Yoyu didn't say anything. He seems to like you. You figured it out? I'm not blind. It's so obvious, how could I not see it? So do you think I like him? I've already said I'm not blind. Su Xun looked curious, but... Sister, he is your childhood sweetheart, why don't you like him? Chu Yoyu opened one eye and glanced at Su Xun, saying, Does it mean that childhood sweethearts must like each other? Chapter 51 It's so hot. Su Xun agreed with Chu Yoyu's opinion. Who says you have to like your childhood sweetheart? Doesn't he just dislike Yuhi? The relationship between him and Yuhi is more like the affection between an old couple. All other feelings have long since disappeared. Chu Yoyu added, Haven't you heard of an old saying that is widely circulated? Childhood sweethearts are no match for a lover sent from heaven. Su Xun disagreed with Chu Yoyu again. Judging from his life, his childhood sweetheart is Yuhi and the one sent from heaven is Chu Yoyu. Doesn't he dislike Chu Yoyu too? Maybe Su Xun had already lost his spirit. There is only one thing he wants to do now, and that is to make Lingyun technology bigger and stronger. Su Xun is now 25 years old, and will be 30 in the blink of an eye. The time he has to be willful is getting shorter and shorter, so he must seize the opportunity to establish his career before starting a family. Today's society is so cruel that without money as a hook, a family can easily break up. So Su Xun was not only trying to prove himself and realize his dream, but also for the sake of his future life. However, if you are destined not to fall in love with someone in this life and will just find someone to live with in the future, Yuhi is undoubtedly the best candidate. Not only do they know each other inside out, but compared to others, they have also laid the foundation for their relationship long before it began. Just living with someone you have no feelings for the rest of your life. How could Yuhi be willing? This is obviously conjecture. Su Xun hasn't reached that day yet. Su Xun smacked his lips and forced himself to put away his messy thoughts. How could he be distracted while driving? Sis, where are we going now? Shall we take you home? No, if my mom saw me like this, I would definitely be covered in bruises, do you believe it? Chu Yoyu leaned against the seat in fear and curled up. Where to go then? Go to the company. Okay. Su Xun glanced at Chu Yoyu through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but be curious. Sister, you are the president of a company, it is normal to have social events, why would mom care about you? So what if I'm the CEO? I'm not married yet. How can mom not be worried? Su Xun thought it made sense. All parents in the world are the same, they all love their children. How could I tolerate my unmarried daughter getting drunk outside? What if something goes wrong? Not even for the purpose of making money. It's really a century-old problem. As a president, how can you not socialize? It's okay for small companies, but big companies will just think that you don't give them face. Su Xun didn't even know how Chu Yoyu managed to secure the position of president. Chu Yoyu closed her eyes and continued, even if you get married, mom will still take care of you. Do you think Yoyu dares to come home drunk? If she dares, mom will definitely swing the feather duster at Yoyu. Su Xun couldn't help but think of that scene in his mind and smiled unkindly. But then again, Yoyu is already married. Sister, why haven't you married yet? Su Xun discovered that after the recent few times of getting along, his relationship with Chu Yoyu seemed to have improved a little. In the past, Su Xun would never ask about Chu Youyu's private affairs. But now, it just came out of my mouth. Chu Yoyu opened one of her watery eyes again, stared at Su Xun, and said, "It's none of your business." Isn't this just curiosity? My mother didn't rush me. Is it because Jiang Zitao didn't satisfy you that you urged Yoyu to do so? Nonsense, who let them get so close? I told Yoyu but she didn't listen. What's the right of interfering in her life? She has the right to make friends. If she doesn't listen, Dad will invite Grandpa over, and then she will behave herself. It really seems like a melodramatic plot from a novel. Su Xun complained. Chu Yoyu turned over and sighed. Who said it wasn't? It's even more ridiculous than a novel. I don't want Yoyu to be forced, but my words don't count. When we drove to Chimay, Chu Yoyu had already fallen asleep in the passenger seat. Su Xun parked the car, unbuckled Chu Youyu's seatbelt, and then patted Chu Youyu's arm gently. Sister, wake up, we're here. Chu Yoyu raised his eyebrows and woke up sleepily. He instinctively turned his head to look around, blinked hard, picked up his briefcase, opened the car door and got out. The evening breeze blew in my face, and my body, which was already swaying from side to side, swayed even more violently. Go away, just go back and tell Yoyu the truth. She's not that narrow-minded and won't be angry. Chu Yoyu waved her delicate little hands behind her. Seeing Chu Yoyu who might fall to the ground at any time, Su Xun couldn't bear it, so he got out of the car and quickly caught up with her, reaching out to support Chu Yoyu. Chu Yoyu was startled. Why are you following me? Sister, you're already so drunk, I'd better take you upstairs. I don't need it. What kind of storms haven't I experienced? Don't underestimate your sister. Chu Yoyu pushed Su Xun away with force. Su Xun looked helpless. What a strong woman. Seeing Chu Yoyu was about to pass by a beautiful pond, Su Xun worriedly chased after him again. The water in the pool was not deep, only a few centimeters, but it was enough to drown a drunk person. I've already finished discussing the business with you, so I don't need to waste this moment. Su Xun reached out his hand again to support Chu Yoyu. Maybe I really can't hold on any longer. This time Chu Yoyu did not try to be stubborn. Take the elevator to the 66th floor. Everyone who was working before has left work. The silence was somewhat eerie, with the howling evening breeze giving off a desolate feeling as if some lonely ghost was wailing. Su Xun supported Chu Yoyu, who was almost asleep, and walked into the room in the president's office. After coming to the soft pink bed, he let go of Chu Yoyu and let her fall down. As a result, this fall woke Chu Yoyu up. It can also be said that the body is awake but the subconscious mind is still asleep. Commonly known as acting crazy while drunk. It's hot. It's so hot. Chu Yoyu began to tear off his clothes. Su Xun was dumbfounded. I quickly picked up the remote control on the bedside table and turned the air conditioner to the lowest setting. However, no matter how low the temperature is, it still takes time to cool down. Chu Yoyu was still complaining about the heat and was pulling at the tight white shirt on his body, and was about to pull the buttons off. Su Xun had no choice but to temporarily grab Chu Youyu's wrist to prevent her from moving. He is a man. Late at night, doing this. Which cadre can withstand such temptation? Fortunately, the person Chu Yoyu met was Su Xun. If it were anyone else, even his brother-in-law, he would lose his mind at this moment. Wait until the temperature in the room drops. Only then did Su Xun dare to let go of Chu Youyu's hand. Hot, hot, so hot. Chu Yoyu began to take off his clothes again. Still hot? Su Xun was starting to feel cold. Why is Chu Yu still hot? Su Xun didn't know, he had never been drunk before. His father is a drunkard and he has been exposed to it since he was a child, so he can drink quite well. In the workplace social events over the past few years, I have only defeated others, but never been defeated by others. But being drunk does give you a fever. This is common sense, and Su Xun knows it. Chapter 52. Do you need my help with something? Sister, you asked for this, you can't blame me. The tight white shirt on Chu Yu was about to burst. Su Xun didn't dare to give Chu Yu any chance. He took out a skirt from the closet next to him and tied up Chu Yu's moving hands. Only then did Chu Yu become obedient. It's so hot, so hot. Soon, Chu Yu, who had been quiet for a while, started to move around again. This time she moved her feet, using her toes to pull at the tight black skirt. Looking at this scene, Su Xun stood there in a daze. At this moment, he really wanted to shout. Sister, your image has collapsed. Su Xun sighed helplessly, took out a skirt from the closet, and tied Chu Yu's feet up. Although his toes were not very strong, Su Xun still understood the principle of water dripping through stone. Chu Yu, with his hands and feet tied up on the bed, looked like someone in a teaching film. Su Xun spread his hands and turned to look around. He was relieved when he saw a camera in a corner. The entire scene just now was recorded. Su Xun could avoid a lot of trouble. I found the kettle and boiled some water. Su Xun just brought some boiling water and placed it on the bedside table. On the bed where the girl's heart was overflowing, Chu Yu started to make a fuss again. With a vomit sound, he vomited a lot of the wine he had drunk on his body in bed. The smell is so strong that you have to change it. Su Xun couldn't have imagined. If he hadn't caught up, what would Chu Yu look like when he woke up the next morning? Smelling the pungent and somewhat nauseating smell of vomit, Su Xun hurriedly left the scene. Go to the window and open it for ventilation. Then he took out his cell phone and called Chu Yu. Chu Yu vomited like that, so he must change his clothes and bed sheets. For this kind of thing, Su Xun can only ask someone else for help. And Chu Yu's sister, is undoubtedly the most suitable person. Hello, Su Xun. Chu Yu answered the phone. Su Xun asked, Are you home? No, I'm at the company and have a lot of things to do. I won't be going back tonight. What's wrong? Is there anything? Is that so? Su Xun glanced outside and saw the drizzle that had just started a minute ago. He said, Nothing happened. I just saw it was raining and thought you were home, so I wanted to ask you to help me collect the clothes. But it's okay. I'm on my way home now. Excuse me. It's all right. After hanging up the phone, the first person that came to Su Xun's mind was Yuhi. He immediately called Yuhi again. Currently, the only opposite-sex friend around Su Xun who has a good relationship with him and can help each other is Yuhi. Chu Yu couldn't be sure yet. What? You don't want me to buy you a midnight snack, do you? I'm telling you, don't push your luck. How could that be? I'm treating you to a midnight snack to thank you for helping me today. You wish. You promised to treat me to a big meal during the day. Don't think you can just perfunctorily deal with me with a midnight snack. This midnight snack is extra. Would you be so kind? Yuhi was very skeptical. Su Xun was silent after being confronted. After a brief silence, Yuhi's resentful voice came from the phone again. I see you need my help with something? Su Xun smiled awkwardly and said, You still understand me? It's annoying, the location. Chimei's president's office on the 66th floor. Su Xun sent Chimei's location. Yuhi, who was wearing a nightgown in a certain community, was confused but did not reply to the message. I got out of bed, opened the closet, and picked out a dress that I thought looked good. Their relationship is comparable to that of family members. But from childhood to adulthood, that guy generally wouldn't ask me for help unless he really had no other choice. So, even if it was the middle of the night, Yuhi had to lie down. He walked out of the room, picked up a car key on the table, and shouted to another room, Kay, lend me the car, I have something to do. Go ahead, the car is in the parking area next to Building A. Half an hour later, Yui found the office of President Chimei based on the location, and seeing that there was an open door, he walked over with light steps. What's going on? Yui was shocked when he saw the messy bed and Chu Yu lying in a strange posture on the bed. Su Xun, who was sitting on the sofa, came over and explained, "Don't get me wrong, she was drunk and kept saying she was hot and was stripping off her clothes. I had no choice but to use this method to restrict her ability to move." "Is that really all?" Yuhi looked at Su Xun suspiciously. The corner of Su Xun's mouth twitched. "We have known each other for so many years. It's not like you don't know who I am." Yui thought it made sense and dispelled his doubts. She still trusted Su Xun's character. When they were in the third year of junior high school, it was also a hot summer and they had an air conditioner installed in their room. That night this guy shamelessly came to use the air conditioner. Later, he even felt uncomfortable sleeping on the floor and secretly climbed onto the bed in the middle of the night. They were in the third year of junior high school and had grown up, not to mention the blessing of puberty, so nothing happened, right? Although this guy was played mixed doubles by Uncle Su and Aunt Lee the next day and they bought him an air conditioner that day, it was enough to prove his character. "Get out first. If you dare to peek, I'll break your legs." Yuhi knew why she was called here without asking. As Su Xun left, he murmured, "Why have you become like my mother? You always break my legs." Yuhi was so angry that she was about to hit Su Xun with the pillow on the bed. Su Xun ran out immediately. The smell of vomit was terrible. He didn't want it to get on him. After closing the door, even though Yui trusted Su Xun, he still felt uneasy and reached out to lock the door. She went to the closet and found a brand new set of bedding and a clean skirt, then began to change the bedding on the bed and changed Chu Yuyu's clothes. So beautiful, with great figures, they really are a pair of sisters. Looking at the perfect Chu Yuyu on the bed, even though Yuhi was very confident, he still felt a little inferior. After all, she is not only beautiful, but also richer than her. This is her only shortcoming that will always make her inferior to the woman in front of her. It took more than 10 minutes. Yuhi got the job done. After getting permission, Su Xun walked in, looked at Chu Yuyu on the bed, and asked, "Why are you still tying her hands and feet?" Chapter 53. Then let us make it a deal. In case. Yes, to prevent him from getting drunk again. Su Xun adjusted the air conditioner to a suitable temperature and then walked out of the room. "Let's go and have a midnight snack. Come under the building." "I didn't find any stalls for midnight snacks, I only saw a fried noodle shop." Su Xun originally wanted to walk a little further. Yuhi was too lazy to leave, so he just had some fried noodles. The fried noodles are too cheap, aren't they? If we walk a little further ahead, there might be other late-night snack stalls. Su Xun called Yuhi over late at night because he felt that he would be sorry for Yuhi if he didn't treat him to a big meal. "I don't want to leave. I'm trying to lose weight recently, so I'll just have a bowl of fried noodles." Yuhi turned and walked towards the fried noodle shop. Su Xun quickly followed and said with a smile, "You have such a good figure, why do you want to lose weight?" Su Xun was not joking. Yuhi's figure could really be described as curvy and perfect. It was the perfect figure for a girl. Yui glanced at Su Xun and said, "Really? Then do you think Chu Yoyu and her sister have better figures, or do you think my figure is better?" Su Xun was speechless, but he did not hesitate. "Of course it's because you have a good figure. You are the woman with the best figure in the world. Okay, I've already done everything for you, why are you still bragging about it?" Yuhi didn't have a letter. But whether it was true or false, she benefited greatly from Su Xun's words. After all, there is no girl in this world who can resist being praised, especially when it comes to her beauty. Pack 2 servings of fried noodles for 20 renminbi. When passing by a small park, Yui suddenly sat down on the furry grass. Su Xun asked, "Why are you sitting here? Aren't you going upstairs to eat?" "I don't want to go up to eat. You're the boss now." Su Xun teased Yui while sitting down next to him. Yui retorted, "What's wrong with the boss? Is the boss not a human being?" Su Xun smiled without saying anything, opened the white plastic food box, and ate the fried noodles in big mouthfuls. You know what, eating at home is really not as delicious as eating out. Yui was too lazy to pay attention to Su Xun and ate the fried noodles quietly. Compared with Su Xun, she was much more quiet and elegant. "Remember the last time we sat outside like this and ate fried noodles? Of course, it was my junior year." Su Xun sighed with emotion. Time flies so fast, 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Yui smiled bitterly and agreed, "Yeah. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, we have grown up to this age. The moon is very round tonight, and the stars in the night sky are twinkling, making this night so gentle." Su Xun and Yuhi raised their heads almost at the same time, staring at the sky full of stars, both feeling a little sad, a sadness that came from being severely cut by the years. What are your plans for the future? After a pause, Yuhi asked. Let's get this project off the ground. When we have money, we'll divide it into 3 parts. One part will be kept as a backup, one part will continue to be used for projects that maintain the company's operations, and the other part will be used to prepare for 3A projects. After all, this has always been my dream to start a company. After finishing his fried noodles, Su Xun put the lunchbox aside temporarily. Then, without caring whether the grass behind him was dirty or not, he lay down with his hands behind his head. Now he just wanted to comfortably enjoy the beauty and peace of this moment. As for the rest, he was too lazy to care. I'm not talking about company matters. I'm talking about your future life. You're already 25 years old. You can't stay single forever, right? When do you plan to get married? Su Xun turned his head and looked at Yuhi speechlessly. I don't even have a partner, how can I get married? Whether you have a partner or not does not conflict with when you want to get married. Su Xun thought for a moment and replied, 30 at the latest. And you? Yuhi looked at the oval moon in the sky and said, I don't know, maybe I will die alone. So pitiful? Su Xun half jokingly and half seriously said, it seems that you still need my help after all. How about when we are both 30 years old, if we don't have anyone we like, we should just not go on blind dates. Instead of getting to know someone we don't know little by little, it's better for us to live together. I've always treated you as a brother, but you're actually greedy for my body? Come on, scientific research has proven that women are much more lustful than men. We both want each other's bodies. How can I not make you drop dead with beauty? I'm the most beautiful girl in the school. Yuhi bit her lip and said, then let's make it a deal. If no one wants us after 5 years, we'll just live together. You agreed so readily? It turns out you are just craving my body. Su Xun crossed his arms across his chest, looking afraid to protect himself. Yuhi kicked Su Xun lightly in anger. Su Xun grinned and laughed non-stop. Yuhi's reaction suggests that she has a crush on him. Su Xun didn't think much about it, nor did he care. They are childhood sweethearts, so it's normal for them to like each other. If you really like someone, then after 5 years, it can be considered a positive result. But now Su Xun really has no intention of falling in love. He is long past the age of romance. He is now in his 30s and just wants to make a little money, and then make more money. Maybe many people don't understand, do you not want to fall in love when you get older? But that's the truth, every stage of a person's life is different. When you are 16, 17 or 18 years old, it is the time when love begins to blossom. At that time, your mind is full of thoughts about sweet love. After the age of 24 or 25, love is no longer important, and the only thing left for the opposite sex is primitive desire. Su Xun and Yuhi have such a good relationship. Without love, how could he hurt Yuhi? Others can do it, but Yuhi can't. Yuhi is not only his good friend, but also family. By the way, why didn't you ask Shu Yoyu to take care of her sister, but called me over? Yuhi suddenly remembered something. Su Xun replied, Shu Yoyu is still working overtime at the company. It's just a small matter anyway, so I don't bother her. I can be bothered, right? Yuhi glared at Su Xun angrily. Su Xun used a smile to cover up his embarrassment. I am doing this for your own good. Shu Yoyu is our financial sponsor now, and we will have many interactions in the future. As another boss of the company, you will have contact with her sooner or later. I am letting you get familiar with each other in advance. Besides, if you changed Shu Yuyu's clothes and bed sheets, doesn't she owe you a favor? So I should thank you too? Su Xun waved his hand and said, no need to thank me, no need to thank me. Just know that being on good terms with the president of such a big company is a very important network resource. You can use it, but you can't live without it. Yuhi was speechless. Let's go. I drove Koyi's car here. Although it's not on the way, I will take you back reluctantly because someone helped me find connections. After finishing the fried noodles, Yuhi said something sarcastically, then threw both the food box and Su Xun's into the trash can. Su Xun stood up from the lawn and said, no need, I'm not going back tonight. What do you mean? Are you still going to stay? What else? Shu Yoyu is so drunk, can I not stay and take care of her? Su Xun shrugged helplessly. Chapter 54 Secret Love. What's there to take care of? He's already vomited, and he's already drunk and crazy. What else can he do next except sleep until dawn? It's hard to say. You didn't see how much she drank. She might continue to act crazy. In fact, it's okay if she acts crazy. I'm just worried that she might get into trouble. She's not your real sister, why are you so worried? Isn't it okay for her to be nice to me? We should be conscientious. Besides, Chu Yu is very optimistic about our company. How can we not curry favor with such a rich man? You make sense. How about I stay too? I'm more suitable to take care of her than you. No need. After all, I am her brother-in-law in name only. It's better for us to keep our distance in front of Chu Yu. Well, I'm leaving now. Well, be careful on the road. Go back to that room. Chu Yu was sleeping quietly and peacefully on the bed. Su Xun was lying on the sofa playing with his cell phone. I was playing and I fell asleep without knowing when. The next morning. It was getting light. Chu Yu, who was lying on the big pink soft bed, suddenly raised her eyebrows and opened her eyes. The glaring light above her head made her close her eyes immediately. It took a long time to slow down. Chu Yu opened his eyes again, and this time he felt much better. I sat up instinctively, only to find that my hands and feet were bound by my skirt. He lowered his eyes to look at his clothes and bed sheets, and saw that they had all been changed. Chu Yu was very calm. She didn't feel any physical discomfort, which meant that nothing was done to her. As soon as I raised my head, Su Xun sitting on the sofa came into my sight. Chu Yu looked at the sleeping Su Xun quietly for a while, put his bound hands to his mouth, untied the rough knots on his hands with his teeth, and then untied his feet. Chu Yu got off the bed, without wearing shoes, and walked barefoot to the computer. He opened the surveillance video from last night and played it at an accelerated speed. When Chu Yu saw that it was a very beautiful girl and helped her change her clothes and bed sheets, she felt a little disappointed. Again, within expectations. After exiting the surveillance video, Chu Yu did not continue watching it. I can't see the desired results. The reason why Su Xun was able to satisfy their family was because of his character. Expect him to take advantage of someone's misfortune? Unless the sun rises from the west. The temperature was not high in the early morning, and with the air conditioning on, the room was a bit cold. Chu Yu took out a thin blanket from the closet and gently draped it over Su Xun. Then he walked into the bathroom, took off his clothes, turned on the shower, and took a comfortable hot bath. Coming out of the bathroom, Chu Yu changed into a loose white nightgown. Her wet skin was white with a hint of red, crystal clear and plump, making people want to take a bite. She moved a stool and carefully came to Su Xun's side. Chu Yu sat down on the stool, crossed her long white legs, supported her pretty face with one hand, and stared at the sleeping Su Xun infatuatedly. Sometimes I smile foolishly, and sometimes I feel depressed. An old memory that she had buried deep inside suddenly came to her mind. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. It rained very heavily that day. In the dark sky, sometimes a white dragon streaks across the sky, and sometimes thunder shakes the earth. On a street at Xingqing University, a girl was squatting on the ground, holding her left ankle tightly with both hands. The heavy rain kept falling on her, wetting every part of her body. Drops of rain as big as beans slid down her black hair and onto her cheeks. After a moment's rest, the girl wiped the rain off her face with her hand, stood up in pain, raised her left foot, and hopped to the eaves next to her to take shelter from the rain. But before he could jump a few steps, he lost his balance and fell to the hard ground. The girl closed her eyes out of fear. At this moment, a boy holding an umbrella appeared beside the girl and reached out to support her. "Student, is your foot okay?" Feeling the full sense of security in that big hand, the girl quickly opened her eyes, and what came into her sight was a very handsome face. At that moment, she was a little dazed. The boy repeated, "Classmate, is your foot okay?" "No. It's okay." The girl came to her senses and looked away, her crystal clear face quickly turning red. "Your ankle is swollen, maybe it's sprained. Shall I take you to the hospital? Is this too much trouble?" "No trouble, I just had a full meal and came out for a walk anyway." "Well, thank you." Polite. Reliving this past event again, a layer of mist appeared in Chu Yu's clear eyes unconsciously. Such a bloody plot that only exists in novels. It just happened to appear in her world. Her ending was exactly the same as in the novel. That's right, Chu Yu likes the brother-in-law in front of her. I have always liked you for many years. I fell in love with you secretly since the time we met when I sprained my ankle. But she was too timid and never dared to speak. The crush lasted from college to graduation, and from graduation to 2 years ago. I finally mustered up the courage to meet you again, but we were already from two different worlds. My sister went home with the man she had a crush on, in the name of her husband. Chu Yu sniffed and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a sob. That day, when she learned that they had only agreed to divorce, she was happy. But when she found out that her sister really liked Su Xun, her instinct as an older sister made her choose to give up. But Chu Yu couldn't control himself. She could have simply not let Su Xun stay last night. But she didn't do that. She chose to let her body decide for itself. Even though she knew Su Xun was not that kind of person, she still took the initiative to extend an olive branch, hoping for the best. Chu Yu covered his head. It hurt. I feel mixed emotions. Be thankful that nothing happened. Otherwise, she couldn't face her sister again. Feeling lost again, nothing happened last night. Su Xun, are you really the protagonist? Why is there such a halo around you? It's hard to forget you. Ever since Su Xun became her brother-in-law, Chu Yu had thought about giving up and forgetting. But she tried many times and couldn't do it. Whenever I think of Su Xun, I would secretly go into his circle of friends. Even if there are no photos, I can still get some satisfaction from reading the words in the circle of friends. Fortunately, there is no visitor record in the circle of friends. Not long after, Su Xun woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an extremely delicate face very close to him, which scared him so much that he shivered uncomfortably. Sister, you're scary, okay? Su Xun patted his chest and sat up. Chapter 55. Who is that girl? Do I look that scary? That's not what I meant. How could you be scary when you're so beautiful? Chu Yu rolled her eyes at Su Xun, then stood up and lay down on the sofa opposite, crossing her long, slender legs. Why did you stay last night? Sis, since you're so drunk, of course I have to stay and take care of you. Are you really that kind? Sister, if you think I'm a mean person, you can go and watch the surveillance video. It's not like you don't have surveillance cameras here. Su Xun spread his hands, looking casual as if he was not afraid of being criticized by his own shadow. Chu Yu asked again, who was the girl who changed my clothes last night? A colleague. Just colleagues? She's also a friend, and she's the other boss of Lingyun Technology. I thought you would come into contact sooner or later. Yo-Yu was busy at the company last night, so I asked her to come over. You're plotting against me too? What did I plan? Su Xun pretended to be stupid and looked at Chu Yu. Chu Yu hit the nail on the head. You made me owe her a favor. Favors in my position are very expensive in the business world. Su Xun pretended to be surprised, scratched his head, and said, Ah? Really? I didn't expect that I would make things worse, ha. I might as well invest in your debut. Chu Yu rolled his eyes and said, It doesn't matter if you owe someone a favor, just don't have any inappropriate thoughts. I watched the surveillance video, and that girl is very beautiful, but my yo-yo is not bad either, so don't eat what's in your bowl and look at what's in the pot. Sister, haven't you always been saying that I have a good character? Is that why you think I have a good character? Su Xun was particularly speechless. Chu Yu replied, having good character is one thing, but as a sister, I must say what I should say. Okay, I got it. Su Xun walked towards the door while waving goodbye behind him. Sis, since you are awake, I will leave first. Go away. Come out of Chi Mei building. Su Xun took a taxi back to the villa. After washing up and having breakfast, I packed some clothes and daily necessities and rode my electric scooter to Yui's residence. The room has been cleaned up, and now what needs to be done is to leave his traces in the room. Why are you taking a shower so early in the morning? The door opened, revealing a wet Yui. The first ray of sunlight in the morning came in through the door and fell on the messy hair, creating a unique beauty. What do you care about me? Yui stroked his hair and turned to walk into the house. Su Xun followed behind carrying large and small bags. Kei is a germaphobe, just sleep and don't mess around. Yui took Su Xun into a room. The room was very clean, even the floor tiles were mopped to a shine. Su Xun narrowed his eyes and looked at Yui for a while. Am I such a dirty person? And I don't like Lu Kei? How could I do such a thing? Yui looked at Su Xun with the same expression. I mean, don't stick your boogers on the wall, and don't spit your saliva. Su Xun tapped his toes in embarrassment. Yui glanced at Su Xun with a strange look and said, "Pervert." Su Xun immediately took out clothes from the bag and hung them in the closet. He then took out the ones he had bought beforehand and spread the older sheets and quilts on the bed, looking very busy. To cover up the embarrassment, Yui leaned against the door, crossed her arms, and looked like a landlady. She asked, "She should have known that I changed Chu Yuyu's clothes, right?" "Okay, got it." "Did you say anything?" "Ask who you are." "What else?" "Said you were beautiful." "That's a good idea." Yui's mood immediately became happy. "Anything else to say?" "Let me not have any thoughts about you." "You promised?" I answered in a different way. "So you really have feelings for me?" "Nonsense, you're so beautiful. If I don't have any thoughts, am I still a man?" I felt like I was inviting a wolf into the house. "Hey, I just realized it now, it's too late." Chi Mei Building. President's Office. Chu Yuyu lowered his head slightly and looked at the contract on the desk seriously. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. "Boss Chu." "Come in." With permission, the pretty girl who took Su Xun to the reception room yesterday pushed the door and walked in with a briefcase in her hand. She was given a day off last night. Although she didn't know why, she had a good rest and was full of energy in the morning. "Boss Chu, this is a document sent by Shanghong Group." It was sent to the president's office. The girl put the file bag on the desk and left the office quietly. "Shanghong Group?" Chu Yuyu frowned and had a bad feeling in her heart. He picked up the file bag and tore it open, revealing a document inside. The document clearly records the detailed causes and consequences of Su Xun and Chu Yoyu's marriage agreement over the past year. This Jiang Zitao is really a villain. No wonder my parents hate him so much. Chu Yuyu opened the drawer, took out a lighter, lit the documents in his hand, and then threw them into the trash can next to him. Chu Yuyu thought about it and finally decided to pretend nothing had happened. She chose not to tell Chu Yoyu. Given my sister's personality, she will definitely blame Jiang Zitao after knowing this. The two will definitely have a falling out by then, and Jiang Zitao, who is desperate, will definitely tell their parents about this. Given my parents' character, if they knew that Su Xun was a fake son-in-law, no matter how much they liked him, they would let him go and would not delay him. As an elder sister, Chu Yuyu could only choose to hide it. She only has this one sister, so she will help her no matter what. But, even if she chooses to conceal it, Jiang Zitao will be driven crazy over time, and the document just now will appear in her hands today. Sooner or later, it will appear in the hands of parents. It depends on whether this silly sister can win over Su Xun during this period. If not, it is God's will. Even if I robbed it, it would be justified and I would not be ashamed of anyone. Chu Yuyu was no longer in the mood to look at the contract. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the sea of clouds and the prosperity outside the window. Everyone has selfish desires. She also wanted her parents to unexpectedly see the document. But, who makes her the elder sister? It is natural for an elder sister to pamper her younger sister. Chu Yuyu could only do this and had to do this. Chapter 56 picked up from the trash can. 4:30 in the afternoon. Su Xun and Yuhi arrived at the high-speed rail station early. Su Qingwen is also a small leader, so he doesn't need to take the green train. Doesn't Uncle Su hate business trips? I heard you say before that Uncle Su would rather give up his bonus than go on a business trip. Why did he come all the way to Star City this time? It seems that the Education Bureau will be selecting a deputy director this year, and my father is on the shortlist. I have been looking forward to my father becoming a successful person for so many years, and it is finally going to come true. I think Uncle Su came to Star City because you're here? Maybe there are some reasons. Su Xun felt warm in his heart. He was just joking. Even if there was a chance that he could become the deputy director, Su Qingwen would not go on a business trip for that reason. Su Qingwen is such a stubborn donkey. I don't like to fight or compete, I just like to be myself quietly. Otherwise, do you really think Su Xun was joking when he hoped his father would become a dragon? There are relatives in the officialdom on both sides of the family, so if Su Qingwen wants to climb up, it is not difficult at all. Unfortunately, he is too concerned about his reputation and is afraid of gossip. He wants to rely on his own abilities to reach the top. So, although Su Xun didn't say it, he knew that Su Qingwen came to Xingqing this time. I came here just for him. Su Xun, Uncle Su is here. Yui patted Su Xun's shoulder, then waved to Su Xun who came out of the corridor. Uncle Su, here, here. Yui was already conspicuous, and his voice was very loud at the moment, so Su Xun quickly saw them. He walked over with a briefcase and several bags in his hands. Su Xun quickly took the bag and asked, Dad, what did you bring? It's so heavy. Clothes, various vegetables and fruits grown at home, and bacon. Didn't I tell you not to bring these things with you? Xinjiang is a big city, what haven't you bought? Of course you don't understand your mother's good intentions. Su Chengwen scolded Su Xun, and then performed a Sichuan opera face-changing move. He looked serious 1 second, and smiled the next, looking at Yui. Who else said that all of them were brought for you? You only have a little bit, most of them belong to our Shoha. Thank you, Uncle Su. Yui was as happy as a child. Why are you so polite? We are all family, no need to be polite. Uncle Su and your Aunt Li have already treated you as their own daughter. Xiaohe, has that brat bullied you in the past 6 months? Don't worry, Uncle Su, he doesn't dare to bully me. That's good. Uncle Su's fists are not to be trifled with. If that brat dares to bully you, Uncle Su will definitely beat him up until he screams. 1 or 2 of them are happy. Only Su Xun was being stabbed. Su Xun smacked his lips, he was used to it. Since childhood, the old couple Su Chengwen treated Yui much better than their own son. Su Sen even wondered if he was picked up from a trash can? Dad, please stop talking. I just wanted to help you pick up some luggage. Why did you throw it all to me? Su Xun complained. It's okay to lift it for a while, but my hands will hurt if I lift it for too long. Yui was very well behaved and sensible, and she pretended to share Su Xun's burden. But Su Chengwen stopped him with his hand. Xiaohe, don't pay attention to him, he is tough. Besides, is it not okay to carry such a small thing? Isn't that a thin dog? Su Xun suspected that he was picked up, too. Also, since you are middle-aged or elderly, please don't imitate the jokes of young people, okay? Is there any father like you? It would be fine if he just said his son was a thin dog, but he said it in front of so many people. Doesn't your son have any respect? I took a taxi to Yui's residence. There are 2 bedrooms in the house. Su Chengwen looked at Yui, then at Su Xun. Do you live together? Yui nodded gently and replied, Yes, Uncle Su, sharing the house, the rent can be much cheaper. Did Su Xun ask to share the rent with you? It's obvious that no one wants to share the rent with that guy. Su Xun only felt that his heart had been traumatized 10,086 times. No, Uncle Su, we decided after discussion. Xiaohe, isn't this a bad thing for you? Xiao Xun doesn't care. I'm a single guy anyway. Uncle Su is worried about you. After all, you're a girl. The trauma to Su Xun's heart became a critical blow. Yui replied cheerfully, It's okay, Uncle Su. There are many men and women who share the house with others that others don't know. Su Xun and I not only know each other, but we are also good friends who grew up together. Living with him, I feel like I have an extra layer of security. It seems that this kid is not completely useless. Xiaohe, you sit down first. Uncle Su will go to cook. Uncle Su, let me help you. Then you and Su Xun should wash the vegetables together. Good. Su Chengwen was busy in the kitchen. He is a good cook, and his mother Li Qianwen enjoys a lifetime of blessing when it comes to cooking. The kitchen was too small, so Su Sen and Yui squatted on the balcony to wash vegetables. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, casting 2 warm figures. Are you in a good mood? Looking at Yui, who was smiling and humming a little tune, Su Sen asked curiously. Yui replied, Yes, I feel happy when I see you get humiliated. Bad friend. Su Sen suddenly pulled his hand out of the basin as if he had received an electric shock. Oh my god, what a big caterpillar. This is a butterfly larva, how can it be a caterpillar? Yui picked up a small green bug from the basin, with a look of mischief on her crystal clear face, and pretended to throw it at Su Xun. Su Xun was so scared that he sat down on the ground. It doesn't mean that men are not afraid of insects. This soft, boneless, wriggling worm. Su Xun has been afraid since he was a child. Coward. Yui couldn't stop smiling, as gorgeous and charming as a blooming flower. Su Sen realized that he was being played, and felt a little unhappy. He said, You are too rude. You don't have the gentleness of a girl at all. Yui was very dissatisfied. How am I rude? Anyway, I've never seen a gentle girl dare to grab this thing. I caught them when I was a kid, so I'm used to it, isn't it? Yui rolled her eyes at Su Xun, then said in a soft and cute way, "Brother Su Xun, please don't be angry with me, okay?" Su Xun got goosebumps all over the floor. I'm used to the cheerful and lively Yui. Suddenly facing this scene, he couldn't help but tremble all over. But I have to say it seems, something is true. It's quite memorable. Is this the reason why there are so many clip sounds on the internet? Yui glanced at Su Xun and asked angrily, is someone like Chu Yoyu very gentle? I don't know if Wen is gentle or not, but she definitely doesn't dare to catch bugs. TSK, if you think she's good, then go after her. She's such a good girl, and you obviously have a chance, why don't you go after her? Don't you like gentle girls? I never said she was gentle, and I never said I liked gentle girls. He. Chapter 57 Drunk. Drink with me. Good. Several plates of colorful dishes were brought to the table, the bowls and chopsticks were set out, and then we sat down to eat. Su Xun actually didn't like drinking, but the father and son hadn't seen each other for such a long time, and he rarely felt like drinking. After drinking a glass of strong liquor from my hometown, my internal organs felt like they were burning and pierced by needles. Su Xun picked up a piece of braised pork ribs to get rid of the bitterness in his mouth and asked, Dad, how many days will you be on a business trip in Xingqing? 3 days. Have you bought your return ticket? What? I haven't even stayed for a day, and you're already looking forward to my leaving? Su Xun explained, Dad, that's not what I meant. I wanted you to buy the ticket 1 day later so that I can take you to Star City for some fun. What's fun? It's a rare visit. No, I've already bought a ticket for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Refund it or reschedule it so that I, your son, can fulfill my filial duty. You being obedient is the greatest filial piety to me and your mother. How could I not listen to you? Have you found someone? Su Xun regretted saying those cheesy words just now. Su Xun filled the glass with wine and started urging her to get married. When I was your age, you could crawl on the ground. As a son, you should be more successful than your father. I see. What's the point of knowing? Every time I ask you to find a partner, you say you know, but have you found one? It doesn't mean you can find it just by telling me. You didn't even bother looking for it. Su Xun lowered his head and responded with silence. The time of the year he hates most is when his parents urge him to get married. He was trying so hard to hold back his laughter that the food in his mouth almost spit out. She and Su Xun are good friends, but also good friends. Of course she was happy to see Su Xun being scolded. Xiaohe, don't laugh. I was talking to you just now. You are not a child anymore. You have to find what you need to find. This is what your mother asked me to tell you before we came to Xingcheng. In this matter, Su Qingguan did not choose to treat anyone differently and scolded everyone in the same tone. The smile on Yui's face froze instantly, he pursed his lips and replied, Uncle Su, I understand. You two really grew up wearing the same pants. You even speak the same language. I think you don't have the heart to find a partner anyway, so why not just live together and make us old men and women feel at ease? Yui lowered his head and dared not speak. Su Xun said speechlessly, Dad, don't make jokes randomly. You will only embarrass Yui. What's there to be embarrassed about? Yui's parents just happen to have the same idea. You talk as if we'll be single forever. We're only 25. Are we that old? In the countryside, if you are not married at this age, you are considered old. Su Xun closed his mouth again. The older and younger generations have different concepts. There's no way we can agree on anything. Su Qingguan was, after all, a cultured man, so he did not act aggressively. He stood up and took out a black bag he had brought with him, and pulled out 2 pairs of furry slippers from it. The big pair was given to Su Xun. The smaller pair was given to Yui. Su Xun looked at the beautiful slippers in his hand and asked puzzledly, Dad, did you buy them? Your mother did it. It's not easy to knit a pair of shoes. Don't trouble Mom in the future. A pair of shoes sold outside only costs 12 yuan. This thing is cheap, but your mother's love for you is priceless. Su Xun was speechless. Yui looked at the furry shoes in his hand and was also confused. Uncle Su, why, do I have a share too? Didn't Uncle Su just say that? Uncle Su and your Aunt Li have long regarded you as their own daughter, so of course you have a share. Uncle Su, please thank Aunt Li for me. Yuhi smiled very happily. Su Xun nudged Yuhi with his elbow and said, "It's just a pair of shoes. Are you so happy? What do you know? Every stitch and thread on these shoes is priceless. That's an exaggeration. So you don't understand." After this meal, Su Xun fell down, drunk. Su Xun can drink a lot. But no matter how good it is, it's useless if you meet a drunkard. It turns out that old ginger is still spicy. Su Xun lay on the table, burped a few times, and slowly became unconscious. Su Qingwen, whose face was also a little red, turned his head to look out the window, stood up, and said, "It's getting late, Xiaoha, Uncle Su left first. I'll trouble you to take care of Xiaoxuan." Uncle Su is also a little drunk. He can only take care of himself, and can't take care of this brat. Yuhi, who had only drunk a little bit of wine, quickly caught up with Su Qingwen. "Uncle Su, aren't you going to sleep here?" "No, Uncle Su's snoring is a bit loud, and Uncle Su is used to sleeping alone. Uncle Su should stay in a hotel." "Uncle Su, you really don't live here?" "No." "Okay, Xiaohe, stop following Uncle Su. Uncle Su is not drunk. You should go take care of Xiao Sun." Su Qingwen took the elevator downstairs. Yuhi was completely confused at the elevator door. She thought Uncle Su would stay overnight. As a result, he got Su Xun drunk and left. Why did she suddenly have a feeling that Uncle Su seemed to be deliberately creating opportunities for them? Yuhi didn't know. She was too lazy to think about it and just thought it was all a coincidence. I returned to the house and saw Su Xun mumbling in his sleep at the dining table. "Yuhi has a headache. Get that big person back into the room. It's very tiring." Yuhi put Su Xun's left hand on his shoulder, then gritted his teeth and helped Su Xun back to the room. Very heavy. Very heavy. After only a distance of 10 meters, Yuhi was almost exhausted. Yuhi sat down on the bed and took several deep breaths before he recovered a little. Help Su Xun take off his shoes and cover him with a quilt. Then he went outside to clean up the dishes on the table. At the entrance of the community, Su Qingwen came out, a little drunk. This kid can drink quite well. He almost got his dad drunk. Su Qingwen shook his head, took out his cell phone and called the contact marked wife. The other party answered almost immediately. A middle-aged woman's voice was heard from the phone. "Old Su, what's going on?" "Don't worry, I'll do it myself, how can I not succeed?" Su Qingwen looked a little proud. "So how are you?" "I'm fine, a little tipsy, but that's okay." "Have you left now?" "Left." "That's good. It's up to Xiaohan next." Li Qianwen prayed on her phone. Su Qingwen hesitated for a while and asked, "Xiaowan, would this be unfair to Xiao Sun?" Even though Xiao Sun is a man, this kind of thing is not so casual. Chapter 58 God-Given Opportunity. Li Qianwen on the other end of the phone was stunned. "We watched Xiaohe grow up. We know what a good girl she is. It's a pity that our silly son can't see it. As parents, we give our children a push when necessary. This is normal. So even if it's unfair to Xiao Sun, it's okay. You don't have to feel psychologically burdened. That's the truth. I'm just afraid that Xiaoxuan will blame us in the future." "He dares? If he dares, I'll break his legs. We are doing this for his own good. How can he blame us?" "What about Xiaohe?" "Xiaohe, you don't have to worry about it. She likes our silly son, but her mother told us so herself. Besides, this matter was discussed by us and Xiaohe's parents. With Lao Yu and the others here, Xiaohe can't blame us even if she wants to." Su Qingwen said nothing, his face solemn. Although that was his son, he could not feel at ease about the fact that his own son was being plotted against, even though it was for the brat's own good. Li Qianwen's voice rang out on the phone again. "Okay, Lao Su, you've already gone to Xingcheng, so stop thinking too much. Don't forget, your mission this time is to bring Xiaoxuan and Xiaoha together. If you dare to run away, come back and see how I'll deal with you." "That's not the case. I'm already here. But even if I get Xiaoxuan drunk, based on my understanding of Xiaoha, she won't do anything to take advantage of someone in distress." Indeed, Xiaohe is not that kind of person, but we should try it anyway. Even if it doesn't work, it gives them a chance to be alone together. Maybe they will catch fire with each other. I hope so. Su Qingwen sighed. In the room, Yui walked in with a cup of warm water and a cup of warm milk. He placed the 2 cups on the bedside table, sat down on the edge of the bed, turned his head to look at Su Xun, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and felt dazed for a while. She hadn't looked at this guy so quietly for a long time. I have to say, this guy is so handsome. Yui's cheeks suddenly turned red. She couldn't help but want to secretly kiss Su Xun. But as a girl, she had a sense of shame and a righteous and kind nature, which repeatedly extinguished the evil desires that had just sprouted in her heart. Finally, Yui bit her cherry lips with her white teeth and forced herself to look away. Reason finally overcame desire. Ding dong. At this moment, the cell phone in my pocket rang. Yui took out his cell phone from the pocket of his black tight shorts and looked at it. It was a WeChat message from Lu Kei. Xiao He, what are you doing? What are you doing? Lu Kei immediately sent a video. The video is a 360-degree photo of the hotel room. Yui also sent a video to Lu Kei. She recorded the scene of Su Xun sleeping soundly and herself sitting beside the bed and taking care of Su Xun. Is Su Xun drunk? Where's his dad? Why can't I see him? Uncle Su didn't live here. He said he snored and was used to sleeping alone, so he went to stay in a hotel. Lu Kei sent 2 messages in succession. What? Su Xun's father is not here? Shocked. Xiao He, this is a godsend. Such a good opportunity, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and call me on video. I have experience. I will teach you on the spot. Obscene. What? Yui asked, even though he knew the answer. The blush on her pretty face, which had finally disappeared, reappeared on her face. Even worse than before. As a person living in the 21st century, even if you haven't seen a pig run, have you never eaten pork? Yui had thought about that kind of thing a long time ago. After all, there are a lot of such teachings in soap operas. She had thought about it, been excited, and looked forward to it. But she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. What else? It's drunkenness. What nonsense are you talking about? I will ignore you, oh carrot. Who is talking nonsense? Shout He, listen carefully, I am talking to you seriously now, not joking with you. If not now, when? You know, I'm not that kind of person. I know, so you have to change. Why did Su Xun's father get drunk and then run away? Isn't it obvious? Don't let your future father-in-law down. Uncle Su was just drunk and couldn't take care of Su Xun, so he asked me to take care of him. Could you please not misinterpret other people's meanings? Speechless. Xiao He, tell me honestly, am I misinterpreting? Or are you playing dumb? Su Xun's father called you to tell you about coming to Xingcheng. Doesn't that mean he treats you as his daughter-in-law? Now he got Su Xun drunk and left space for you. What else can this be but making you his daughter-in-law? Yui was silent. After a moment, the slender jade fingers fell on the phone screen. Kei, you are my best friend. I won't lie to you. I want to be your best friend, but I can't. So I just told you that you need to change. Xiao He, come on, try your best to take this step, and you will get everything you want. What should I do when I wake up tomorrow morning? Have you drunk alcohol tonight? Drank it. Isn't that easy? You can just tell yourself that you are drunk and don't know anything, right? Is this possible? Don't worry, it's guaranteed, that's how it's played out in TV dramas. What if Su Xun wakes up during the trip? Silly boy, it's a done deal, what are you afraid of? If you're really shy, can't you just cover your eyes with your hands? Yui hesitated after reading Lu Kei's reply. She clenched her fists, bit her teeth, and looked like she was struggling. After a while, for the sake of her own happiness, Yui finally took a step forward and made an important decision. After taking a deep breath and mustering her courage, she looked at Su Xun lying on the bed. Seeing this, Yui felt like a deflated ball and immediately wilted. In Su Xun's current state, she couldn't do anything. Knock. Lu Kei sent a video call request. Yui clicked the red button disappointedly to hang up. I was afraid of waking Su Xun up. Lu Kei couldn't wait to send a message to ask, Xiao He, why did you hang up the video? If we women don't have experience, it will be very troublesome. I will come to teach you on the spot, it will be much better. Yui replied, Kei, thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. What's wrong? Didn't you just make a decision? Why did you lose confidence so quickly? Confused. Chapter 59, One family is happy, one family is sad. He didn't know how to explain it. He took off the quilt covering Su Xun, took a photo and sent it to Luque. How could this happen? Isn't it possible in TV dramas? Sigma. TV dramas are TV dramas, reality is reality. Shouty, why don't you try first to see if you can awaken Su Xun's muscle memory? No, I just checked, when a person is in deep sleep, their muscles won't react. What should we do? Why can't we women do this? What else can I do? Just leave it alone. It seems like he and I are really not meant to be together. Don't be discouraged, Xiao hug. I'm fine. I've gotten used to it a long time ago. If he and I were meant to be together, it wouldn't be like this now. End the chat with Luque. He lowered his head and sighed softly. She finally showed her courage for once, but lost so miserably. Looking at Su Xun sleeping on the bed, Yui's eyes were as dim as a little girl. In pursuit of that elusive happiness, she forced herself to change and turned herself into an unreserved woman. But in the end, nothing was achieved. Under the double blow of loss and condemnation of conscience, Yui just felt extremely wronged. She was in desperate need of comfort, and Su Xun was undoubtedly the best source of comfort. Yui gritted her teeth and moved closer to Su Xun's handsome face. After a brief hesitation, her delicate and charming cherry lips fell on him. Anyway, she is already an unreserved woman. What's wrong with a sneak kiss? When it touched Su Xun's smooth skin, Yui's mind and body were greatly satisfied. A smile of incomparable happiness spread out. After leaving Su Xun's face, Yui was still unsatisfied. He licked his delicious little lips and thought to himself that since he had already kissed her, what would it matter if he kissed her one more time? Then the cherry lips fell again. Then the third time. The fourth time. The fifth time. Yui couldn't remember how many times he had secretly kissed someone. Until she was tired and lay down beside Su Xun. She really loves this man so much. I want to be by his side all the time and be close to him. 11 o'clock at night. Chu Yoyu drove back to the villa. She worked until very late today and just got off work half an hour ago. In the past, she would sleep in the company at times like this. But today, for some reason, she really wanted to go home. When I opened the door, the living room was pitch black. Chu Yoyu thought Su Xun was in the room. Normally when she was at home, Su Xun would return to her room after 10 o'clock. Taking off the beautiful high heels and putting on furry slippers, Chu Yoyu walked lightly to the door of Su Xun's room. She didn't have any ideas, she just wanted to listen to what was going on in Su Xun's room. She knew this was not good, but this was what she felt in her heart and she couldn't control herself. There was no light coming through the gap in the door as before. Chu Yoyu was stunned and very confused. Before, at this time at home, when she walked out of the room to go to the bathroom and passed by here, she could often hear the sound of the mobile phone and see the light reflected from the crack of the door. Tonight, why is there nothing? Could it be that Su Xun fell asleep? Chu Yoyu held her breath for a while and shouted, Su Xun, are you asleep? There was no response from the room for a long time. Chu Yoyu called out again, Su Xun? Still no response. Chu Yoyu panicked. Once before, she had a stomachache in the middle of the night and was sweating profusely. She called Su Xun in the room, and Su Xun could hear her even though he was sleeping. Now if you shout at the door, it will still be 2 times. Why is there no response? Chu Yoyu was afraid that something might happen to Su Xun, so she didn't care about anything else and found the key to open the door. Only to find that the door was not locked at all. Chu Yoyu pushed the door open and turned on the light. What came into view was emptiness. Su Xun, why aren't you at home? Chu Yoyu glanced at it casually. I found that some of the small things Su Xun had placed on the table were missing. There are also fewer clothes in the closet. It seems like they have moved out, but also like they haven't moved completely. Chu Yoyu couldn't help but feel scared. She came back so late tonight. It's not that she wants to go home, but Su Xun is at home. She hadn't seen Su Xun for a day. Chu Yoyu couldn't deceive herself, she missed Su Xun. So how can I not be afraid now? He took out his cell phone and called Su Xun. Unfortunately, it's too late. On the other side, Yui turned off Su Xun's phone a minute earlier. She didn't want anyone to disturb her short-lived happiness. Even if you are not sure there is someone there, you should still be prepared. Chu Yoyu made several calls in succession. It always prompts that the other party has turned off the phone. This made Chu Yoyu even more frightened and his heart became even more confused. When you fall in love with someone, you will understand that even the smallest incident will be magnified infinitely. This cannot be said to be artificial, it can only be said that this is human nature. This night, both women fell in love with Su Xun. One sleeps till dawn. A sleepless night. The next day. The first ray of sunlight in the morning refracted into the house through the window, dispelling the chill left over from the night and spreading warmth to every corner. Not long after, Su Xun woke up. He was sleepy and instinctively wanted to sit up. Then I realized there was a little head on my arm. It's you, he. Su Xun thought he was sleepy, so he immediately rubbed his eyes with his other hand and looked carefully. It's still you, he. Su Xun froze, his head buzzing. Why did he sleep with you, he? Shouldn't he sleep with his father Su Xun? How did he become you, he? And what about dad? Just as Su Xun was deep in thought, Yu-hee on his arm also woke up. Morning. After taking a look at Su Xun, Yui sat up naturally, without any reaction from falling asleep on Su Xun's arm. Because this is not the first time for them, they have already gotten used to it. Although this rarely happens when I grow up. Ah! At this time, there was a sudden, piercing scream. Su Xun instantly lost all sleepiness. What's wrong? Su Xun, what did you do to me last night? Yui curled up into a ball in fear. Su Xun was confused by the question and said, What did I do? I didn't do anything? What is this? Yui pointed down. Su Xun looked in the direction of Yuhi's finger. It was blood that dyed the sheets red. At that moment, Su Xun's brain froze. He did nothing. Why is there blood on the sheets? It was still the blood under Yuhi's body. That was obviously coming from Yuhi. Su Xun has been single since birth, but he has some knowledge of physiology. When a girl does it for the first time, she will. Could it be that, he and Yuhi, last night? Su Xun thought hard, but nothing about this came to his mind. Is it because of drunkenness? Chapter 60 Playing. Su Xun, I trusted you so much, but I didn't expect you to be such a person. We are good friends, how could you do such a thing to me while I was sleeping? Yui felt so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Su Xun was a little at a loss, and said, I have no memory of what happened last night. Is it over now that I have no impression? Also, I won't believe your excuses. I will never believe you again. Yui lay on the pillow and started crying. Su Xun only felt a headache. He frowned and was quiet for a while, then said seriously, I will be responsible for you. So when are you going to marry me? Whenever you want? Really? Then call your wife first and let her hear it. Yui suddenly burst into giggle again. Only then did Su Xun realize that he had been cheated. While feeling a little unhappy, he let out a breath of relief. Otherwise, he will really feel guilty for the rest of his life. Why are you teasing me? It's fun. Yui puffed out his lips and raised the corners of his mouth playfully. Su Xun angrily asked, Are you sick? Can you joke about something like this? He felt only a little upset about being tricked. What made people angry was that Yui didn't take his reputation seriously. As a girl, can you make such jokes casually? Are you mean to me? Yui felt so aggrieved that tears of grievance suddenly welled up in her eyes. Su Xun instantly turned into a deflated ball. To a man, a girl's tears are as lethal as a nuclear explosion. Especially such a beautiful girl. I just think you are too outrageous. How can a girl joke about such things? Given our relationship, what does it matter if it's opened? Yui looked unconvinced. Su Xun was too lazy to care. Otherwise, Yui would really be made to cry. After all, you are the one who made her cry, so you have to comfort her yourself in the end. So what's going on? I'm visiting relatives. I see. Su Xun patted his head in sudden realization, my brain just crashed and I forgot about this. You're just stupid. How can a girl bleed so much? You can tell at a glance, okay? Yui rolled his eyes at Su Xun. How should I know? I'm not a woman. I don't know either since I'm a girl, but it's common sense. Yui looked at Su Xun with disdain again. I haven't paid much attention to this aspect. Su Xun looked away and changed the subject. How did we end up sleeping together? I don't know either. Yui pretended to raise his hand and knocked his groggy head. Maybe it was you who carried me in last night. Su Xun habitually retorted, why don't you say that you were the one who carried me in? Do I have that much strength? It's hard to say. Human potential is endless. Yui angrily picked up a pillow and threw it at Su Xun. She felt a little uneasy. Because it was she who carried the thing in last night. Su Xun asked, where's my dad? Yui replied angrily, Uncle Su said you snore, grind your teeth, and fart. He doesn't want to sleep with you, so he's going to stay in a hotel. Really? Then how come you slept so well with me? I feel uncomfortable and weak all over right now. It must be because of your fart. Su Xun got off the bed, too lazy to talk nonsense with Yui, and walked out of the room. Hurry up and deal with it. I'm about to vomit from the smoke. Asshole. Yui shouted again, showing weakness. Wait. What's wrong? Su Xun was very vindictive. I love to fart. Be careful or I'll fart again for you to smell. I don't have any sanitary napkins anymore. Go buy some for me. Why didn't you prepare something so important in advance? I forgot. Forgot? You are a top student in the Galaxy class, how could you forget such a small thing? Everyone forgets sometimes. Go buy it yourself. I won't buy it. If a grown man like me buys something like this, won't people look at me with perverted eyes? Su Xun refused firmly. What's the big deal? There are so many men who buy sanitary napkins for their girlfriends and wives. How would others know if you don't tell them? Others will just think you bought them for your girlfriend. Then I won't buy it either. Don't you know how to buy it yourself? If I can buy it myself? Will I still let you help me? Why can't you just buy it? Can't you just clean it up? I'm too lazy to talk to a fool like you, go search it yourself. Su Xun took out his cell phone and searched it, only to find out that Yui really had something to hide at the moment. Forget it, what brand do you want? Although Su Xun was very reluctant to buy such things. But he can't just ignore Yui. 7. Take the elevator downstairs. Su Xun only then realized that Chu Yoyu had called him several times last night. He called back with doubt. A few beeps. The call was connected. Chu Yoyu's tired voice was then heard from the phone. Su Xun, why weren't you at home last night? Su Xun was a little surprised when he understood something. Chu Yoyu actually called him several times in a row because of this kind of thing. But Su Xun felt relieved immediately. He and Chu Yoyu are good friends now. He was not at home so late at night, and any normal friend would ask about it. Su Xun did not hide anything and told Chu Yoyu the whole story. Chu Yoyu paused on the other end of the phone. So, you won't be back for a few days? Well, probably not. Oh. Chu Yoyu in the villa had two serious dark circles under her eyes. She bit her pink lips and asked, Su Xun, are we good friends now? That depends on you. Anyway, I treat you as a friend. Me too. Since we are good friends, and my uncle is in Star City, I should play the role of a good host. Let's find some time and bring him out for a get-together. I appreciate your kindness, but it's not necessary. Su Xun smiled bitterly, maybe it's because I'm not young anymore. My dad is very sensitive now. If he sees you, he will definitely say some nonsense to me. Besides, my dad came to Xingqing on a business trip. He bought his return ticket long in advance. I don't even have time to take him to Xingqing to play. I asked him to change the date but he refused. Is that so? All right then. Thank you. You don't have to be so polite. Just be casual. I'm a very casual person. Hang up the phone. Chu Yoyu in the villa was obviously disappointed. She has never even met her so-called father-in-law. Because it was a marriage by agreement, Chu Yoyu never asked, and Su Xun never took the initiative to mention taking her home. During the Chinese New Year, everyone goes back to their own home. We have been married by agreement for more than 2 years and have experienced 2 New Years in total. 1 year Chu Yoyu stayed at home. 1 year, fearing that Chu Xingzhong and Tang Xiaoli would get suspicious, he hid in a hotel under the pretext of going to Su Xun's house to celebrate the New Year. Hidden for the entire New Year.